Off, test, test, test.
Alright.
Test, test, test.
Sounds like it's on. Can't tap them. That's very bad for me.
Test, test, test. Test, test, test.
It sounds on, it just sounds quiet. I'll do a musical interlude. Hey, can you hear me? Is that good? Awesome.
When you're talking, just try and keep it sort of there.
Okay. And then right at the end, just slam it down. Is that, yeah?
I didn't see it.
I don't know, should we wait a few minutes? I don't know if more people are good. I've forgotten my talk, is that bad? We'll work it out. Am I being polite and waiting for more people to come? Or am I just procrastinating, delaying the inevitable start?
10 seconds left, yeah.
10 seconds is plenty of time for me to intensify. See, someone can. It was worth the wait. I'm not just delaying. Bum, 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 bum. Should it? Awesome. Hi guys. I guess one thing to start. I'm holding a microphone this time around. If I start doing this and you can't hear me, then make some hand gestures to say put the mic back next to your face. Cool. Welcome to my conference talk. I am Holly Graceful, the author of this pink information security blog. You should all follow me on Twitter because it's how I judge myself as a person. No, seriously, I'll wait. Okay, seriously though. I'm here to talk about offensive anti-analysis, which is a title that I made up because it sounds cool. A better name for it is probably Holly's Adventures in Antivirus Evasion Part 4. This is an incoherent 45-minute rant about the antivirus community, so strap in for that. I'm not a public speaker normally, so if I get a little bit lost about my slide deck, then don't worry about it, I'll work it out. But there's no demos in this one to go wrong, it's just slides of the content, so hopefully everything will work out just fine. But Part 4, that means content came before it. Part 1 was looking at antivirus evasion. It was different methods of evading antivirus. Part 2 was that time that I made an aquarium because my landlord tells me I'm not allowed pets. So my aquarium was a whole world of VMs set up with different antivirus, and I'd fire viruses around the network and see what happens. Turns out that someone's already done this. It's called virustotal.com, and I was a little bit late to that party. So part 3 was that time that I hacked VirusTotal, or didn't, as the story may tell. And part 4, where we're at now, is a little bit of a rant about the way that antivirus works, the way that the community works. And ultimately, my goal to the end of this talk is setting up the world's most ironic botnet. So, starting at the beginning then, my last talk I said, starting at the beginning, there's 2 types of antivirus. There's signature analysis and behavioral analysis. And, well, that's not strictly true, because there's this thing called next generation antivirus, and that sounds really cool. And that's the problem with information security, you see, because it sounds really cool. So, time to get angry. We've got this problem in information security where we keep militarizing everything, and there's some brilliant talks about reclaiming the word cyber, and we totally should. But when people use the word cyber in this kind of style, marketing material kind of style, then it really holds no meaning. So, I say next generation antivirus, and we have, well, cyber 0 days and things like that. Well, in the context of antivirus, these things don't really mean anything. And the problem with that is, take a look at malicious software, malware. We have antiviral systems or anti-malware systems to fight the 0-day cyber malwares. And, well, they've been around for a little while. And you kind of think, if we were going to fix it, we'd have done it by now. I mean, malware is 30 years old. Ransomware specifically, the first ransomware was 1989. That's older than me. Ransomware is literally a problem older than I am. And suddenly, 30 years in, we're up to next generation antivirus, and it's going to fix all of the problems. Now, the problem with antivirus, really, as I see it, is, well, 2 sides. My B-sides talk, I ranted about defining malicious and how that's a problem. The other side of it, really, is we don't know how they work. You download antiviral software, you install it on your machine, and it keeps you safe, somehow. If you look at next-gen antivirus, they start using algorithms. That's how next-generation antivirus works. It's not signatures or behavior, it's algorithm-based. That'll keep us safe. I'm sure it will. Now, there's a problem around next-generation weaponized cyber 0 days, and I think this comes from the movies, where people have seen that documentary Hackers, and they think, that's what it's like in real life. Now, in real life, in my day job, my 9 to 5, I'm a penetration tester. That's why I got into malicious software. I do malicious software development, not analysis, the bad kind, development. And I find it really fun. It gives me a benefit in my day job when I break into computers and buildings. Now, when people talk to me about this and they ask me questions about this, they have clearly seen CSI Cyber, and they clearly think they know how it works. So, take a tangent. We'll talk about the part of my day job where I break into buildings. People ask me questions about this, and it's a nice analogy because it's the same kind of problem. So yesterday, somebody asked me, what do I think is my most effective disguise when I'm doing a physical access assessment? Employee? What scenario do you build up before you break into a building? That I work there? Really, it's not these kind of chaps. I'm not going to put on a hat or those cool sunglasses and try and talk my way through an overdeveloped scenario. I don't walk up to reception and start the conversation about how I'm an engineer and I'm supposed to be there and someone will vouch for me. He's called Matt, honest. The way that I do it is I just walk around the office for a bit, probably steal some stuff, probably plug a Raspberry Pi into a computer. After all, I'm a hacker, but I don't look like a hacker, and that's my benefit. So, no, there is no big scenario. There is no disguises, I'm afraid. And physical access may or may not work how you think it does, in the same sense that antivirus may or may not work in the way that you think it does. But as a penetration tester, that means I'm an ethical hacker. Sorry, that's a hacktivist. That's a hacker. I'm an ethical hacker, which means I break into buildings and computers, I tell people how I do it, and a side effect of that is I really like malware. I really like malicious software. I think the problem of malicious software is something that's hung around for so long because it's a genuinely difficult problem, both in terms of how do we define malicious and how can we do detections if we don't understand malicious, and also in terms of the fact that there's an awful lot of competition in that market. There's a couple of reasons for that. We've got next generation antivirus and what they call their competition, which is legacy antivirus. And then we've also got things like them trying to protect their intellectual property. So they're not really going to disclose too much information about how their products work, potentially because they don't want the competition to steal those ideas. And the competition's pretty strong, pretty complex, and pretty weird, to be honest. So next generation antivirus, an example of that is Silence. You may or may not have heard of those. You've probably heard of Sophos, though, because they've been around for a long time. They fit into the legacy category. Now, Silence and Sophos, very recently, had a little bit of a lover's tiff. And allegedly, Silence were, how did they put it? Well, choreographing demonstrations. So they were saying, Silence versus Sophos. Here's a demo. Sophos didn't pick up anything. Silence picked up everything. Therefore, Silence is better and you should buy it. And Sophos responded with, well, staging a well-choreographed battle, of course you're going to win. And allegedly, Silence disabled some required protections, some default protections in the Sophos antivirus, so when they put them head-to-head, Silence had the advantage. Silence responded with, well, this has happened to us before. Legacy AV vendors have done demonstrations with our software that are purposely misleading. So we know that we need antivirus, or rather we know that we don't need viruses, malware. So we try and get some kind of protection mechanism, but they're black box protection systems. We install them and hope that they protect us. The antivirus companies themselves are saying that they're not, because both sides of both arguments are misleading in some way or another, allegedly, so I don't get sued. Well, what are we to do? Silence say the only thing that we can do is to test the software ourselves. And everyone in this room is like, cool, yeah man, that sounds good. I'm a techie, I can do that. I'll download all of these softwares, I'll set up an aquarium like Holly did, and people will go, nice fish. However, think about the companies that you work with in your day jobs, or think of the companies that you aspire to work with. A lot of them are less well kitted out to do these kinds of tests than others. We wouldn't have subject matter experts, we wouldn't pay for third-party penetration testing if we could do everything in-house. So if the burden of proof is on the user, are the users really kitted out to do these kinds of tests? Well, thankfully you don't have to, because Tavis Armandi has been working his way through the antivirus community and thoroughly pulling the pants down on every vendor that comes in front of him. The first one that he looked at, the aptly named Sofale, pause for drink, Sofale was an analysis of the Sophos antivirus, and I'm not going to pick on Sophos, and in fact Tavis didn't pick on Sophos either, and he's thoroughly pulled the pants down of lots of vendors over the period he's been looking at them. And he's taken a look at these systems, and he has found that not only are there vulnerabilities in the antivirus themselves, and that's a problem, because you install these systems to protect yourselves. He found unauthenticated remote code execution at ring 0 in Symantec. That's pretty bad. Found it in Sophos. That's pretty bad, or rather a buffer overflow in Sophos. That's pretty bad. So we install these softwares to add protections using terms like defense in depth, and really potentially we're adding vulnerabilities if the software is not well built. The antivirus community responded to this. They fixed the vulnerabilities, or they put some marketing out there saying that they're working on it. The paper was cool. We all had a laugh in the red team world. However, buried in things like the Sofale paper were other little details that no one really picked up on and the media didn't jump on because it's not ring 0 remote code execution and it's not weaponized exploits. One of the things he picked out in the Sofale paper was the fact that, in his opinion, his words, he didn't think that the Sophos researchers really understood the context that the code was executing under. And therefore, when they wrote signatures, it was often for unused or dead code. So they were just going like, oh, that'd make a nice signature. We'll write a signature for that, pick it up for that. And the antivirus writer can just go, oh, I'm not actually using that code. I can just delete it. Signature goes away. So antivirus, supposed to protect us, supposed to use algorithms and all kinds of cool stuff, doesn't necessarily protect us if it's introducing vulnerabilities. We don't know how it works, but when someone looks into it, it turns out it's not doing a particularly good job of it. So, as I said at the beginning, I set up the aquarium project and then suddenly found out that someone's already done it before me. And there's these websites out there where you can send it an exe and it'll scan them for you. So there's lots of online scanners, scan nets out there. You send it an exe payload, it'll run it for you and it'll tell you whether it's malicious. Probably the most well-known one is VirusTotal, and the way that VirusTotal works is 2 tabs. There's the antivirus scans, where it'll run 56 antivirus against the exe, and then the behavioral tab, which is its own product that it'll run and tell you how the behavior works. I took a look at a few of them. I'm not going to pick up on any one in particular. I'll probably talk more specifically at VirusTotal because from my last talk, I spoke to them and they responded to emails and things like that. However, 2 things that I'm going to look at doing today. One of them is what I did in my B-sides talk, which is effectively a complete bypass of the scanner engine. And the other side of the things I'm going to do is, hey, if these are on the internet and I give it an exe and it runs it, wouldn't it be incredibly ironic if I put malware on it? If you're setting up a botnet and you're setting up a C2 command and control botnet, wouldn't it be really cool if you could put it on one of these? Just for the irony of when someone's like, oh my god, there's attack traffic coming in from VirusTotal. What? So the way that it works is give them an exe, they scan it, they'll tell you if it's bad. Some malware is really easy to work out if it's malware or not. You know, you upload probably malware.exe, and it's like, yep, this is definitely malware, because when we ran it on our computer, that happened. Yeah, ransomware is pretty obvious. Ransomware is actually one of my favorite things to happen to the antivirus community, because it makes users aware that malware is a problem. Users are just like, nah, man, we just install like whatever comes with Windows, and we're probably fine. However, we should look at these antivirus systems and see, are they protecting us? Are they doing a good job? Ransomware is easy to work out because it does that to your desktop. Botnet herders and things like that, they're a little bit more subtle. They can employ techniques to basically make it so you don't know if you're infected or not. But starting at the beginning of what I did to VirusTotal and what I did to the other online scanners, I found a way in VirusTotal that I could extract information from their system that would allow me to accurately fingerprint their scanning engine. What that allowed me to do was write a piece of malware that knows what VirusTotal looks like, and then it can choose not to be malicious when it's in that engine. So the behavioral engine's looking for malicious behavior, and then the exe is just like, oh, this is a scanner. I'll pretend to be good. Pretty simple. I contacted Google, and I was like, hey, Google, I kind of found a vulnerability, but it's a little bit weird to explain. And I sent them a really, really long email that basically said, I can extract information from the system. I guess you would call it remote code execution, but it's by design. Of course it's by design. I give it an exe, it runs it. That's the point of the product. It's probably not the point of the product for me to be able to extract information from it, or that was my opinion. So I said to them, what I'm thinking is I upload an exe, and the attack scenario is that I can accurately fingerprint the behavioral engine and therefore avoid detection. And Google sent me a wordy email back. You'll never read that at the back, so I made it bigger and realized you'll still never read that. The only important part, if you minus out all the technical details, is the first and last line, which is, turns out this is working as intended. What you've reported so far isn't a security vulnerability. So we'll start there. We'll start with the fact that I can accurately fingerprint an antivirus engine and write a tool that not only tells me which antivirus engine I'm in, but can actively avoid it because it says this is a scanner, therefore I won't be malicious. We've seen attacks like this before. The Google Play Store had a little bit of a problem with malware because they were less strict than the iOS App Store in what kind of applications they allowed on. And they just allowed anyone on, so obviously the malware developers were like, wicked, we'll write loads of malware. Stick it on the Play Store. Now, Google introduced a system called Bouncer, and Bouncer was a behavioral analysis engine, and it scanned apps as they were uploaded. Excuse me. And if they did anything malicious, it removed them from the Play Store. So to get onto the store, you had to pass that behavioral analysis engine. And it took researchers approximately 5 minutes to work out how to bypass that system. It was really trivial. You just don't do anything malicious whilst the scanner's running. The scanner only runs for 5 minutes. You just do sleep 5 minutes. Do malicious stuff. And it's that kind of attack. That kind of attack that we're looking at here. So apparently, I'm going to rant at you for the next 20 minutes about something that's not a vulnerability, but by the end of it, you'll be on my side. It will be a vulnerability. God damn it. So, starting at the beginning. The ability to extract information from the scanner is apparently not a vulnerability. So why does the scanner try and prevent me from doing this? If I try and extract the username from the scanner, it'll replace what I extract with the word user in angle brackets. So it's picked up that I'm trying to steal some information, and it's removing it. Now, when I spoke at the beginning about next generation weaponized cyber 0 days, I wasn't complaining about the word cyber. I was complaining about our industry's requirement for everything to be cool, and we won't look at security unless it's cool. If it's not a 0 day, I don't care about it. Problem with that is, especially in the area of antivirus, The evasions are naive. You don't need to put a lot of effort in. You don't need to write assembly and do crazy things like that. Academics are doing that because they have to justify PhDs. To justify a PhD, wasn't expecting a laugh there. To justify a PhD, you need to show a significant contribution to your field. And I'll never get a PhD for this research because what I do is really naive. And I'm trying to highlight the fact that you can get effective attacks against these systems doing really trivial stuff. So academics are doing things like looking at hardware implementations of processors, finding a bug in the hardware implementation, and then comparing that to the software implementation, and if the bug isn't present, it must be a virtualized system. Scanners are virtualized, therefore there's a chance that you're in a VM. Or if not a VM like VirusTotal, then potentially you're on a malware analyst's machine directly. Now, implementing bugs in code is a difficult thing, and in fact finding the bugs in the first place is a difficult thing. It's a really cool technique for avoiding virtualization. I didn't need to do that. What I did was I extracted all of the information from VirusTotal about their scanner, and I'm talking like username, serial numbers, files on the desktop, stuff like that. I extracted all of those, and then just wrote a signature and said, if you see these files, you're on VirusTotal. Now, if you imagine, for example, if the running user is called VirusTotal, it's like, pretty obvious I'm being scanned right now. And it's that kind of technique that I'm doing. So I'm really sorry, I'm not going to drop any 0 days. There's not going to be slides filled with assembly, because you don't need it. But I want to extract the username, and they won't let me. So I need to obfuscate the username in such a way that I can extract it without it realizing that it's the username. Now this could be something really cool. I could write my own encryption algorithm, and I could encrypt the payload, and then when I extract it, I can decrypt it client-side. They'll never see that coming out. Or I can just like put a space between every letter, or reverse the string, or base64 it, and then suddenly username isn't replaced by flagged user anymore. It's the actual username that comes out. The first implementation that I wrote, I base64'd it, and I pulled it out base64'd. I wrote a Python script to decode it for me and everything. I had like a shell on VirusTotal. It felt really cool. Still felt like too much effort. So instead I just wrote a payload that changes it, puts a full stop between every letter, and it comes out in the interface directly. So what kinds of information was I flagging them on, and what kind of information do you need to look at to know that you're being scanned by these kinds of systems? Not thinking specifically VirusTotal, but the kinds of scanners that I have seen online, the kind of ones I've talked about today. Username's a really good one, because the username is pretty unique. Another one is the services that are running. So any malware analyst, in fact, there's an awful lot of blog content out there about using systems like VMware and about using VirtualBox and hardening them in such a way that malware can't tell it's virtualized. So stripping all of the little tokens out of the system in such a way that the malware won't be able to know that it's on VBox. They didn't bother with that. Just running process. Now, when I first started looking at the system and I was thinking about the things that I can do, it's like, right, I'll take a list of the running processes and see if there's VirusTotal.exe on there, or see if there's anything like VBox on there, which is VirtualBox's process. I'll pick up on those, and I was like, right, to read running processes, you need to be an administrator. So I'll need to find a privilege escalation vulnerability, but I'll need to find it blindly because I can't extract information at this point. And I did. I found a privilege escalation vulnerability, and it was awesome. And I exploited it, and I got a new admin account, and that was wicked. Then I realized you're running as admin anyway. You've just wasted an entire weekend. So yeah, it turns out it's even more naive than I thought it was. So pull out the username, that's unique. Pull out the running processes, look for anything that looks like you're virtualized. This is actually a reduced list. There's a few more in there that'll give you hints. But VBox tray and VBox service are a pretty good indicator that you're on VirtualBox. And then take a look around the system and see if there's any other artifacts, such as VirtualBox being installed, VMware being installed, or guest editions. All of these things that academics have already fixed, and all of the malware analysts out there are probably crying right now, actually, but before they were crying, have written blog posts on how to harden these systems, and none of them are actually implemented. The existence of files is a good indicator that we're virtualized, especially if one of them's like C program files, VirusTotal, or something like that. But also take a look on the desktop, take a look in the documents, and see if there's unique files there. Take a look at the uptime of the system. I mean, you would think that these nodes, as you send an exe up, you think the node would be spun up, it'd scan the exe, it'd be spun down, so your uptime would be like 7 seconds or something just inhumanly short. So no, it turns out it's like 4 years, no idea what's going on there. But it's another unique signature that we can pick up on. We can take a look at the scanning nodes, take a look at the uptime of them all, and see if it matches. So if I can flag on these things, and I can extract this information, I can build it into my exe, And my exe can be built in such a way so that when it runs on my desktop, it does the attack payload thing. And when it runs on VirusTotal, it does something else. You can write cool tools like this, where whenever an IT admin scans a file to see if it's malicious, it gets what I want out of it. So I can lie to the admin. And that's really simple. And that's what I did at B-Sides. That's what I showed there, where you run an executable and we can lie in the scanner output. So the behavioral tab, instead of showing what's actually happening, this is Mimikatz that's running, by the way. I wrote a wrapper that sits around Mimikatz and does this technique. Instead of running Mimikatz and being really obvious to the user, it'll just display any message that I want. So here's your social engineering moment where you can be like, totally not malware.txt. But now that I can do this, I thought that's kind of awesome. I can weaponize this and release this as a cyber tool, and I'll get a conference talk, and everyone will clap, and that's cool. And the way that I extract this information, for anyone who knows these scanners, I did it through the front end, through the behavioral tab itself. You can pull the information out that way. And one of the things that I wanted to do whilst I was on their system was take a look at some of the file content, and that's really awkward because there's loads of it. So I thought of another way that I could extract information would be to just use raw socket calls. So instead of pulling out through the front end, I can effectively go out the back end. Now, you would think in this context that it would be strictly firewalled and there'd be filtering, oh, what's that term? Data loss prevention. That's another cyber for you. Data loss prevention would prevent these kinds of attacks. And, well, yeah, you'd also think the uptime would be like 7 seconds, and we were wrong there. So getting it through the front end is pretty simple. Obfuscate the output, it comes straight out. Getting it through the back end, well, you can play around with it a little bit. If I jump my slides forwards to this one, pulling it through the back end, you need to work out what ports are open. So just write a payload that checks every port in turn. Can I get to a server that we control in every single port? If one of them's open, you can use that one. Try it in TCP, try it in UDP. Then you can try things like DNS tunneling. I'm going to go ahead and presume some people in the room are a little less penetration testing than other people. So network sockets, we should all know those, just make a raw connection on TCP. DNS tunneling, the way that this works, if you're unfamiliar, is you do a lookup for a server that you control. So attacker.com, whatever website you have, but you'll put the payload, the information that you're trying to extract in the hostname as a subdomain. Then just check the logs of your DNS server. You'll see it ping. So DNS tunneling is a pretty simple way of doing it. We've got ICMP echo requests as well. That's one way of doing it. So ICMP echo request, tunneling through a ping, basically, for those who are unfamiliar. You can read loads and loads of documentation on this kind of thing. And it's like, oh man, packets and stuff and bits. I don't understand any of this, but data optional. That sounds good. Data optional. So I can fit like 30 bytes of data into every ping packet, and then I can just ping my server, run Wireshark on my server, and every time a ping comes through, I can smuggle data in the back end of the ICMP echo request. That's pretty cool. Get 30 bytes at a time, which isn't a lot, but in fairness, you can send as many pings as you want. So sneaking information out through the front end, sneaking information out through raw TCP sockets, smuggling it out through DNS and ICMP. The last one is UDP hole punching. UDP hole punching is a whole world of weird. But basically, the way that UDP hole punching works is you have two servers behind NAT. So there's the VirusTotal or other scanner that you're trying to target. And then there's your machine somewhere on the internet on your BT Home Hub connection, whatever you've got. And you just get the two systems to fire UDP traffic at each other. And you see, we have this thing. We have stateful firewalls. Stateful firewalls sound cool. And what they do is they track connections. So a TCP connection comes in, it sees if it's authorized, and if it is, it allows it out. And then the return traffic comes back, and it's like, yeah, that matches. This is a connection. This is allowed. Apart from, UDP is a connectionless protocol. So the stateful firewall can't track connections because there aren't any. It's just traffic in each direction. So if you get your payload running on VirusTotal to just keep firing traffic at your home router, and you get a client on your home router to keep firing traffic at the target scanner, eventually the firewall will go, looks like these two things are trying to talk to each other. I'm going to let that through. And it just lets it through. So it sounds a little bit like magic, and there's a firewall engineer who works in my office who still doesn't believe me that this is possible. I didn't invent this. This is a thing that exists. And there's actually an implementation of it done by Sami Kamkar, if anyone wants to look up just a working implementation of this kind of thing. Because that's the thing, you see, when we write malware and we do these kinds of attacks, You'll see malware analysis online, like Kaspersky Labs and people like that, pulling malware apart and being like, oh my god, this malware is terrible. It's written in the most naive of ways. He's just stolen code from all over the place. This is basically made from Stack Overflow. There's two things to say about that. The first is all software is made from Stack Overflow. If you want to see the most effective DOS attack in the world, take Stack Overflow down, and no work will get done. You'll probably write the economy off. That'd be hilarious. So all code is written from Stack Overflow and things like that. And when I was taking a look at my B-Sides talks, and I'm sitting in the office, and I'm writing these packers, I don't want to write an implementation of AES, so I'm just going to go Stack Overflow, AES, download that, copy and paste into my malware, send it up to the internet, and that totally works. I told a friend in the office about this, and he was like, no, this cannot possibly be true. And he downloaded an example ransomware from the internet, sent that to VirusTotal. It was like, yeah, this is definitely ransomware. I've seen this before. It's like encrypted my desktop and all sorts. And then he downloaded an example of the T encryption algorithm, wrapped the ransomware in that, fired that up, and got no hits. And it's like, wow, malware is copy-paste, and we're done. And yeah, it is. So we see all of these lab reports coming out saying, this malware is trivial, and it was written from Stack Overflow. Don't concentrate on that. Don't concentrate on that point of view where we're like, if it doesn't include a 0 day, it's not cool. Concentrate on, did they monetize it, and did they make a profit? So look at CryptoWall, CryptoLocker, things like that. Allegedly, those two malwares made $3 million and $18 million each. That is crazy money. You could literally buy an island and hollow out a volcano for that kind of money. And then you see the analysis of it, and it's like, oh, this is really trivial, and this developer clearly doesn't have a clue what he's on about. Well, maybe we don't need to. So jumping back to where we were, if you take a look at systems like these online scanning engines, and you can upload a tool to them that'll fingerprint the fact that it's a scanning engine, you'll see that there's lots of different nodes on there, obviously, and for the sake of my own sanity, I named the node so I could work out what I was on, which node I was on. And then I tried lots of different techniques, TCP, UDP hole punching, all kinds of stuff to try and get traffic back from the scanner node to the internet. The reason that I was doing this was to exfiltrate data, but I had a little bit of a think. If you have this level of control over these scanning engines, and you know that you're in a scanning engine, and you can get to the internet and you can communicate with servers on the internet, wouldn't that be the best place to put a command and control server for a botnet? Because you've got full control coming out of what the data is. So yeah, when it comes to antivirus evasion, there's an awful lot of really cool work out there. The academics are doing some crazy stuff. But when it comes to actually what you need to do to pull an attack off, it's really naive. Take a look at the files that are up there, taking a look at the way that traffic's filtered. It's probably not effectively filtered. You're writing proof of concepts like this, sending it into the vendors, and then the vendor's like, yeah, no, we think this is all right, actually. Turns out this is working as intended, and I don't think it is, but I think the problem is wider than that one scanner that I was looking at. I think that the problem is our fixation as an information security community on things being cool. Start off at slide 1, weaponize cyber 0 days. Take a look at slide 10, where we're like, yeah man, I just copied and pasted some code. We've got wider problems in the community. So I'm really sorry for ranting at you for 30 minutes about what I did to VirusTotal and totally not dropping any 0 days. But I think that there's some problems with antivirus evasion stuff, and I think we should fix it. And that's my rant over. Questions? Go ahead.
Sorry. So some of the fingerprinting things that you mentioned there, when you
Yeah.
were trying to fingerprint whether you were in a virtual environment and then to play nice.
Yeah.
Could we flip that around the other way and use that as a defense mechanism against malware and try and impersonate a virtual machine to make things think that they should be good?
Yeah, so there's two ways to do that, and I saw a post somebody put, I think it was on Twitter in fact. They were like, why don't we just spin up loads of processes called like VBox and called like Symantec.exe and stuff like that, and then malware will avoid that. And that's where we get into the problem of the arms race, where yeah, the malware totally would avoid that. This generation of malware would avoid it, and then the next generation will get better. So I think we need to take a look at antivirus and be like, this isn't working. Just lying in demos is not the way to do it. We've got algorithms and next generation stuff coming out, and that sounds really cool. But yeah, maybe we should take the naivety and fire it back at the enemy. Anyone else? Oh, go ahead.
I have a quick point about virus tone.
Mhm.
If you have some like sick malware that you don't want to get caught, don't upload it because they keep everything forever. So even though all the stuff on there is quite crap and it probably won't get caught first time round, if the signature turns up again and again, they'll look more closely and they will find it.
So the point was VirusTotal keeps signatures, keeps EXEs in their entirety, and it will release them to people. Yes, it does. It'll share them between antivirus vendors, and also it holds onto them indefinitely. So Stuxnet was uploaded to VirusTotal in like 2007, allegedly, and no one paid any attention to it because no one knew what it was. But when it became interesting and we had fingerprints for its behavior, somebody looked back through the API and was like, oh, that looks like Stuxnet, we can download it. So if you are a malware developer, please turn yourself into the police. They're just outside. But yeah, if you are playing around with these techniques, do be aware of that. There are systems out there that don't share samples, but still, I'm not going to help you with that because that's bad stuff. I am blue team. Although I'm a penetration tester, I do like defensive stuff. I'm highlighting problems so we can fix them. Anyone else?
I've got a question. What do you
Go ahead.
think some proposed fixes would be for some of the issues that you faced?
Cool. So the proposed fixes for the problems.
Sorry to put you on the spot there.
No, it's not. It's a really good question, actually, because you think the antivirus community, the vendors would be looking at this, and I'm sure they are. A next generation antivirus has come out because the problem has been identified and we're trying to fix it. And they're using algorithms, so it's like, I don't know, throw AI and machine learning up in the air and catch what lands. And that's what they're going for. I think the naive stuff, we need to look at the work that's already been done and implement it. So the fact that I can fingerprint what the virtualization system is that the scanners are using, there's already fixes for that. Ask any malware analyst how they've set up their own system. It'll be hardened against those kinds of attacks. And maybe the scanners should be hardened too. Maybe just a little bit of code review. I don't know, follow Tavis Almandi on Twitter, not me, because he rants an awful lot more about the way that legacy antivirus works and what we should do there. But basically, take a look at research that's already been done and implement it. One at the back?
Why do you think tools like AppLocker and Emmet aren't rolled out more commonly?
Because it breaks stuff. So why isn't AppLocker and Emmet rolled out more widely? It's because it breaks stuff. That's the problem. How many times have you worked with a company and the antivirus has pinged one too many times, so they've turned it off? False positives are really bad in the antivirus world. If your antivirus is loud, people will disable it. So that sucks. I'm really sorry. Blame normal computer users, not me. Emet's great though. Emet and protections like AppLocker should be rolled out because they'll block things like ransomware. And although ransomware was first released in 1989, I don't think it became a massive problem until recently. I'd like to blame Bitcoin for that. The ability to monetize the attacks is what really made ransomware come about. And now that users are getting hit by it, or better yet, worse yet, ethical difficulties, the fact that hospitals are getting hit by it, now that it's actually causing a real-world impact, it's not just geeks who are concentrating on it, it's normal people who are looking into it. And I think that kind of thing will lead to a wider deployment of Emet and AppLocker. 2, looking at you again, go ahead.
Is it difficult then to try and hide the fact that you're in a virtual environment? Like, as the host of the environment, is it hard to try and mask that and make it look like?
Yes, very hard. But just because the problem's hard doesn't mean we should avoid it. So the naive stuff's really easy. Don't have unique files on your machine. Don't have unique usernames. I mean, they're already scrambling the MAC addresses, for example. Every time the node comes up, it gets a unique MAC address. Those kinds of things are really easy to do. What's difficult to fix is what the academics are looking at. So things like finding bugs in VMware and VirtualBox that will cause crashes, for example. Finding bugs in the implementation. So VMware can talk to the host. You can share information between, not talking ESXi here, but talking VMware Workstation. You can talk to the host. So the malware can attempt to talk to the host, see if that connection's open. You can do things like seeing what BIOS features are available and try and communicate with those. If the system advertises a feature is available but you can't communicate to it, it's probably because it's lying and it's a virtualized environment. What I mentioned during the talk is bugs that exist in hardware, because hardware is imperfect. See if those exist in the software implementations. But those kinds of things, as hard as they are to fix, are also harder to write a tool that detects them. So with information security and with penetration testing kinds of things, a lot of the time we're just increasing the height of the speed bump. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. If we can take it away from naivety and make it a difficult problem, then that's good. So yes, sadly, a lot of these fixes are harder to implement, but we should totally do it. Oh, I got two at the same time. Three. That one.
It's just partly a comment. I think this is part of the problem. So it is about raising the bar,
Mhm.
the complexity to pull off.
Yeah.
Say fingerprinting, but it is historically very hard. I used to work for Sophos
Yeah.
as a malware analyst, and it is partly the return of investment as well.
Yeah.
People that
Fair.
are doing the
Fair.
hardening platform, and it was you made the good point about Stack Overflow.
Yeah.
The will just be published again, even though it is raising the bar.
Yeah.
Well, it's loaded again.
It's true. And publishing the techniques is a funny line that we have to draw as red teamers as well, because whenever we release a tool, it should benefit blue team more than it benefits red team. So if I come here and I do a talk about this is really easy and it shouldn't be easy, that's quite bad. But if I end at the end of the day with, yeah, and here's a full proof of concept of how this works, then I've just slammed the speed bump right down. It's absolutely right. We have to look at return on investment, but where we're at right now with a lot of these scanners need to be just a little bit higher. Did you have a question?
Yeah. Why would you not just look for the sort of files that users would actually be using on a system and look for behavior that looks like a user, and if it's not there, infer that you're on a virtual machine?
Yeah. You need to look at what the botnet herders are, not botnet herders, the other teams. You need to look at what the botnet trackers are doing. And one of the things the botnet trackers will do is they'll spin up a virtual machine, infect it with malware, on the hopes that it'll become a supernode or become an important node in the botnet, so they can extract more information about the tracker. And they do things like that. Like they'll set a wallpaper and they'll make messy files on the desktop and things. And they've got videos of the botnet herders logging in, having a poke around manually, a human taking a poke around the systems to see if it's in use or not. And yeah, when you're at that level, we're really good. We're really hard if you can't differentiate between is it a human or is it an analyst. But I think for the most part, the problem with saying if this machine doesn't look like it's in use by a human, then presume it's virtualized. The problem there is, how do you know if it's in use by a human? There's a few things you can look out for. Does it have a mouse and keyboard plugged in? Does it have a sound card, for example? Because all non-virtualized machines will have a sound card. But past that, in terms of things like mouse movements, idle time, things like that, it's really difficult.
Well, I'm just thinking about file dates and times, what's in the temporary internet files, stuff like that.
File dates and times is one that I looked at in this context, actually. And like I say, the scanners that I was looking at, I naively presumed the uptime would be seconds because they'd just spin a node up and scan it. And it wasn't, it was years. And over the years, there had been file behavior. I don't know, maybe they're cloning the systems or something, and there's years' worth of activity. But you're absolutely right. There's years' worth of activity, but there's no activity in the last week, for example.
Maybe wait until the next file write operation.
Yeah.
And don't do your activity.
Yeah. And those kinds of things would be really, really hard to defend against, but we're not there yet. Go ahead.
Do you have a theory as to why Google never bothered to harden the virus total scanner? Because it would seem that they would want to detect more advanced stuff.
Yeah.
Sort of
Yeah, VirusTotal was written a long time ago. It was acquired by Google after. It is a Google product, but they didn't make it. So part of it is probably the fact that the tool was written an awful long time ago, and it works. You know, this whole idea of we implement security after the fact, it might have just been that. And also, sometimes with vulnerabilities, I mean, we see it all the time, don't we? A new zero day will come out and everyone will panic. Heartbleed, for example. Wow, Heartbleed, we need to patch in the next 8 hours, otherwise the world's going to set on fire. And then someone looks and is like, guys, this has been here for like 2 years. I think it's one of those problems. If no one's really done this before, or if no one's done this and then talked about it, then maybe that's why they haven't fixed it. I think specifically why they say this isn't a security vulnerability in the emails where I'm talking about them is because it's a language issue. So I think it isn't a security vulnerability because remote code execution is by design, but it is a risk to users because users use this system to see if something's malicious and I'm lying to the user. So I think we're just tripped up on terminology here. I'm not saying like, oh, this is a security vulnerability and it's going to be like a patch to fix it. I'm saying it's kind of broken by design. Because every time I come up with a new way of obfuscating data and pulling it out of the system, you could say, oh, we could block that, or we could block that, or we could block that, and then we're back to the arms race problem. So it doesn't have to be perfect, but where it is right now is pretty trivial.
Cheers.
Oh. Go ahead.
Sorry, just quickly.
Yep.
Do you think you might have had more success with Google if you framed it as more of an information disclosure type bug?
I did. So what I showed there was just the last paragraph where I talk about the attack scenario. The full email was huge, and it started out with an explanation of what I think the vulnerability is, and that's why I have the scenario. So I'm quite accurately defining the scenario. It's not code execution I'm talking about, it's data exfiltration. And I also gave them samples, like I can get this data, I can get that data out, things like that. But yeah, I think the problem is, God, it's that bug bounty problem, isn't it? Where if you have a managed bug bounty, then do the guys who are tracking it and understand the issues? And if you have someone who does understand the issues, do they understand the terminology, the talking to people side of things? And it's a bit of a weird vulnerability that might be why it hasn't been addressed. Anyone else? No? Oh, go ahead.
Could you use something like Virus Total as a denial of service tool?
No. Don't try that. No, you couldn't, because the system's actually really small, which is why I talk about it as a C2, because it's a really low power machine, low bandwidth. But yeah, God, that would be really weird, wouldn't it, if someone actually did that? Don't do that. Cool. Any more before we go? Go, right at the back.
It's kind of a similar subject, but so I work for information and security for a financial services company.
Mm-hmm.
We've done a few red team engagements now.
Yeah.
And we do think they're really valuable. It's the next best thing really to an actual breach, I guess.
Yeah.
What we're trying to do is obviously reduce the attack surface, stop you guys over
Yeah.
the kill chain. So we just stopped PowerShell from being exploited.
Did anyone hear the word kill chain then? Because I did.
So we just stopped normal users from being able to execute PowerShell.
Yeah.
So that's all good. But what can you give us like 5 things that we should be doing to defend as quick wins if you like?
God.
To improve?
5 whole things. I wish I had a slide for this. I absolutely can. And the way that I view red team engagements is based on how much effort I am going to put into them. So I'm a penetration tester. I break into computers for a living. I attack over the internet, which is probably, arguably, where most attacks come from. And I can do cyber zero-day attacks and do SQL injection into your servers, but hopefully, because SQL injection came out in 1998, you've fixed that. So the next one down I'll do from that in terms of effort level of the attacker is a phishing campaign. I do phishing campaigns all the time. I don't send an email to a user like, hey, what's your password? Because no one's going to fall for that. I send a subtle campaign with a link in, generally click this link. It'll prompt a login box. 50% of users click the link. 30% of users fill the login box in when I do these things. That's not Gartner statistics. That's just what I do at work. If that doesn't work, if somehow you've managed to fix the phishing email problem, because I don't think anyone's fixed that yet, I'll just break into the building. Benefit of breaking into the building is I don't dress like a ninja, I don't wear a balaclava, and I don't own an anonymous mask. So people just let me in. I think in terms of quick wins from a cyber point of view, from a computer point of view, is take a look at your monitoring and is it all on the perimeter? Because the perimeter doesn't necessarily exist anymore. So think of attack vectors like rubber duckies. It's 12 key presses to compromise a laptop if it's unencrypted. If I can either plug something in or get a user to plug something in, that's a massive threat. And the problem with that threat is it's a low difficulty to exploit. So stop worrying so much about what nation-state hackers can do and start worrying about what users can do to their own machines if someone gives them a USB. And also probably hire some armed guards. Probably. That was only one thing. You see how I got away with that? He asked for 5. Go ahead.
So you talked about like breaching the physical security
Yep.
in offices and things like that. So do you think like VPNs being used to they're going to like extend the security perimeter into offices and things,
Mhm.
data centers? Do you think they're typically worth the additional exposure that they kind of give people like you?
Yeah, it's really context specific with VPNs, because to me a VPN is just a tunnel. So if you're arbitrarily extending the perimeter, so say for example VPNing from a user's end device, then the problem gets really complex because the end device, is it a company device and you can lock that down, you can monitor it, you have your own endpoint protection on it, or is it a BYOD policy where the user's got their own machine? I think the problem doesn't change all that much. All you've done is geographically move the perimeter. If a user can still plug a USB device in, or if a user can still click a link on a phishing email, we've not really made any progress. So antivirus is, all right, the fact that antivirus only picks up 70% of the threats, is that what Symantec said? Something like that? 50%, oh God. Shouldn't be a problem. Shouldn't be a problem that antivirus only picks up 50% of the threats, because our defensive technologies is not just antivirus systems. Antivirus isn't the front line, it's freaking one in front of HQ. They should have broken through so much stuff to get to that. The fact that a user can click a link or plug a USB device in or be coerced over the phone is a problem, and your perimeter is nowhere near as deep as you think it is. I don't think the VPN issue is so much of a problem. VPNs stopped me using Wireshark, that's it. I don't know any attacker that really uses that kind of technique, unless you're in Starbucks and you're bored. And then VPNs are good. Anyone else? Awesome. Okay. Thanks, guys. That was 45 minutes exactly. Awesome. I'm around all day if anyone has any other questions.
Test.
Oh.
When you're holding it, if you can just hold it around.
Oh, is it?
Oh. From last year, you did the finals.
Yes.
Pretty much, yeah. I do so many things now. But most of what I do is actually physical access. Sort of speaking type stuff. The antivirus stuff is like a hobby. Yeah. I can get you to grab that. I want to move out of quickly. Right, have I got everything? Awesome. Yeah. We do everything. Security.
What do you want to do? Make it brighter or lighter? Or brighter or darker?
Yeah, well, is that touchscreen? Is that a bit of
Yeah, it's so annoying. What do you want to do? Do you want to people can't see it very well, so the best taking shots.
What I want to do is just try and turn that first and then get
So what? So you want just the stop load off? Do that again. Ooh, that works. Did that work? Yeah. Probably works. Do you want to try getting a test? Yeah. Do you want to? Is this okay for you? I mean, for. That's spot on, yeah. Almost disposable. Yes. No, cool. I'm ready. So I'm just going to monitor. Yeah, any kind of like that. If you're happy with it, yeah. Do you know what's key? Well, we've got suggested
Yes.
I'll leave it to it. Yeah.
You're right there, dude. Is it going a bit high, you say?
Thank you very much. So,
Right.
the audio's driving a bit too hard out here.
Right. Try and turn the amp down, see if that's it.
Yeah, thank you. I was just about to do cable tracing then, but. Alright, cheers.
Yeah.
I'm still your mic on there, I apologise.
Oh no, I'm just like trying to.
Don't suppose you've got a mini to jack converter with you, have you?
Not with me now.
Okay. It'll take about 10 seconds for it to loop.
Test, test, test. 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 Say again.
Just turn the master down on the amp.
Okay. Let me. It takes about 10 seconds for it to loop round, so give me a second. Test, test, test. 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 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Test, test, test. Test, test, test. Just slight bit more, tiny bit more. Up. Yeah. Test, 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 test. 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 Hello, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Back down. Yeah, I think where you had it a minute ago was the sweet spot. Yeah, I think so. Test, test, test. Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Test, 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 test. Test, test, test. Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I think it's good. Thank you. Test, test, test. If you can just make sure to keep it about there.
I'll do my best. You can give me a
I'll
nod.
yeah. There you go. All yours. All yours. Thank you very much for it. Appreciate it. Is it showing?
Another minute. We've got another minute. Sorry. Should we count down? 60, 59, 58. I'm not really going to do that the whole way. Are we good? Right, I think that's about time, so I will start talking and hope that you all shut up. Hello, hi everyone. You're really helping with the imposter syndrome when you all carry on talking when I'm... Hi. Is it a bit quiet? It seems to be a little bit quiet. I think people are having trouble hearing the mic, unless I do this and talk the whole way. Oh, that's all right. That's all right. Don't worry. It's good security. Yeah. If I hold it like here, they can't hear me at all. If I hold it here, they can just about hear me, I think. All right. Can people hear me at all when I don't, you know. No, basically. Is that any better? Any better? Any better? Any better? Hello? Is that any better? Can you hear me now? A little bit? All right, I'll try and talk as loud as I can. Can you hear me at the back now? All right. It sounds terrible. That's just my voice. I don't yeah, but then no, you can't hear me at all. That's the whole point. Yeah. The AV guy has been summoned. In the meantime, I will just start. I'm sure you've heard worse, and probably from me. So. I am Jess. I'm talking today about imposter syndrome in the industry. I wrote this originally as a blog post and gave it that just like stupid title. I didn't really have the foresight to think that I would be giving it as a conference presentation and standing up next to a question saying, "With the real imposter, please stand up." So yeah, I set myself up for a bit of a fall with that one. But anyway, for those of you who don't know who I am, I will just quickly introduce myself before getting on to the talk. I am Dr. Jessica Barker. I'm not this kind of doctor, but this kind of doctor, which means I can't help when this happens because my work is so much more serious. I work in cybersecurity, but I am not one of these, and I'm not one of these, and I don't often go to work dressed like this. Usually just a treat for casual Fridays. I am not a technologist by background. Instead, I am a sociologist. So I work with people, think about people, work on the human side of cybersecurity. I am a consultant. If you ask Google image search what that is, you will find out that I solve puzzles. I create success, and then I solve puzzles, and everyone gives me high fives and fist bumps. And that means I get to do fun stuff apart from the day job like this. So speaking at events, and you'll see me speaking on TV sometimes, talking about cybersecurity stuff. You will see me looking shocked. And you will see me looking so hungry. You will see me looking very disappointed. And sometimes really, really sad. When I am not doing cybersecurity, as you all know, it creates stress. It's a busy job. So I like to let off steam by doing stuff like this. You all thought I was joking about Casual Friday. Stuff like this. Stuff like this, which is a new one. And I like making stuff like this. Alarm clock, not bomb. This kitchen timer and a bit of jewellery as well. And I also occasionally steal stuff from people. For example, today I stole this intro from Freaky Clown. Not the content, obviously. He doesn't look so good holding a gun. But yeah, they say imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, so you're welcome. Now, to get on with the talk. As I've said, I'm talking about imposter syndrome. I'm going to quickly talk about what imposter syndrome is. I am not an expert in imposter syndrome, by which I mean, like professionally, I'm not an expert. It's not like my field of study or work or anything. So just a bit of a summary over what imposter syndrome means. It was a term that was coined by Clance and Eames in the late 70s, and it generally sums up like an inability to internalize success. So that feeling of being a fraud, of being kind of waiting to be caught out. And it doesn't matter how much success you have, it doesn't matter how many qualifications, certifications, how much experience, you constantly feel like it's just luck, or it's just that you're a nice person, it's just that people like you, they take pity on you. So you go through life kind of feeling like you're waiting to be caught, for someone to just rock up one day and be like, yeah, you don't know what you're talking about, go home. It is, according to the literature, it's kind of deemed a personality trait or part of your personality rather than like a mental disorder. But later on, I will get into a little bit of a discussion about where it maybe crosses over into mental health. Traditionally, in the literature, it's seen as something that affects women much more than men. And it was seen like that for decades. And then recently, that's been challenged a bit more. And recent research suggests that it affects men just as much as women. And I sort of wonder if it has a reputation of affecting women more than men, because generally, stereotypically, women talk about their emotions more than men. Women will admit to having feelings more than men. So maybe women have just felt more comfortable speaking up about it in the past than men have. I'm going to talk about my own little bit of research around it, which is very much connected to this field, which, as we know, is male-dominated. So from my understanding, from the research I've done, it certainly affects men as much as women. So as I've said, I did a little bit of research on this. It was just a Twitter poll, but it ended up being quite popular, had quite a big response. I did it because I was having a few conversations with people, and they were either saying to me that they felt like this. They were either struggling with the fact that they felt like they didn't belong in the industry, they felt like they didn't know as much as everyone around them, and they felt kind of stressed out about it. Or I was talking to people who were recruiting and who were having an issue recruiting people, having an issue convincing people that they were good enough to take the job that was being, discussed with them or even offered to them. So I just did a random tweet asking people how often they feel imposter syndrome, and as you can see, I got over 800 responses, and the biggest response was all the time or daily, and just after that was often or weekly. And the lowest response was never. So it seems to me, 64% of people are feeling this on a very regular basis in the industry, so I thought it was something worth exploring a little bit more. As well as the responses to the poll, I also got a lot of discussion coming from this tweet, and that for me was probably the most beneficial part of it. So I'm just going to touch on that now before doing a bit of a discussion on what I think the causes are, particularly in relation to this industry, and what, if you are struggling with it, or if you know people who are, what you can do to try and make it better. So one thing that was particularly noticeable in the responses, loads of people came back as well as voting on it to comment and say that they struggled with it. And one thing that was noticeable was that some of those people were very successful in the industry, sort of very well known. And, some people even said the more successful they become, the more they struggled with it. Ben Hughes, he and I had quite a discussion around it, and he went on about a week or so after the poll to write a really good article about his experiences with imposter syndrome. So if it is something that you're interested in, if it is something you're experiencing, I would definitely recommend having a look at Ben's article on it. There was a bit of a discussion as to why people feel this way and why we think it's particularly prevalent in information security. And for some people, I think this I can very much relate to this one from Chris, where he has a background that isn't typical in cybersecurity, and then has gone on to working and writing about the field. So that can feel a little bit odd. And I know that I've certainly had that in the past. As I've said, I come from a sociological background, so you can kind of feel like a bit of a fish out of water. Also this feeling of like building people up and then knocking them down, which we can tend to do quite enthusiastically. The idea we're expected to know about so much stuff, and when you meet a specialist, you feel like, well, I don't know as much as that person, and start to really question yourself. And Jack Daniel touched on something in terms of kind of not being the most human of industries, and I'm going to follow up on that in a little while. It manifests itself differently for different people, and maybe it coming from experience, some people manage it or use it as a way to push themselves a bit more than others. So the idea that you can use it to stop complacency, to drive you forward. But for some people, it can be a little bit more of a struggle. It can be related to burnout, to stress, maybe even to depression. And again, I'm going to carry on a little bit of a discussion on that later. I really liked this comment, is to realize that everyone else is making up as they go along. And I think sometimes, particularly when you're more junior, you can think like everyone knows everything, everyone's really experienced. And actually you come to a point where you kind of realize that maybe other people are just like one sheet of the textbook ahead of you. It's not just particular to this industry, and if you know, as the last slide showed, if you're feeling imposter syndrome, then you're in pretty good company. So causes. I used the responses that I had from the Twitter poll, some of my own thoughts and experiences, to try and explore some of the causes. And it's difficult when you think about the causes of this because they can be reinforcing, so it can be like a bit of a chicken and egg situation. Looking at the literature and reading around imposter syndrome, as I said earlier, there's an argument or a belief that it comes from your personality, that is kind of ingrained in who you are. That's not to mean you can't challenge and improve on it, but there is some research that suggests it comes from your family upbringing, particularly if you've had a successful or intelligent sibling in the family, and you've maybe been treated a little bit differently, or you've heard lots of praise go on that sibling, and your upbringing has made you feel like you constantly have to strive to be better. That's just something coming from the literature. There's also an argument, which I think is a really good point, about the reinforcing nature of it. So if you suffer with imposter syndrome, you feel like you have to work harder and harder. You feel like you have to keep learning and developing, and make sure that you know enough to not be caught out. And of course, the more you do that, the more you then find you feel like, oh, okay, well, I wasn't caught out, but that was just because I spent like all of last night like reading. And if I hadn't done that, I wouldn't have been prepped, and I would have been caught out. So I need to do even more of that next time. Avoidance, this is kind of not talking about it, not admitting to it, and kind of also there's an element in the literature that says we'll have kind of mentorship and people who are mentors, who are successful in their field, and that's been one way of trying to deal with the problem. But the issue then is you can set yourself up for feeling like this mentor is amazing, really successful, I can never be like them, and it can actually make it worse. And a desire to be liked. So there was found to be a parallel between imposter syndrome and a desire to be liked and to kind of fit in with the people around you. And so what you will then do is mold, some people will kind of mold their responses or mold what they say or don't say according to who they're with. And then again, you have that feeling of, well, if I'd given my opinion or if I'd not just nodded along to what they were saying, then I would have been outed as an imposter. So a lot of people will find, maybe they're at work and there's a discussion about an issue going on. Everyone has a consensus of views. You might feel something different, or you might have another idea, another angle on it, but you keep quiet because you think, well, that's not a valid viewpoint. And then you go away like thinking, phew, thank God I didn't talk about that, because then they would have all pointed and laughed at me. So to now talk about I want to relate it particularly to cybersecurity, and why I think it seems quite prevalent in our industry. It's certainly a factor kind of throughout professionals, and there is a lot of literature suggesting and conversations suggesting that it impacts the law profession. Postgraduate students, teachers can often feel imposter syndrome. Something I read in the literature around the law profession was kind of saying you're expected to be an expert all the time, and you turn up and you think, okay, this is going to be the day when everyone looks to me for an answer and I don't have it. And I thought that seemed quite relevant to our industry. But the discussion on Twitter and just some of my own thoughts have kind of prompted the next lot of what I think are causes that make it particularly prevalent to cybersecurity. As I said earlier, our industry is very diverse, it's very wide-ranging. It has a huge amount of different specialisms in it, and that can lead to, ironically, in security, feelings of insecurity. So you can feel like whoever you're talking to, you turn up at a conference presentation, you talk to someone at work, wherever you might be, and you think that person knows everything inside out in their field. They have this really deep specialism that you can never even hope to attain. And you suddenly feel like a fraud and you think, okay, they belong here and I really don't. And that can exacerbate it. What you do at that time is you kind of forget that they are a specialist because they're a specialist, and what you do might be completely different. You know, we all need our different specialisms. We're all talking about the need for this industry to be more diverse, but we can internalize and kind of forget about that when we're presented with someone who has a real deep specialist knowledge. So insecurity, I think, is definitely kind of personal feelings of insecurity and feeling intimidated by the knowledge of others in a field that is particularly knowledge-based, I think, is a contributor. This one is about ego. So people often comment on hackers being egotistical, and the hacker community being kind of particularly arrogant and full of itself. And in fact, some people came back to say that on my imposter syndrome tweet. And of course, there is a culture of ego in cybersecurity and in hacking, and I think that has a twofold effect. One thing can be people present an an external ego that seems like they're incredibly full of themselves, and they perhaps do that as a way of masking insecurity. It's quite a well-known fact that sometimes the biggest egos are the most fragile. So I think that's one element of it. But also when you're existing in a culture that is quite ego-driven, you can feel like everyone else is really smart and is really confident. And that can mean that if you're not so confident, and if you do have these issues around imposter syndrome, then that can drive it further. And you can feel even more out of place and even more intimidated. There is also continuing the talk about culture. We tend to have a culture where we are quite introverted. We spend a lot of time on the internet messing around with technology. We are not known for being the most social of industries, apart from when you're at a conference after party. But in general, we have a culture of being fairly introverted. And so then that can, again, exacerbate feelings of imposter syndrome. There's stuff in the literature that kind of says the less you talk about it, the less you have a support base, the less you communicate and draw support from people, then the more you're going to internalize these feelings and the worse that they are going to get. We obviously work a lot with technology, and being someone from a sociological background and who focuses on the human side of cybersecurity, I've noticed things in our industry where I've sort of thought, well, that's, we all focus on the binary, we all focus on noughts and zeros and ones, when in fact some of the human stuff can often get overlooked. Like Holly said in her last talk, solving the phishing problem, solving awareness and behaviours problem is something that this industry has yet to do in any way. And I think this then also, so it has an impact on users, it has an impact on the work we're trying to do in organizations, but it also, I think, has an impact on our culture and on us as individuals, because in an industry that's far more comfortable talking about tech than it is about people, then it's hard to talk about your emotions, it's hard to talk about these feelings of imposter syndrome, and when we don't talk about it, it gets worse. We also work quite a lot. We tend to work really long hours. And this is where imposter syndrome for me starts to cross over into burnout, issues of stress and burnout, and even for some people, depression. So there's been a few really good articles if you're interested, and if you're concerned about this relationship between burnout and imposter syndrome. There's some really good literature on it that basically talks about the more you have imposter syndrome, as I said earlier, the more you drive yourself to learn and to work, the more you push yourself to be better, to know more, to work more, to prove to yourself and to others that you are good enough, that you can produce good work, that you do have a place in the industry. The more you do that, the more you're heading towards burnout. So the constant drive in imposter syndrome to do more, to produce more, to be better, can then mean that you don't take care of yourself, you're working too much, you end up stressed and burnt out. We also are an industry that by its nature focuses on the flaws in things. We have a culture that can be very critical at times, and that's necessary because that's what we're doing in our jobs. We're looking for things that are wrong. We're trying to find flaws, and we know there's no such thing as perfection, but we're trying to make everything as good as it can be. And that can cross over then in terms of how we feel about ourselves and how we feel about others in the industry and the way that we talk. And for me, this has a relationship with the earlier one, if I go back a couple, in terms of ego. So when we have an industry that's quite ego-driven and that also is very much concerned with flaws and being critical and critiquing things, it can then combine in like this perfect storm where sometimes we forget about the people inside of things, and we can be very critical, very quick to point when someone has done something wrong. And for some people, that means that they get torn down, and that obviously can have an influence. And in terms of imposter syndrome, somebody came back to say that had happened to them. They'd had some strong criticism when they'd made a mistake, and then from that they'd not had any problems with imposter syndrome, and then from that they suddenly felt like they knew nothing. It made them question their whole identity. So it can have a personal effect when you face it, but also it has an effect in terms of the culture, because if we build up a culture that is very critical, then people maybe who are new to the field or who are trying to develop in the field or who are very well established can feel really worried about speaking out, can feel really worried about expressing a different opinion or sharing their work because they're worried that they're going to face that same tear down. And another issue is around bullying. And being critical isn't bullying, but sometimes there's different ways of expressing criticism. Critique is a really good thing, it's a really positive thing to improve. But sometimes how we express criticism could be more positive, it could be more constructive, and sometimes criticism can spread over into bullying. And this was something, again, it particularly came out of the discussion on Twitter, where people said they had been bullied. It was maybe in a job, it was maybe in their workplace, or it went back so far as school, but it led them with that feeling of not belonging and of not ever being good enough. And they saw that as being the primary cause of their imposter syndrome. An interesting discussion that came out of this for me was people coming back saying that they didn't feel imposter syndrome, that they never questioned their abilities, and that they were perfectly comfortable. And some people kind of pointed the finger at them a little bit And other people kind of said to me, either publicly or privately, like, I don't have an issue with this. Am I a narcissist? Like, should I be doubting myself? Should I be constantly questioning myself? There is a difference between imposter syndrome and being a narcissist. You know, there is a scale, if you know what I mean. If you don't have imposter syndrome, that doesn't mean you're an arrogant, horrible, narcissistic person. There is like a balanced level of self-esteem that we can and should all aspire to. So if you don't have this, don't worry that means that there's something wrong with you and that you also need psychotherapy, but for a different reason. And I think this worry actually has an impact. And I think again, it comes back to this egotistical culture of, we can look at this culture and we can see how egotistical it is, and we can think, I don't want to be like that. Like, I don't want to contribute to that problem. And it's not faking imposter syndrome, but because you're so worried about, well, if I'm confident in my abilities, does that make me like a massive idiot and a horrible person and a narcissist? I don't want to be like that. So then you go too far the other way. And it was in one of the pieces of literature about the law profession where the author said imposter syndrome comes out of a fear of Top Gun syndrome. Like, you're so worried about being the big, massive, idiotic ego that you retreat and go the other way. And this is like the Dunning-Kruger effect, you know, that if you think that you are sort of really smart, then that must make you really stupid. But there is a nice balance. It just can be, it can be quite hard to actually believe that you are smart when you're surrounded by stupidity. When there's so many examples of people being stupid, you can kind of think like, okay, I don't want to be that idiot. And this was a really good thread, and somebody on Twitter pointed me towards it, and I'm really sorry, I can't remember who pointed me towards it, but it was a really, really good thread that I found really important a few weeks ago, about a month ago. And it was somebody in America speaking out saying, I don't have imposter syndrome. Like, I'm quite confident in what I know and what I don't know. And what I'm struggling with is, if I say that, like, the room goes quiet. If I say, oh, you know what, I'm quite good at that, then everybody like recoils and thinks like, okay, he's the ego, we'll all avoid him. And as he says, you can have confidence and not be arrogant. So if you have an issue with imposter syndrome, like, you can deal with that and try and make yourself feel more confident, and don't worry that that's going to turn you into an idiot. And what Marco says, when you go on and read the rest of the thread, is he says that particularly for him, confidence is really important. He says that as a black guy, if he doesn't, or he has experienced in his life that if he doesn't say, I'm good at that, no one is going to stand up for him and say he's good at that. So he particularly related it to being in a minority. And I've heard similar said about being female, that if you don't push yourself forward, no one else is going to. So when you're in a minority, kind of having confidence can be really important, and it shouldn't be seen as something that makes you arrogant. As I said before about stupidity. I said my talk was going to be PG. I'm hoping that the B word doesn't like break that rule. But when I said earlier about stupidity, what I was referencing was the tendency in this industry to talk about users being stupid. And I've talked about that a lot. It's one of my bugbears because it really doesn't help me when I'm trying to like change behaviors and awareness around cybersecurity, that the average person has experts in cybersecurity telling them that they're stupid. But because our industry does that a lot, because we like to call people stupid and we like to point the finger, I've always looked at that as something that damages users, because I think it does, and it damages our ability to communicate with them. But also I think it damages us, and it's part of that thing of, if we're constantly looking for stupidity and pointing out stupidity and pointing the finger at people, then that comes back on us, because we worry about being the one that is then in the spotlight and the whole community is turning around and looking at them and saying, you're the stupid one. So, how do you deal with it? If you are struggling with imposter syndrome, what can you do to make it better? And to improve your self-esteem. And a lot of this, some of it comes again from the literature, but a lot of this is my personal thoughts and experience, stuff that's worked for me, and also things that came out of the discussion on Twitter. So this is a very long, like, academic thing from one of the pieces of literature, but it comes from the kind of seminal article on imposter syndrome. And what it says, the reason I put it in is because the short version of that is it basically says group therapy really helps. So talking about it in a group is what really helps, because people start like sharing their secret, this thing that they've always felt that they have to keep inside and that they can't talk about. Because if you talk about having imposter syndrome, it feels like you're putting a big flag over your head, like I did with my opening slide, saying like, I'm the imposter. So if you start to talk about it in a group, you feel like, oh, okay, other people feel this as well. And you can look at someone next to you. So you can, the reason I put it in was because this is what seemed to happen on the Twitter discussion. So it generated a really big discussion, and then lots of people came back saying like, yeah, I've always felt like this and I've never talked about it, but now I've seen Jack Daniel talking about it, or now I've seen Rick Ferguson talking about it. Now I feel like, wow, they're amazing. They're really well known. They suffer from it. So, you know, they're obviously successful and intelligent, so maybe because I suffer from it doesn't mean that I'm stupid, and maybe it means that I can talk about it. So I'm not saying you necessarily need like group therapy to feel better, but definitely talk about it. Create a culture in your workplace where it's okay to talk about it. Find people who feel in a similar way, and try and help to build each other up, and just talk about your experiences. I put this in because I just love the phrase, I'm not as green as I am cabbage looking, and it kind of relates. So one thing the literature says is try and imagine, if you're feeling really stupid, try and imagine telling this person. So if you feel like you've been hired for a job and you're not good enough for that job, try and imagine going to the boss, and you fooled your boss, basically. You've made this person hire you because you're so good at pretending to be good. You're such a big fraud. Try and imagine going to your boss, who hopefully you respect, and saying, I think I've just fooled you into giving me this job. And what your boss would probably say is one of a few things, like, do you really think I'm that stupid, that you can fool me into thinking that you're right? Do you really think I am as stupid as I look? And they might also say, you know, like, why would I be fooled? Do you not think I've got the experience and the knowledge to know when someone is good at something and when they're just taking the mick? Another thing people said, particularly on Twitter, is surround yourself with positive people. So try and work with people, try and talk to people, try and engage with people who take a more positive outlook on life. Don't let that make you feel like you can't talk about negative stuff. So just because you're with positive people, I think the danger with this could be that you could then feel like you don't want to be the negative one. Whereas it's not about that, but it's about trying to have a support network, and that thing about being with radiators, not drains. So people that give you energy, give you support, rather than take it from you. And this one... This one's quite close to my heart, because I really procrastinated about this talk. Oh, the irony. So procrastination, in my experience, is really, 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 really bad for imposter syndrome. And it almost directly comes out of it. So you can feel like you don't want to confront your own stupidity by working on something. So you just find ways of avoiding it. Procrastination is the worst thing you can do because it just makes you feel bad. It places more stress and pressure on you. So in terms of burnout, it's really bad. So it's better in terms of imposter syndrome just to get on and do it, because it has to be done. And the more you produce, the more you do. Although you don't want to burn out, the more you do. And the more you see tangible results of your work, the better imposter syndrome can be. But I'm going to contradict myself by saying you also need to take breaks. So not procrastinating and trying to produce work and content is not saying work all the time. So that's another really big danger with imposter syndrome, as I said earlier, in terms of burnout. And I apologize for how cheesy some of these are, but at the same time, we all take breaks in different ways. And for different people, relaxing means a totally different thing. For some people, it's like going to yoga, whereas for other people, it's like playing GTA. So whatever it is that means, and for some people, it's both. But, you know, whatever it is, going for pedicures and manicures, you know, whatever it might be, like just chill out sometimes, but schedule it. Like, don't have a day where you get up and you use like relaxing as procrastination. Instead, decide, okay, I'm going to get X, Y, Z done, and then I am going to go for a walk, or I'm going to give my cat tummy tickles, or whatever it might be. As if you can schedule tummy tickles with a cat. Like, they just don't relate to a diary. But anyway, so take a break. This one is about sometimes you've kind of got to fake it till you make it. And I'm not talking about faking skills at all. That will not help with imposter syndrome. What I'm talking about is faking confidence. A lot of people think that your emotions drive your behaviors, whereas actually behaviors can drive emotions. Even such a simple thing as like how you stand, whether you stand with good posture or whether you like slump over, can really affect how you feel internally. So if it's about self-esteem and if it's about confidence, sometimes it is literally about kind of working out like how can you give off a positive, confident image, and then you find after time, and I can tell you from experience, that just kind of becomes internalized, and at some point the confident image that you've been projecting to some extent becomes part of who you are. Putting on lip gloss is not obligatory. I mean, I might personally recommend it, but you know, don't feel like you have to do that. The most important thing is like sometimes fake it till you make it with confidence. This one is a key one for me. It's actually for me like the top tip, which is everyone has, or I personally have, like loads of to-do lists. I have a wall of to-do lists, like literally. And that really keeps me on track, and I couldn't like do anything without that. And as important as that is having a done list. And I usually keep this online if my website hadn't broken. But I usually keep online a done list, and it will be like projects I've completed, events I've spoken at, articles I've done, whatever it might be, and whether you want it to be public or private, keeping track of things that you've done and reflecting on where you have had achievements and where you've done things that you're proud of is for me probably the biggest one, because sometimes we can keep driving ourselves to the next and the next and the next thing that we need to do. This constant pressure we put on ourselves to produce more and to do more work, whereas in fact sometimes it's good to take stock and to say, oh, actually I did that thing which I completely forgot about, and that was really cool, and I'm like quite happy with that. This is another one that for me, at the start, you know, I did that like silly intro of like, oh, when I'm not working, I do this, that, and the other. I've had lots of hobbies for a while, and that comes out of when I did my PhD. When I did my PhD, I also felt like a fish out of water, because although I'm a sociologist, I was in the Department of Civic Design, which is engineering, which is not really a place for sociologists. So I was in there doing a PhD, and I felt a bit out of my depth, and had some issues around imposter syndrome. And one thing I found really important was having random hobbies. So I did like ballroom dancing lessons and singing lessons, which didn't really pay off. But doing anything that pushes you out of your comfort zone. So stuff that is not related to work, that is fun, but that also pushes you. That's why I did the trapeze thing recently. Just stuff to kind of build up your self-esteem and make you feel better. You know, some of it may be connected to work, but one of my biggest pieces of advice is to make it also not connected to work, so that your whole identity and self-esteem isn't tied up in your day job. This slide with the buses is about the Helsinki bus theory. I don't know if anyone has heard of this, but this is particularly orientated at people who are near the start of their career or who are more junior, and who might be feeling like, everything they know, people have already learnt. And so, you know, what's the point of them learning stuff and talking about stuff? Because everyone that they're talking to has already been there and done that and, you know, literally got the T-shirt. The Helsinki bus theory, I read about it in relation to photographers. In Helsinki, when you get a bus out of the city centre, they all take the same route for ages. And they all stop at the same stop. And you can feel like, you know, are you going to the right destination? Because they all go in the same direction. So you might be tempted at one point to get off and to go back to the start and to try and like find the right bus. Is this the right bus for me? I don't know if this is going where I need to go. And it is a parallel with your career, where we all go through a stage of learning where we're learning stuff that people have learnt before. And we feel like we are never going to find our niche. We're never going to find our own approach, our own place in the industry. Whereas you kind of have to go through that. You have to go through all the same Helsinki stops that other people have gone to, and then suddenly you'll find that your journey starts to go off in a different direction. So it is totally normal if you're new-ish, if you're junior in the industry, or if you're just starting to learn about something that you haven't learned about before. It's entirely normal to feel like you're an imposter. There's nothing wrong with that. We've all been there. We've all felt like that. That's part and parcel of being in the industry and learning something new, being junior. What you have to do is just stay on the bus. You just have to keep going and going and going and have faith. This ties into the thing of like sometimes how you project the things that you, the way you behave or the things that you say can influence how you actually feel internally. People with imposter syndrome, there is an argument that they will tend to be more apologetic, and they will apologize so much it's like they're apologizing for their existence. And there's a way of kind of reframing that. So instead of always saying, sorry for taking up so much time, sorry I was late, sorry that I'm boring you, sorry that I still have to learn this, instead it's about saying thank you. So thank you for spending this time with me. Thank you for helping me learn this. Thank you for having patience while I was late. And that has this internal effect where instead of constantly apologizing and constantly basically saying sorry that I'm here, instead you're kind of saying I'm grateful and this is positive and I'm taking something from you and using it in a constructive way. And a key thing really is looking after yourself. And as I said earlier, that differs for everybody. You know, there are things that are proven to be true, particularly if imposter syndrome is tying into burnout and depression. Then exercise, you know, the boring stuff like exercise, which can just be like going for a walk. It doesn't have to be like going to the gym and like throwing kettlebells around. And eating healthily, eating well, sleeping, like making sure you don't work like 9 to 5 a.m. And actually just finding ways to look after yourself will build up your self-esteem and help you be more resilient against this feeling of being a fraud. I said it was PG when I submitted it, so I thought I should not let Robin down. And as I think they put that thing in of like, how rude is your talk? I think I put that in because of the keynote last year with Freaky Clown when he swore like every other word. So I thought I probably should like be good. But there is like a form now of theory that is a form of therapy that is based around this of like just saying feck it. And sometimes you have to do that. It's like, what is the worst that can happen? Okay, the worst that can happen is if you know nothing and you are found out, you may lose your job. But like you'll get another job. Like literally trace it down to, okay, I'm getting up today and I'm doing a talk about imposter syndrome. And what's the worst that can happen before I get up? Okay, I might get up and I might forget absolutely everything that I'm going to say. Well, at B-Sides, I got up and presented a slide and I could not remember at all what to say on it. So I just skipped to the next slide. Like, life goes on, I'm still here. So what's the worst that can come out of a situation? If you're really stressed about it, think about that and try and get it in perspective. And then at the end of the day, just, you know, yeah. I want to thank you all for listening. If you have any questions, I would love to take them. But most of all, I want to say thank you for everyone that retweeted the poll on Twitter, for everyone who voted in it, for everyone who commented in it. Because if you hadn't done that, there wouldn't have been the blog post, there wouldn't have been the discussion, there wouldn't have been this presentation today. And a few people have said how much it's helped them to talk about it. So if you guys hadn't done that, we wouldn't have talked about it, and those people that it helped wouldn't have been helped. So I really do mean it. I'm really, really grateful that you did that. I'm really grateful for your attention today. There is a little bit of time now for questions. So if we've got any questions now, we've got about 5 minutes to take them, or you can find me via all the social media type ways, or I'm around all day doing the quiz and the scavenger hunt tonight. Quick little plug for that. So feel free to come and chat. Thanks. There is a few minutes before I'm going to hand over to the next speaker so they can set up. If anyone's got a question now, wave your hand. Yep.
Do you find that people with imposter syndrome tend to yo-yo in and out of it? That you could have a good job and feel great, and then a couple of shit jobs? Well, not necessarily shit jobs, just where you feel.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, of course. So the question was whether you can yo-yo in and out of imposter syndrome and have some jobs where you feel like cool and fine and comfortable, and other jobs where you don't, and you feel like terrible about yourself. Or, and I definitely think that's true, and people said that to me. I mean, there's something around imposter syndrome. Some people kind of say, like, it's putting a label on something that shouldn't be labeled. It's part of just being human, to doubt yourself. And I do think to some extent that's true. So to some extent, it's normal to have a job or a project where you're in your comfort zone and it goes fine. And then maybe you have a project where you're out of your comfort zone and you feel like, ah. And that's kind of normal. And that goes back to the staying on the bus thing. But also, I think it does fluctuate, and it might not even be about the project, you know? So you might be working on a project that has paralleled with stuff you've done before, where actually you do have the experience and the knowledge, but maybe because of other stuff in your life, maybe the environment, the people you're working with, or maybe just going back to some of that stuff about stress and burnout and sort of not taking care of yourself or not having the chance to take care of yourself. So other things can definitely impact it. And for some people, it comes completely out of the blue. So like the guy I said that was totally fine and confident until something went wrong. And then ever since then, he's struggled with it, even though nothing's gone wrong again. So it can sometimes just completely come and knock you from the side, I think, as well. Quick, one more. Stuart was first, and then I have to hand over to the other speaker.
So I'm 42. When I went through
Congrats. You do not look it. Yeah, so the question was, so I congratulated him on his young age, but the question was, you know, is it if a lot of us have fallen into the industry, I know I did myself, a lot of other people have, if you haven't got the kind of qualifications and stuff, are you more likely to feel imposter syndrome than like the kids coming up now who will have like more formally studied the industry and the subject? I do think falling into it probably is one factor, but I don't think it's like one thing that causes it. I think that's why I tried to sort of go through the list, because I think loads of things can cause it, and you can tick every box of every qualification and have all the experience, and actually that can make it worse, like I sort of said earlier. Because that can make you feel like you've got everything, like you've done everything that you should have, so people expect more of you than if you've kind of fallen into the industry and found your way, and then, you know, maybe like you can get away with stuff a little bit more. I think it's all down to kind of all those other factors, more like the cultural factors and maybe some of the personality factors, because we can all kind of find a reason as to what makes us an imposter. And it can either be, I've got no background in this, so I'm an imposter, or I've got a massive, really like deep background in this and I still know nothing, so that makes me an imposter. So it can be kind of two sides. We've got time for one more question. There were a couple of hands that went up. Yes.
My question just, you mentioned at the start whether it's a kind of personality thing or whether it's a mental health thing.
Yeah.
When you're doing your research, you find that the NHS or the wider medical community are now recognising that it's a mental health issue more than just someone's personality.
Yeah, so the question was, when I said earlier that it was sort of seen as a personality trait, is it being recognised more now by the medical profession, for example, as a mental health issue? I think it's more being recognised as linked to mental health, so kind of linked to anxiety, I think in particular, but also to depression, and as I said earlier, to kind of to burnout and exhaustion. So it seems to be being recognised more and more in that way, and I think that for me is the key thing, is when it ties in with other stuff, it can be exacerbated and it can also exacerbate those things. I'm very conscious of time and letting the next speaker set up, so if there are any other questions, come find me and we'll chat, and thank you again.
Okay, going on to the next track. So, really good. Like you said there, I've been through in the last year. So, investigating.
Entire economic ecosystem we live under is fraudulent, your industry is fraudulent, you are not bad, you're fine, you're better than everyone else. Yeah,
getting you're talking next, right? Okay, you okay or getting set up?
well, it's not for now.
So I need to switch to the other track. You guys He should be here in about a minute, so
No, he helped everyone when he's doing for it. It's unfair. Well, I'll give you a $5 if you get on stage.
The National Scotch Egg Agency is very upset.
Right, I'm going to go outside for a swim.
Yeah, let's do it.
Can't smoke directly, mate. Scotch Egg fun.
That's all that's
Are you coming or you staying?
Yeah. No, I think
Leave your Scotch Egg.
hope they put this back in. Okay, it's on. Test, yeah. Okay. I'm wondering, I'm thinking, you said you wanted to let the mic down as you were doing the presentation, because you're hoping that you can still talk while talking. I think that if we put it here, it's already on now. So I don't think if you talk now, that the mic picks it up. Right. So.
Okay. I'll try my best.
Okay. Anyway, it should be fine. If at the end people ask questions during the Q&A, please repeat the questions so we make sure that they are recorded. I will try to make a signal or something.
Okay.
And did you see the signage that we show when when time is starting to run out?
No.
I'll show.
But anyway, I can control myself.
You don't want?
I can use the phone just to keep myself on track.
You prefer, or?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, then I'll leave you to it. So as
Careful,
I said,
please. Careful. Yeah.
Thank you. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. See, that's on a knockdown, so it's nicer on that one. That's right to the top now, just on the microphone.
Okay.
So 1 2 1 2. So if you hold it close enough, it's okay. But if it's at a distance, we could always try the left-hand mic if you fancy and turn that on.
Well, let's turn it on.
Try that.
If you stand here and say something as
Hello? 1 2 3. Test.
I don't think it's big enough.
1 2. Probably best just holding that one as close as you can.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so no longer the distance, just keep it close.
Yeah, keep it close.
It's still on? It's still on.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Oh yeah.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Okay. Floor is yours.
Okay. It's okay. Perfect. Thanks. Everyone ready? Okay.
Hello everyone, and welcome to Improving Computer Network Defense Analysis Training with Adversary Replication Techniques. Thank you all for coming today, and thanks for having me. My name is Juan Guelfo, and I am the CEO and lead IT security consultant at Encrypto. Encrypto is a company specialized in information security services located in Norway. Just to tell you a bit about my background, I'm a computer engineer. I have a few certifications, and my work, I do both offense and defense. So I do application network security testing, red teaming, and I also have some time for helping customers with network security monitoring and training. In my free time, which I don't have much, I develop a few open source tools. One of them is the Blue Team Training Toolkit, and hopefully we will see a little bit more about it in the demos. So before we get started, can you show your hands, those blue teamers? Okay, red teamers, anyone? Anyone in the training industry? College, universities? Okay. So this talk is focusing on defense, but I have to say that most of the stuff that I'm going to show today could be turned into a red team asset. So in this case, the information, and I will show you also a few tips, could be useful for red team engagements as well. So it's old news that AV and firewalls can be bypassed by attackers. And even though we have had some improvements with the next generation firewalls, next-gen AV, and so on, the truth is that the technology is not make things any better. So it seems like companies are understanding that it's not possible to keep the attackers from coming in. So they, little by little, they are focusing more on detection and incident response. And if you are in a blue team and if an incident happens, sooner or later you will need computer network defense analysis, just for short, CNDA, at some point. If we look at the training landscape, we could see that in the information security industry we're having a challenge, and we have a shortage of qualified InfoSec professionals. So what we see, at least in Norway, is that many of the organizations that we work with, they tend to have a hard time when they try to build a blue team from scratch, or if they try to maintain, hire new people, find the right skills that they want. So instead of going through the painful process of finding the right employee, they tend to teach and train existing employees with that knowledge, that skill set that they are missing. In addition to that, if we look at the offensive InfoSec industry, focusing on adversary replication, simulation services, red team, pen testing, and so on, we tend to see that organizations here at the top of the pyramid are the ones that usually get the most benefit from them. Basically because they already have a blue team in place. So at the same time that you are testing the security of a company, you are training or testing as well the incident response that the blue team has. However, this does not mean that, for example, medium-sized businesses, training institutions, or maybe small businesses and individuals don't have a need for detection or for improving their skills. So just for clarity, according to the US CERT, computer network defense analysis is a specialty area, and it uses defense measures and information collected from a variety of sources to identify, analyze, and report events that occur or might occur within the network in order to protect information systems, and networks from threats. If we look at the job description of the computer network defense analysis, here we have common tasks, once again, according to the US CERT. Among them, we have analyze network traffic to identify anomalous activities, conduct research, analysis, and correlation across different data sets, coordinate coordinate with enterprise-wide staff, to validate alerts, and so on and so forth. So for most people, or for most organizations, when we talk about blue team plus computer network defense skills, we are thinking about defense. For me, that I tend to keep an offense perspective. I have to say that a red team with computer network defense analysis skills, it means that you have a much more effective red team. In other words, the red team will understand how the blue team operates, and this will allow them to be more efficient and at the same time more effective when achieving their goals. Whether you are a blue teamer, red teamer, or maybe just a single individual learning, I have to say that practice is going to be required if you want to improve and if you want to move on to the next level. And the skills, at least in the computer network defense analysis, you can get them from many different ways. One of the most used is by learning and analyzing network traffic. And this is a key material that needs to be generated in an efficient way if you want to get relevant cases and then analyze and learn. So if you want to start your training sessions, you will need some sort of environment where you can run maybe a piece of malware, monitor the network, and then capture the traffic which is happening right there. We argue that there are 4 major challenges that companies are facing when they are trying to train blue team people. And the first one is the difficulty of implementation of an attack scenario. So the definition, it would be how difficult it is to create, configure, and monitor an environment which is hosting attack scenarios. How you can set it up, and especially if you need to reuse it, how much work, how much time is going to be required. So when you are planning and preparing a training session, you will have to spend some time during the preparation. Typical tasks here could be finding out what sort of attack scenario you want to simulate for the training session. And like I said, if you have a kind of a fixed setup that you can reuse over and over, this is going to require some maintenance. Think about, for example, if you had to give or configure a specific patch level in your environment, would it require work? Are we thinking about virtual machines or physical environments? So this is all about the difficulty of implementation. Another important component is the monitoring. In other words, how we can capture the network traffic produced during the training session, and at the same time have it in a format which is compatible with tools so we can work further with them. If we think about the ideal training session, I think that the training session should have low preparation requirements. The next challenge is cost, and this is the amount of resources required for the correct implementation of an attack scenario. And basically, here we are talking about budgets. Organizations, IT departments run on budgets, which means that if you want to have a training environment in place, you are going to need extra hardware, maybe software licenses. If you hire an external red team, this is going to increase your costs. So if we had low training cost sessions, this means that we could have more complete training programs for the same money, or alternatively, cover more additional IT areas plus the training with the same budget. So this would be a huge benefit for companies. One of the major factors here that could allow an improvement in reducing costs is reusing the product of a training session, typically network traffic. And if we can reuse it and customize it to our needs, this will allow us to train without actually mounting a new attack scenario every time we want to prepare a training session. So from the ideal perspective, once again, we think that training sessions should minimize costs whenever possible. The third one is risk, and this one is a challenging one because the risk is defined as the danger faced by production networks during a training session. Basically, what we are talking about what happens when you are conducting the training session in your production network and suddenly you run a piece of malware. Maybe it's something that you don't want at all. So the problem here, and we will see a little bit later, it comes with realism versus risk. Do we have realistic sessions or do we have safe sessions? Which comes as a dilemma, like I said. We see that organizations tend to minimize risks. So this means that they will go for less realistic, we could say, sessions and favor, less risk as well. The fourth and the last criterion is realism. And this is the level of detail that a training environment replicates based on what a real case would be. Here we are talking about another challenging criterion, because if you want to train in a good manner, in a realistic manner, you need relevant cases. And relevant cases will require running maybe a piece of malware, and basically it's what you're going to find when a real security incident happens in your network. So if you want to run some sessions in a safer manner, for example, with keeping a high degree of realism with malware samples, you will probably have to spend some time reverse engineering and understanding what piece of code has been implemented there. Otherwise, you could face a security incident during the actual training session if you're conducting it in a live environment. From the ideal perspective, once again, we should try to maximize realism. Just to, once again, try to train like you fight. So the challenges that I presented before, they tend to present themselves as dilemmas. We have three. The first one is efficiency versus realism. And this is try to have less costs when preparing and conducting training sessions. However, we are going to impact the realism of the session. Think about an example where you are going to reuse recorded network traffic. You capture that in network A, and when you try to use it in your network, it will probably have mismatches. For example, network addresses, architecture, and so on. So if we think about what companies are going to do when they face this dilemma, is to say, okay, it's better to run a little bit more efficient because we have to take care of the budget as well. The second dilemma is risk versus realism. And this is try to have less risky sessions, but at the same time, less realistic as well. And the ideal situation here is to train in a live environment where you have your production infrastructure. So this is what you're going to find during an incident, and also with real indicators. So you see what actually would happen during an incident. So the dilemma, once again, if we have real malware samples in our environment, people or organizations will tend to run the training sessions in isolated labs, or maybe on their own with some virtual machines, VirtualBox, and so on and so forth, which tends to reduce the realism. At the same time, if we are going for production environments, then running uncontrolled malware is a high risk. Therefore, we either have to spend time preparing the session, reverse engineering, and so on, or reuse pieces of malware which are harmless or that could potentially have no impact at all. If we face the dilemma, most companies will say, okay, we are going to minimize risk, and at the same time, well, just live with less realistic sessions. The last dilemma is going to face risk and cost. And usually, if you want to have less risky sessions, you will have to spend more money. Basically because the time that you spend on the reverse engineering, testing, or maybe buying commercial red team software, which can allow you to simulate malware in a safer manner. So this is going to just skyrocket your costs. On the other hand, if you tend to run on a lab or isolated network segments, this might require maybe extra hardware, extra infrastructure. We are talking about firewalls, switches, maybe licenses, and so on. So when we face the, risk versus cost, organizations will go probably for costs. Once again, we try to minimize risk. But spending more money is not a synonym for better, especially from the vendor's perspective. Basically because if you are training people and you see that the training is costing too much, you will prioritize other tasks or other IT areas before. And at the same time, if the organization is spending a lot of money just in their training program, they will probably do it maybe once or twice a year instead of doing it regularly. So the common situation today is that we have training sessions full of either-or decisions. You have to find a compromise if you want to do it in a more or less efficient manner. So from our perspective, ideal training sessions should have low difficulty when we are thinking about the implementation of these scenarios. It should have a low cost. At the same time, they should have very high realism and mean no risk at all for the production networks. So our contribution to this is the Blue Team Training Toolkit, and it's basically a toolkit built on two pillars. The first one is representing or using adversary replication techniques, so we can keep a high degree of realism during the training sessions, and at the same time keep reusability in mind, so we can lower the cost of the product of the training session. So you can reuse it over and over and at least get you a better return on investment. So the goal here is to solve the challenges that I presented before. And the idea is to bring these guys here, medium-sized businesses, universities, small businesses and individuals, up here to the level where large corporations are having full benefits from conducting red team engagements, adversary simulation, and so on. It's important to understand that the Blue Team Training Toolkit is not a red team replacement. In other words, if you are training and if you are a blue team, your goal is to withstand the attack of a red team. And as I say here, the tactics, techniques, and procedures are very important. And this is something that a red team can deliver, not a tool. So the toolkit is written in Python. And like I said, it focuses right now on adversary replication, malware simulation, and reusing network traffic by allowing manipulation and replay. The toolkit uses a command line interface, which is, it reminds the Metasploit framework, which means that if you have some experience with the framework, you should be up and running in no time. It also helps blue team cooperation. If you are in a group of companies, or if you have, for example, companies that cooperate within the same industry, the energy sector, for example, at least in Norway. Here you can exchange pickup data, network traffic, so they can run training sessions once again in a much more effective way. So the toolkit has right now two main tools. We have Maligno running on version 3, which allows you to simulate malware risk-free, and you have the possibility to customize the command and control indicators that you will see on the network. At the same time, we have pickup teller, which is a little bit behind in the version. And this is going to allow you to customize traffic and replay that. Like I said, it's basically designed for blue teams, but the functionality could become handy, especially on the advanced security engagements. We are talking about adversary simulation or red team engagements. So let's get to the demos. So let me present you the lab that we have over here. We have a Kali Linux machine, which is going to run the Blue Team Training Toolkit. And this is going to play the role, in this case, as an attacker or as the command and control server. First of all, I have to say that the Blue Team Training Toolkit is using a client-server architecture. So this will be hosting the server part. We have an Ubuntu machine here, which is going to play the victim role when we simulate the infection. And at the same time, we have a security onion instance here monitoring the network that I have set up here. So let's get in. And like I said, the Blue Team Training Toolkit has a command line interface. Can you see that, by the way? Okay. Which is using syntax and commands which are very alike to what the Metasploit framework is using. So we have mainly right now 2 modules. So we are going to run the first demo with the Maligno module. So we will focus on attack simulation with customized indicators. So Maligno is using a server on this computer. And we can customize the type of indicators by using malware profiles. So if we have a look at the profiles here, there are a few which are built in. We are going to see how they are made, by the way. So here we have a folder with profiles. And if we look at the contents, what we have is a Python script divided in a few classes. Basically, the first one having some background information about the malware profile. We have a request part where we are going to prepare all the indicators that the piece of malware, simulating the actual malware, is going to send to the command and control server. On the other hand, the response is going to list all the indicators that the server is going to send to the client. Finally, we have a network area here where we can define specifics for how the communication is going to work. For example, the delay from request to request that the client is going to send to the server. Or if there is any specific encoding that you want to use for the response body. So in this example, I have taken some indicators, information from a report released by Symantec some time ago, explaining things about the Dragonfly campaign that was targeting Western energy suppliers. And in this report, there is a backdoor, the Aldria, also known as the Havex Trojan. And they were showing here specific indicators of a post request and a response. So what I did, it was to implement those indicators here in the profile. So we have everything in place. So let's try to simulate this case. So we have everything ready. We are going to use HTTP as a protocol, so we can actually inspect the traffic in an easy way. And now that we have all the settings ready, we are ready to generate a client. This client should be deployed on the machines that we want to simulate as infected. Even though this is a Python script, you could use a PyInstaller, for example, if you want to compile it and deploy that in a Windows machine, for example. So we are ready, so we can run. And if we go here to the victim machine, the client will try to connect to the to the server, to the command and control server, by using the settings and all the indicators that we have specified in the profile. If we go back here to the server, we see that there are requests coming in. The good thing about the profiles is that since they are scripts written in Python, you can actually make your own logic if you want. So if you want to have URIs completely random, you can make it. Or if you want to do it in a much more, we could say, obfuscated way, you can do it as well. So you can keep your blue team hunting if you want with different stuff that you can plan for your sessions. If we go to the security on an instance, we see that one alert has been triggered, in this case, Havex rat. And if we look at the contents of these communications, let's try to compare what we have here in the report and what is actually being sent. So there you go. Okay, so if we have a look at the client request, basically all the headers, the host, content lengths, user agents, URIs, everything is like the report said. And if we look at the response, it's pretty much the same. There are a few glitches on maybe on the order of the headers. Basically, like I said, this is fully customizable, so you can do whatever you want with the responses and whatever you want to send in here. So let's just stop this. One more comment on the client. The Maligno client is proxy aware, which means that if you're running with proxies, it's going to be able to find the proxy, either with the static configurations or with WPAD. And I have to say that the WPAD implementation is not a standard one, but the idea is to actually get out to the internet, even if the company is having misconfigurations or not using a standard setup in their networks. I have found a few cases, and that's why I went for this alternative. So let's just stop. I'm going to clear the alert here. And let's go back. In this case, we are going to focus on the next demo, which is going to use Pickup Teller. The idea behind Pickup Teller is to get network traffic that has been previously recorded and have at least the capacity to change those indicators that typically are important when analyzing traffic. We are talking about IP addresses, MAC addresses, maybe using fragmentation, and so on and so forth. So here, in the installation folder of the training toolkit, we have a folder called profiles, pickups, where we can add all the pickups that we want to work with. So in this case, I am going to use this demo.pickup, which is having traffic related to a ransomware infection, and it was gotten from malwaretrafficanalysis.net. So the first example is going to show us how we can run just a simple packet replay. Basically, just before we do that, there is nothing here in Security Onion. So when we run the through the traffic and we inject it to the network, we see that everything goes really fast, just within a second, as you can see here. And if we look at the alerts triggered in the IDS, they are basically what we expected. It's the attack chain until we get infected and the ransomware is communicating. In this case, we see that all the events have come in the same second. So this is something that from our realism perspective is not too good, but we have methods for improving that. We can, of course, come into this pivot on the traffic, see the transcript. Okay, here we have an example. So it's quite simple. If we want to improve, in this case, the realism, we could try the real-time option in the pickup teller module. In this case, we can set real-time to true. And this is going to allow us to honor the inter-packet arrival time. In other words, how fast or how slow the packets were actually sent during the when the attack scenario was recorded or was captured. So in this case, we can run again. And we will see that this is going to take a little bit longer. So just in a moment, we should see the events popping up much more, scaled. So we see now it was 5, 07, 12, 13. So this is going to actually follow the actual order that the packets were having at the time of recording the network traffic. So let's just give it a moment. If we open Wireshark, we should see the traffic flowing. Okay, let's see, still there. So here we see a few DNS requests to whatever.com. So well, you get the idea. Let's stop. Like I said, it's going to take some time, so let's try to speed it up. Let's clear again. So far, we had a specific attack scenario in a pickup. So this is a story. It's like when you're watching a movie and, well, you say, well, I hope or I wish I could be the actor, kissing that lady or something like that. So the idea here is to try to bring that into the scenario that we want to use during the training. So here we have a few options which can help us pointing to the IP addresses which are contained in the pickup file. Another one focusing on the MAC addresses. And here we see the the wire or the information that should be flowing on the wire while we are conducting the training session. So here I have a neutrino attack scenario. It's an exploit kit delivering an attack. And here, I hope you can see that, we have scenario where this computer, 10.6.21.104, is being attacked by 62.138.139.110. So I'm going to take these two addresses and I'm going to replace them with something random. So just to make things very clear, I will replace those addresses with, let's say, for example, 10, 11, 12, 13, and the attacker machine with 44, 55, 66, 77. So it's easy to see. At the same time, we can go a little bit further and check over here the MAC address, in this case of the infected machine or the victim. So we are going to try to replace this address as well. So we are going to replace 0008 021C47AA with dead beef. So we are ready. We are going to as well set the pickup name. And let's get started. Everything should be clear. So here we can see one example coming with the client, 10, 11, 12, 13. And the same over there applied to the attacker, in this case, for 4, 5, 5, and so on. If we take a look at the traffic here in Wireshark, we should also see that the MAC address, let's see if it was correctly written, was 0008. 021C47. Okay, sorry, it was AE. Live demos. Sorry for that. Okay, so if we go back here to as well, we should see the info as well. And if we have a look at the MAC addresses, hopefully now I didn't make any mistakes. Okay, there we see dead beef. Okay. So a few tips, especially for the red teams. Well, if you're missing, especially on the Maligno module, this is now using communications, as you see, which can be customized with your indicators. But how about if we could even take it further and inject payloads? Well, this is a feature which is not implemented right now in version 3. However, Maligno 2, the version 2, is a standalone tool which supports both flexible command and control server communications plus payload or shellcode injection. So you can use it if you want to bypass AVs and inject whatever you want. It will come, as mentioned here, in the next versions of the Blue Team Training Toolkit. In addition to that, have you ever been in a situation where you have a tight blue team looking at everything and you need some sort of diversion so you can do what you need to do in the network without being detected? Well, if you have these kind of situations, like I have had sometimes, you can actually create network diversions by recycling or reusing network traffic. Let me give you an example. If you have a foothold in a network and you have VPN pivoting in place, usually Cobalt Strike or Metasploit Pro, they have these features. So when you have your VPN server running on the client, you will have a virtual interface on your machine. If you inject traffic on that interface with a pickup teller, the traffic will be sent to the target network. And if you have security countermeasures or for detection in place, that traffic should be visible and it should trigger alerts over there. So at that time, you could use the real-time feature in pickup teller to get the attack chain more realistic. And maybe while this diversion is occurring in the network, you can move on and do whatever you need to do without being detected, or at least hiding in plain sight. If you try using real network addresses, MAC addresses, and so on, the pickup teller module will also address the packets to the right destinations. And if you have routers in place, provided there are no firewall rules and so on, and routers will just route it. So if you have different segments, the traffic will flow from one to another, provided, once again, the network is allowing that. So where to find it? You can go to encrypto.no/tools. There you have the open source tools that we have released in addition to the Blue Team Training Toolkit. And well, if you have any questions, I will be happy to answer them. Thanks. Yeah.
Does the toolkit support resource files like Metasploit does, so script everything?
So the question is if we can export resource files just to maybe make things more automatic. I can say that the Maligno version 2, it does that. This one has not the feature yet, but it will come. The idea is to give well, an environment which is known to most security professionals, and in this way, once again, have less preparation time while preparing your training session. So it will come. Yeah.
Are you going to keep a repository updated with new profiles, or are you just leave that down to individuals?
So the question is if the tool is going to be updated with new profiles and so on. Every time I release a new version, I tend to include something new. For example, profiles or cool functionality. So I will try to do that, but as you saw before, they are Python scripts, so even the community could actually exchange, and that's the idea. So you can do it in a much more efficient way if you can just pick what you want and for the simulation. Okay, then thanks.
Okay, quick announcement from us. There are two. First off, there is a hardware village that has been set up below. It's when you enter the area downstairs, the last room on your left, numbered 221. There's a hardware village set up in there. Go have a look. It's opposite the lockpick village. And the other announcement was that the BlackBerry people have somehow, somewhere provided BlackBerry muffins for anybody who's interested. So go downstairs, have fun, enjoy, etc.
Xbox remote.
I hate.
Hello? Okay, I can do this and this. I need a Britney Spears earpiece. Right, well, thank you for coming, everyone. Can you hear me without it? Yeah, you know what?
Use this one then.
Okay. Right. Does that? Hello? 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 Should be good. Show me my notes. Yes. Right. Well, thank you for coming. Welcome to my talk. It's a bit of a long title. Did anyone go to ChrisCon this year? Oh, this is good. This is good because you haven't seen the talk. Right. My name's Neil Lyons. I'm on Twitter. That's my name on Twitter. I reply back to people. I talk to people. Feel free to add me, I'd appreciate that. I'm involved in a range of pen testing. I'm a pen tester. I do infrastructure testing, web app testing, a lot of social engineering, internal and external. External social engineering is definitely my favourite. Internal social engineering I do a lot of, but I tend to get quite nervous when I do it. I'm here today to share some tips and tricks with you all. Much of what I cover today is actually quite old, but previously talking to people, I found that a lot of people don't do this or don't know about it. And it's something that really interests me, so I wanted to talk about it. I'm interested in functionality of operating systems. I tend to find 0 days, they're a stupid price, they don't always work. Companies won't buy them. It's just not for me. I'd rather attack something that's already there. You all know this, there's no point keep going on about it, but generally attacking with functionality, you're less likely to get picked up by antivirus. Right, SMB. We all know SMB, we've all seen it. There's a nice little pretty picture of it. The following discovery in 1997 by Aaron Spangler was that if you add a file and an IP address to an IE request, a web request, you can initiate an SMB request. This was an incredible discovery, and it shows you how old it is. So what does this mean? It means UNC abuse. In 2016, it's actually more problematic, I can't say the word, than back then. UNC has been included in lots of functionality, lots of browsers, support, and you'll see later on why. Right, so quick introduction. What is UNC? UNC is Universal Naming Convention. It's a bit boring, there's some videos later, it gets more interesting. It's used to specify the location of a resource, share files, share drives, things like that. Social engineering. Right, we all know about social engineering. I'm going rapid. I just realised I need to slow down. I do this every time. I do my talk in 10 minutes. I will literally be done. Right, SMB, UNC. Yeah, a lot of people say it's boring. I still think it's great because it's a function that's very, very exploitable. You combine that with people, which are the most exploitable. Two of my mates dropped in. Nice of you to join me. Combine it with people, functionality and people together, and you're onto a winner in my mind. So as pen testers, are we pen testers in this room? Thank you, there's some of us. Thank you. We love attacking things. We love getting into things. We generally, a lot of people say they enjoy internal testing. May not like travelling, but once we're there, a lot of us like attacking things. It's a lot more fun, it's a lot squidgier, it's great. We love also being remote because we can work from home. So if you can combine sort of internal testing with remote testing, that's a winner in my mind. Right, before we start social engineering, there's the reconnaissance period, and I'm going to talk a little bit about reconnaissance. This is another area of interest for myself. Classic tools for reconnaissance. You would have all used these, or know of them, or heard of them. Harvester, MetaGoofball, ReconNG, very good. Foca, I should say. This is a PG, sorry, there's no kids in the room, but my kids will watch it probably at some point. They're automated. They have limitations. They can be complex. They don't always work very well. Rely on sort of API keys. They're not always that intuitive to use. Here's classic examples of manual approaches. We all know about LinkedIn. It's very, very nice to sort of search people out, look at businesses, get a good feel for the business. Facebook, fantastic source. Go to a corporate website. Look at the likes on pictures. Who works for a corporate company here and occasionally likes the corporate pictures? You're kind of encouraged to do it. You feel part of the team. I went to that party, I went to that night out with the company. I like it. Well, I'll come along and I'll scrape them names off because I know that the majority of people who like corporate sites are quite often internal employees. So that's a great source for usernames. Google Images. Who uses Google Images here? I discovered this a few years ago and it just blew my mind. Drag an image, drop it in, it does a search on it. It's incredible. Yeah, grab someone's profile picture, drop it in, and sometimes you get lucky and correlate it to another profile. Even luckier if you correlate a business picture to something like Facebook, or even better, Plenty of Fish or something like that. Really onto a winner there. Pipple's a bit... I'll go to... I'm low. Social engineering, I'm getting in. Let's get this right, I don't care, I'm getting in. Pipple's a bit filthy. It's a people search engine. I probably shouldn't put it on my slides. It's not very corporate. I occasionally use it. You drop a name into it, an ex-girlfriend, and find out what they're doing. Adobe. We all know about Adobe, and I'll get back to that. Right, my friend's face is starting to light up at this point. LinkedIn, I'll explain why in a minute. LinkedIn is a great source, paying to sort of scrape from manually. Most automated tools can be complex. Anyway, one of my friends came up with a tool called Prowl. And anyone here use Prowl? Good. It's good. It seems to be just nurtured through this Prowl. Please, it's on my friend's GitHub. And I should give you Matt's name. Matt, well, there you go. Matt Pickford.
It's in the Pentesters framework as well now.
Oh, there you go. It's in the Pentesters framework. So, I have the name down here. David Kennedy. Pentester framework. I know David Kennedy from Twitter and other places, but I'll forget names from doing the talk. Fantastic tool. I'll explain why now. Basically, you give it a domain name, and you then basically give it a style of email address that you're looking for, and it will go to LinkedIn for you, scrape it, and chuck them out. You can get like 50 to 100 email addresses in seconds. And what makes it even cleverer is Matt's included all the LinkedIn dumped hashes, and it tells you whether they've been compromised at the same time. So you've got a nice little report that you can use ourselves for usernames, email username enumeration for web app testing, remote SC, you've got your email addresses, it's fantastic. You can also say to clients, these people, they're compromised on your internal side, their passwords are. Password reuse is massive. So you can turn around to clients and say, there you go, have a list of people who are compromised. I use that tool a lot. Sorry, enough sales there. Right. Adobe breach, LinkedIn, Muslim Match is a new one. They're all gifts that keep giving. I crack passwords, a lot of us crack passwords, we enjoy it, it's fun, it's nice to turn around with a massive database of password hashes and throw a dictionary at it or try and physically crack them. The thing about social engineering, it's not really about that so much anymore. The passwords, while are useful, you can see if password reuse has happened and you can try and authenticate with their OWA using the passwords from LinkedIn or something like that. Generally find that these sites don't force complexity. So they're pretty useless, like Apple or one or ... is their passwords on these sites. What they are useful for is email addresses. Again, you've got a nice little dump there. You can just drag in any email addresses that you didn't get with Prowl. You can then look at these other things and drag email addresses out for companies. So we've got email addresses. I'm trying to slow down. We've got email addresses. What do we do now? If you're going to send an email to a company, if you're going to spoof an internal address and then send it to internal people, it has to look the part, it's got to look real. And the best way to make something look real is to get a signature and get an email from them to get a feel for what it's like. Now, you can cheat, because as a pen tester, you have scoping calls and chats and you can talk to the client. They're going to send you an email. And I try never to use that, because I just see it as cheating. But what I generally do is I will look at their website and I'll find a contacts page, or sales page is even better, and just fake an interest. Say, I'm interested in your product, explain. Or how much is this? And within 5 minutes, you normally got an eager salesperson phoning you up. Tell them that you want it in an email to show to someone senior in your company, and bang, you've got an email from them. So you can see their internal emails, you can see what they look like, you've got a signature from it. You've got the style of email. Right, I should very quickly explain what you'll use for that email. Well, no, I'm getting forwards. I'll come back to that. So you've got a legitimate email from people. So what about UNC? How can we initiate SMB connections in Outlook and Office and lots of other things? Has anyone ever done UNC exploits here? Brilliant. So you'll know this. But for people who haven't, in Outlook, how do you do a UNC exploit? I'm not sure if you can see this very well on the board. You write your email. We've made some changes to your internal SharePoint. Please click here to check you can still authenticate. You right-click the click here and you do hyperlink. And what you do then, you just add a file, // your external IP address, which I will not put on my slides, and then you do a fake directory. That is it. That is a UNC save. And then you can send them the email. That'll work when they click on that. Now, I'm not going to tell you what happens when they click on it yet, for people who don't know. I'll get to that. Outlook. My friend showed me this. Very, very easy to do. There is a Metasploit module that will take any kind of document, I mean Word documents, or should just PowerPoint, but it's definitely Word documents, and it will just ask you for a remote host IP address, and it spits it out. That's great, but there's occasionally times where you like to sort of do it yourself. You do little tweaks, because another good thing about it is you can put HTTP address in it as well. I might get to that later. But how you do it in Word, you click Quick Parts, go to Field, go down to Include Picture, and then again, just put the UNC link in until data not stored in the document, and then hit Go. That's it, your Word document is weaponised. It is ready to be sent to people. And here you go, here's an email. The kind of thing I'd send to people on tests. Talking about SharePoint, there's your hyperlink, ready to go. Now, when I previously said you get an email from someone, I said I'd get back to it, I'm going to now. I'll take the email from them, I'll save it as a HTML or HTM as files as they are in Outlook, and before I forward, I'll forward it to myself. Before I save it, I'll forward it to myself, and I'll tweak their email. I'll delete all my signatures, all the other signatures. Just keep their signature, and delete most of their text, and then just change it to what I want. So I've got the same font as them, and I've got the same signature, and then I'll forward that to myself, and then I'll save it. I now have their email customised how I like, and I can drop my UNC link into it. So it looks legit, it feels legit, it hopefully sounds legit. Right, so you email it into a client, and you hope that they click on it. If they do, that's what you get. Username, domain name, and the password hash. That's the important bit. Literally, I do this all the time on SE tests. I'll send emails to people. Normally, I'm pretty bad. I have like reconnaissance day, and then I'm supposed to start testing the next day. Normally towards the end of the day, I'm getting bored and itchy, and I think, stuff it. So I'll send 20 or 30 of these in. And if they're vulnerable to it, and I'll get to that later, almost instantly you get clicks, you get hashes sent to you. So it's like you're not quite ready to go, but it's a good start. So you've got username, you've got the domain name. Also, the domain name is really important. Once you've got on the inside, you want to be able to see that instantly. Right, this is something while sort of testing all this I came across. I noticed with Outlook, if you send an email to people and you do a hyperlink and you put an IP address in it and then send it, they receive it and they get that phishing attempt. Like, whoa, scary, don't click on it. No one wants red banners when they're sending it to clients. When you do a UNC link, so instead of an IP address, you've got a UNC link in it instead, you get nothing. Microsoft think that's not dangerous, they accept it. I find that quite amusing. Right. Next slide, we're now ready for the first demo. Are there any questions from anyone as we go along, by the way?
I've got a question.
Go for it.
Do any vendor products stop those connections going out, or is it enabled?
Yes, I'll get to that. Obviously, anyone here who comes from a firewall background, I think, how the hell does this happen? I'll get to that in a minute. I've come across this before. I have to physically close my slides, or else it won't let my desktop for the video. I used to embed my videos directly into my PowerPoint presentations, and I found it often rendered them and looked horrific. So I kind of stopped doing that, and I now do this, which is a bit botched job, but it works. Right. So I've just received an email, and I've got my listener. So these are two separate machines. This is a remote machine. You can do this across the internet. Add attacker listening. This is a client that just received the email. We hit go. Bang, that quick. Across the internet, it's that quick as well. I'll never get bored of this. Interestingly, You get that afterwards. I've had so many people email me back saying, I've got a problem, it hasn't worked. It has. You can't tell them that. I sometimes lose 10, 20 minutes on a test just having amusing conversations with people, supporting them.
Does that open up chances to go further with them in terms of social engineering, because it opens up a dialogue with them?
It does, and I said, I'll go to, nothing will stop me. I'm no level this I'll go. I've had conversations with people where I've physically supported them by sending them a document in afterwards to explain how to do it with a shell in it, but we're jumping the gun. I feel sorry sometimes. Like clients, this is a question I always get from clients. Can I have a list of the users who clicked on it? And I'm quite crafty. If I get into someone's OWA, I'm going to get a dump of all of their email addresses. So we're talking sometimes like thousands of people. And Matt's there just thinking, shut up, Neil. I will send an email to all 1,000 of them. And out of that, 70% will click on it. So it's like, you want a list. You can't, they want a list because they want 4 or 5 people and they want to go, why have you done this? And make a fool out of them, and go, this is wrong. Or use it for internal training, maybe. If it's like hundreds and hundreds of people, they've got the problem, really. You know, there's something going wrong there. Something's fundamentally broken if all the users are doing it. That's my opinion. Right, so what am I doing now in this next video? Here you go, I'm clicking it again, there you go, I'm getting hashes. Right, now, something that's interesting, I'm going to go on to the Word document now. If you watch, this is personally interests me, another little thing in Windows which is funny. If you copy it to the desktop and open it, you get no warning. And I opened it and we've got hashes. So just open the document. If you copy it to the desktop, you get no warning and you get hashes. Now, if you open it directly from the email, you get that at the top, saying protected mode or safe mode, click enable to enable it. The minute they enable it, you get that. It's just knowing little tricks like that. Maybe you want to then, in your email, say to people, copy it to your desktop somehow. I personally think saying stuff like that to people in an email seems a bit suspicious and they're going to get a bit like, I don't like that. Right, I'm going to skim through them quickly. Can I skip slides to? No. Thank you, Microsoft. Right, so that was the first video done. Interesting, I wanted everyone to know this. I get my VMs from Microsoft, they give them out free. I think we're allowed to use them. It's on their website, you just download them. And the reason why I like this is they're typical builds, I think, in my mind. They're built for developers, so they come with like all versions of IE. But does anyone download their VMs from here? Wicked, wicked, brilliant. Best machines in the world. Whenever I do like a demo like this, I just spin up a new one, so I know I haven't messed with it. The other thing is you'll spot in my videos, I don't tweak things like warnings. I like the warnings. I don't want to disable them. I want to always see them. I want to know exactly what is warning and what's not warning me. Right, the question from yourself. What am I doing? I'm going the wrong way. I'm very smooth. Right. Is there something to stop this? Here's the answer. We all know that firewalls, inbound rules, are really, really tight. 80.443 is pretty common. You don't expect to see much more than that. Sometimes you might see a few other ports. Fair enough. Outbound rules, you generally find, are not restrictive. And I know a lot of you thinking, how can that be so? Well, I do test a lot, and I find that people click on it, and SMB, port 445, comes flying outbound, so I know they're not restricting it. And this is everything from private to public sector. Really, really weak outbound firewall rules. Secondly, remote workers. There's the split tunnel versus no split tunnel argument of networking. Do you allow internet access directly outbound while they're connected to the VPN, or do you force them to come out of your corporate policy? Now, the secure solution is you force them to their internet to traverse the, traverse that right word, to go across the VPN and come out so you can control it. But the reality is that's not default settings, and most people don't do that. So the internet breaks out instantly out of the home router. So you can have the best outbound policies in the world ever, but I'm talking to people who are working from home, and there's no protection, and they're clicking, and I'm still getting hashes. Right, some of you will be thinking, well, you've got a password hash, you have to crack it. I use Rocktastic. Anyone here who's not from Latitude heard of Rocktastic? Silence, golden. It's a dictionary I created, and in a few slides' time I'm going to get onto why I created it and the differences between it. I took RockU, I added words of interest, towns, cities, names, top 1,000 male, female names. Football clubs is a massive one. I see Liverpool one all the time. I lowercased it all, and then I copied it and cloned it and cloned it and cloned it. And each time I cloned it, I did things like A's to at symbols. Now I know some of you are thinking, rules, why not rules? The quick answer is, it speeds it up if you're not using rule, but I will get to that on my slide. Anyway, I combined it back together, and you end up with 1,133,000,000, blah, 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 a lot of unique passwords. I throw that at the hashes I collect, and yes, you crack a lot. Are there any questions about that? Very, very good question. You made my day. About 50 people download it a day, so I know it's popular. On Twitter, at the top of my thing, I've got a link to it. I haven't got a link here, which I should do. Now, in this demo, I was going to show you cracking the password hashes. Does anyone need to see this demo? Does anyone want to see the demo of just cracking password hashes? It's 2 seconds long. Okay. You have seen it before, Dave? Oh, yeah, you have.
I've cracked password before, so I've seen it before.
Right. For the demo purposes, I'm not using Locktastic because on my laptop, 1 billion passwords, even with one hash, takes about 2 minutes to get through. Interesting, it takes about 2 or 3 minutes to get through. So if you get a password hash, how long does it take you to crack it? It's just 1, 2 or 3 minutes. But for this video, for this purpose only, I'm using a cut-down version of the dictionary. And here you go, with John the Ripper. I personally use Hashcat more now, but when I did these videos a long time ago, I was using John the Ripper a lot. And bang, done. There you go. It's not a particularly complex password, as you can see. It meets Microsoft's complexity settings for the main password complexity. A lot of people will, when enterprises started to enforce Microsoft's complexity, users would go, well, I've got my password, I don't want to change it, so I'm going to capitalise the first letter because Microsoft says I have to. I'm going to stick a number in it or a special character because Microsoft says I have to, and that's it. So they took their initial word and just made it suitable for the complexity settings. Worth pointing out, if anyone is thinking, why don't you use rules? Dave might be interested here now. I've started using them.
Was it me who forced you to use it?
Over the years, it's like, no, just use rules, use rules. I started using it with Hashcat, because Hashcat is, as we all know, a lot quicker if you've got a decent graphics card. Having a really good graphics card, or what we call the Beast, it gives us an ability to be able to use ridiculously long passwords, password word lists, with rules, and do it in a reasonable amount of time. So I got interested, and I started, it's one of my things at work, I've been told to sort of look into this more in depth. And I started doing it, and I've created my own Hashcat rule set, which, anyone heard of the Hob rules? Well, I looked at Hob's rules, they're really good, I was really impressed. We've got 2 in his GitHub. The first one is really good, it's quite simple, he calls it, and I was impressed. The second one is insane. Even with like 4 graphics cards, you're still talking days, weeks, months to crack things. But I know why he's done it. Anyway, so what do rules do for people who don't know? Rules will take a word list, a standard word list, and they will lowercase or uppercase letters. They will append characters to the start or end. They will only append characters that you've told it to, and they will only uppercase or lowercase where you've told it to. They will duplicate sections as defined, so password could become, let's say, password, password. They'll reverse words as well, if defined, if told to, so I won't say password backwards, and replace letters with characters. What they don't do, which is what Rocktastic did do, in the day, was they didn't have football teams. It doesn't do anything magic. It literally just does what you tell it to do. It doesn't add additional content. And when I'm doing internals, I started noticing a lot of people are using football teams. Cities is a massive one, like London. Go to London, a lot of them will have London as their password. Liverpool will have Liverpool as their password. Manchester, you see where I'm going. It doesn't do that. So I'll be getting hashes, and let's say using RockU and using it with rules. You're still not going to crack them. You have to have a good dictionary to start with. So if you look at the LinkedIn dump, there's 36 million SHA-1 hashes, I believe. With Rocktastic on its Jack Jones, it took it 3 hours and 33 minutes. Using the Hob 64 rule, which I do like, it took it 12 hours and 48 minutes. So you can see there's a difference. Now, if you're thinking, what the hell were you doing that on? Well, obviously, we've all got one of these at home, haven't we? Just lying around. We've got a 20K machine just sitting around to be used. No, unfortunately, the reality is, we got one of these. So I think you just need a good sized dictionary when you're on the road, or if you want to get a hash quick, and you just want to have a good, quick go at it. Right, so we've got domain creds. Is everyone happy with that? No questions? Right, we've got domain creds. External tax services. One-factor authentication. It's massive still. Why are people not using two-factor? I don't know. So many tests I find there's no two-factor. It's ridiculous. So you've got creds. What can you access? Well, we know these are the classics. Outlook, I said earlier, I'll go on and get everyone's email address at that point. Citrix. Citrix is great. It's not, someone slapped me here. It's not quite a VPN. It gives you a kind of restrictive access to what they want you to. And you can sit there and you can do a breakout test. It's good. You can see what you can access. You can still get information from it. This, the gift that keeps on giving. I love Office 365. Who uses it here? How do you feel about it? It's great. I tell you what, right, Office 365 is fantastic for centralisation, central management, business users. It's great. It's cheap, really, really cheap. It's supposed to be easier to support. It's going to be an MCSC in Office 365. Probably. It's just like, but what I personally don't think it does, and I've noticed with Office 365, when you read the literature, normally somewhere at the bottom in small is security or secure. I don't think it's very secure. By default, it's one-factor authentication. So previously, we've got Outlook, we've got Citrix. Now, Excel, Word, PowerPoint. This is the best one. OneDrive, which I've found on many tests, maps to their C drive or their personal drive. You know, what do attackers want? They want documents normally. It's like if you're going to embarrass someone or you're going to make money from someone, you want documents on that person. It's all there now. If you use it, two-factor authentication. It's definitely the way to go. Microsoft have an app for it, and it can be done. These are our text messages, I believe. Right, this is the best. I just get really happy at this point. SSL VPNs. I come from a network background. I used to have to do RAS VPNs for people. They were pretty hard to configure. SSL VPNs, you just turn them on. You tick a box, and it's pretty much done. Connect it to AD. Yep, done. Wicked. No two-factor authentication. We don't need it, so we'll give them access now. So, use a VPN. You're SSL in. You're on their internal network. So you've sent an email. Let's say within 5 minutes you've got 20 or 30 different hashes. You've cracked 10, maybe 9, 10 of them. So within 10 sort of minutes, 15 minutes, you're on the internal network. I don't have to travel 2 hours in a car. I can do it remotely now. Says what I've just said. Okay, so we're on the inside. I'm about to show you an example of the typical sort of thing I do. Now, this is quite high level, but I'll talk people through it a little bit. So we're on the inside network. Metasploit. Yes, we use it, we know about it. Using the credentials stolen from the external side. Reword that. Any internal with credentials is so much easier. First thing I do on an internal is try and get credentials quickly. Once you've got credentials, you can enumerate things, you can start to look for things. That's exactly what I do. I start looking for misconfigured network shares. So I'm on the external side, using Metasploit. I start looking for any misconfigured network shares. That means anything writable access and a $C or an admin dollar. Now, how often do I find that a standard user is allowed access? 90% of my tests? That's pretty shocking. It's pretty bad. If they don't, I'll have to spend hours trying to find another way, but I will. But that's pretty much what you find is very quickly you've found a writable share. The reason why a writable share is so good, because from a pentest background, you'll know if it's a writable share, you can upload a shell to it. So we talked this morning about Shelter, not Shelter, getting confused. You can upload a shell, and you're away to go. Right. So we're looking to exploit the network shares, which I've just discussed. I spoke about Veil, I meant to say, or Veal, not Shelter. Right, so we've got access onto the machine. We've got a shell. We're off. You need to elevate rights. Now, you're always going to try and get system. I know it's not an exploit, but it's functionality. But you're going to try it. And if they haven't got UAC, user access control, just make sure I'm getting the acronyms right, enabled on the machines, which a lot of people don't, because they find it annoying. It pops up saying you need administrative rights to run this. Anyway, if they haven't got that enabled, get system off and works. If it hasn't, you look very quickly for missing patches. Hopefully you get a missing patch that you can elevate. Anyway, let's say we have got local admin rights, the hashes, which is very, very common. What do you do next? Using those hashes, Microsoft doesn't need the password, as a lot of you know, it just needs the password hash. So we just spray it out across the network. Now, password reuse on the local administrative account is so common, it's unreal. People haven't heard of LAPS. Microsoft have tried to address this by allowing you to change every single local admin password. It scares people using it. I understand why it scares them, because when it initially came out, it knocked everyone out. But now it's usable, it should be used. But I find that local admin is the same on pretty much every internal I do. Local admin is on the same on every box. And anyone is thinking, why? If you have a server or a PC, you don't have to keep rebuilding it from scratch. So they take a copy of that. And because Microsoft doesn't sort the hashes, when you copy it over and over and over again, it just keeps the same hash. So if you pass that hash, which Microsoft accepts, it will let you log in with it. So you've gone from 3 or 4 credentials, SSL VPN, you're winning, you're in, you found shares you can write to, you've got a shell on it, you've got a local admin, you've sprayed it out, and all of a sudden you realise you've got 90 to 100 machines that you can now access. That's pretty interesting, I think. Right, so you access your target. Enumerate data. Who's had a Mimikatz? We've spoken about this morning. There you go, you're off. Mimikatz will read or give you the password in clear text of the presently logged on user. So all these machines here, you can now see all the users' passwords. In a very short time, with no prior knowledge, remote location, complete asset compromise. Domain administrative accounts. I'm told it's not the only reason why we break in and do internals. Very common that we'll get domain admin doing this, from this sort of attack. Right, so we'll look at some real world examples. Who likes receiving phishing emails? Yeah, they're amusing often. You just look at them, incredible. This was the best one, it came to me, and I'm thinking, I wanted to reply. The NatWest team have decided to email me. Where have they emailed me from? Well, looking it up, it seems to be from North Carolina. I'm starting to think that's a bit suspicious. That is an example of the real world people out there. That's actually quite a good one. My boss sent me this. That one he had. If anyone could read this, it's just painful. I'm having the computer supporting business for Middle Eastern community. I'm not going to carry on reading it because it's just dreadful. It doesn't even have anything to click. I don't even know if there's an attachment. I think it's just someone sitting there randomly trying to pwn people with no macros in Payload, in documents. They've got no UNC. It's just dreadful. Right. Hopefully people will follow me at some point on Twitter. Anyone who does presently follow me on Twitter, there was people ages ago moaning about recruiters. Recruiters, who gets recruitment emails all the time? Who gets them sent to their corporate email address? Yeah. I know, shocking idea. Literally, it's like there's a line you cross. I'm trying to poach you from an actual business via their mail system where their system admins can read it and people. It's just wrong. Anyway, so I'll reply back to this recruiter and say, stop sending those bloody emails. And he's got nothing. So I sent it back to his manager going, can you stop your employee from sending it to my corporate email? I've got nothing. A few months later, I got another one. So we're chatting about this on Twitter, and I said, stuff it. I'm going to use them as templates. So there I am. I'm telling people that's it. I'm going to add them as templates, get access into their devices. And here you go. Here's the example. So any recruiter who watches this at any point, you send me an email, that's going to happen. They're about to be probably fired after this. There's another one. These work incredibly. It's scary how successful these are. You don't hit your top people with these. You hit your normal employees like ourselves, and you find so many disgruntled employees, so many people looking for something. You don't even have to write much in them. You just suggest that there might be something better out there. People have a nose. They'll click on it. They'll want to see. You're just getting hash after hash after hash. Right, so I had a test recently. This is a really good test for me. I had a really hard test, and they were really impressive. These are Palo Alto, and I know it's advertised Palo Altos, but it pretty much blocked every email I sent in. I've never come across those, but it just blocked everything. And they blocked my first initial emails that I sent, the sort of internal emails with the SharePoint style thing, and they blocked it because it was spoofed. They looked at the domain to the IP address. The Palo Alto did apparently automatically and said, no, you're not getting it. Blocked it. I thought that was quite impressive. So how do I get around it? Any ideas? What's that, sorry?
Don't spoof.
Don't spoof. Very good answer. Don't spoof. No, send it from Yahoo. I said before, I don't give up. At least we don't give up. How do you? I feel like I fail if I have to give someone a report and I haven't at least attempted properly. I wouldn't sleep. Right, Yahoo, Gmail, Reg123, they're legitimate email accounts. They're not spoofed. Who would send these? Small little businesses might. Small little businesses who aren't that IT savvy, they're very capable of using Yahoo still or Gmail as their corporate email. So there you go, that was sent in with an attachment. It worked. Right, I kind of mentioned this earlier. Here it is. When you open a Word document, protected view. Everyone's seen that, right? Has anyone ever read it? Just check it. People just click it, and they click it and click it and click it. I've got my notes here. I need to just get this correctly. Basically, I spoke to a lot of people about this, and the general answer is it's just fatigue. People are fed up of it and just want to click it and get on with it. My theory is this, potential theory. Microsoft Word opens up by default in protected mode in something called print mode. And we write things in web mode. Now, the second you press that, it goes from print mode to web mode automatically. So it's kind of like saying, if you just keep doing it, keep pressing it, it'll put you to where I want you to be, or where you want it to be. So people have got used to that. They look at it, they think it's formatted incorrectly, it looks weird and random, so they just click it and then instantly it formats correctly. So I kind of think it's messed up here. It should keep you in the same mode, so you still have to then go down to the bottom and click the little icon to change it back into the mode that you read in. Right, this is when it starts getting actually exciting. Is everyone still enjoying this? Shall I carry on? This is when it starts to gear up again. Email's fantastic, always amuses me, keeps me happy. But this is just even better. This is when it goes up a level. Who's credential harvesting here? They don't do credential harvesting. I know a lot of this team do. We all do. We're at Netube, we do a bit of everything. It's how we like it. It keeps us entertained. Credential harvesting. We'll clone your website. And we will send people an email and say, please go to here and check your authentication still works. And people will stick their credentials in. And we get them in clear text. And we'll see them on the back end of the server we control in clear text. And it all looks legit. You can put HTTPS, an SSL certificate on it. It can make it look really, really nice. Sometimes I do this. It's really stupid, actually, but I like it. I'm that kind of person. I'll clone their Outlook site and I'll add their logo at the top to make it look pretty, even if their own one hasn't got that on. I just do it because I think it looks nice. It's a fine detail I just like doing. And I'll everyone close your ears here, one of my bosses. I'll sometimes spend 15 minutes doing it to make it look pretty nice paint. There goes my raise. Right, looking at the bottom of the source code of it, one of my colleagues said to me, one of my colleagues and me, we worked on this for a long time together, and he said, drop it in an image tag, see what happens. So I thought, that's wicked. So we drop it in an image tag, and bang, you get hashes just from viewing it with IE. So if you use IE, and you go on the internet, and you look at that website, you're sending us the hashes, as long as 445 outbound is allowed on the firewall. And if you think about who would do that, who would be smart enough to just look at it but not put the credentials in? Generally the IT team, who know about the test. And they're the ones who are DA, they've got domain admin. That's painful. So you never slap the hand that feeds you, but it's just so tempting. So often they'll get a little email back from me midway through a test. Cheers for the credits.
That works in Edge and latest IE?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yep, Edge don't care. Edge is free, yeah. It's good. The only way to not be, okay, the best way to that is block 445 outbound on the firewall. If you're not blocking 445 on outbound, you've got a problem with your network engineers. That's not right. They should always block 445. They should block everything outbound, apart from the exact ports they require. The outbound rule should be literally as restrictive as the inbound rule. Minus that, if they refuse to do it, Firefox, arguably, but I'll get to this later, and Chrome, arguably. There's discussion of Firefox supporting it natively. They kind of toyed with the idea. It has a legitimate function. A lot of people get annoyed. I'm on a website, I want to be able to open my share folder. I don't know why, but people do. And there's discussion about Firefox going to officially support it or not. I'm reading it all the time, so eager. Right, so if you drop an image tag in with a UNC link, it looks like that. And what my friend at work did, which was really clever, he got a list of like 1 million of the top most malware sites out there, and he trawled them all for that. Obviously not the IP address. He'd searched and scraped for the word file, .. / even, and he found nothing. Yeah, I was a bit surprised. We were both so happy. We were like, this is going to be incredible. We've got a pie chart and go, 20% of these malicious people out there are doing this. I don't think they are. Anyway, there is another theory. You can obviously tweak the code to look different. If you look at the bottom, those two are exactly the same thing. Now that's obvious to me, obvious to yourselves now. That is not so obvious. It does exactly the same thing. Right, I want to show you a demo of this. This one, I think, is the good one. Right, so there we are. There's a very legitimate looking known website. And there's the listener. Right, so refresh the page, nothing. Open up the source code, drop the tag in. Save it. Someone asked me why I don't do live labs because they go wrong. Yeah. There you go, refresh. We've got hashes. So just viewing the site, you get hashes, which is exactly what I just said. Are there any questions about that?
Hang on.
Feel free.
You keep saying 445.
Yes.
If you just block 445, it'll fall back to 139.
Interesting. Interesting. Thank you very much. I've learned something. So there you go. To be fair though, I shouldn't be telling clients to just block one port outbound.
just in case everyone's, well, if I just block 445, we're all set.
This is the difference we were joking around earlier. The difference between me being ethical and not ethical. There's always that little bit in the back of your head you think, that's not going to be so fun next year, I'm going to retest it. But we're paid to tell them the honest truth. So. Right, I will get down. Right, so here we go. Right, now, when I initially did, I don't like the term research. It makes me sound like I'm some sort of professional kind of scholar person.
You sat around looking at the internet for a bit.
Yeah, I googled it. I never went to uni, I never went to college. So for me, I left school with nothing and slowly worked my way up. I did horrible jobs wrapping cling film around pallets for ages, cutting and burning my fingers, looking at people in offices thinking, that's the job I want. I don't know what you do, but I want it because it's clean and it's nice and you treat it with respect. I got a job in the office delivering mail. So I'm like a 19-year-old delivering mail, about 17, delivering mail, and not treated with respect. And realised quite quickly I didn't like it. So I went back to college at night time and did Cisco exams, networking exams, became a network engineer. I should have done this at the start. I need to fill some time. And basically went my way up. I'm a network engineer I worked for a long time, and then I got into security and I did security exams, certified ethical hacker, which we spit on. But I loved it at the time. I thought it was the best thing ever. It opened my mind. And then I joined a proper firm and I did CREST exams. So I did actually do proper pen testing exams, and that's how I am here today. So that's kind of my background with regards to research and how I've got to where I am. When I was researching this, I wasn't happy with the fact it was just IE. Now, the majority of users do just use IE in the corporate world. It's a massive amount of them use it. And when they don't use it, they'll have Firefox, but they'll also still have IE for those applications internally that only support IE. Who is writing applications only for IE? They need a slap. Right, so you don't use IE, yep, are you safe? Let's have a look. Who uses responder here? Good. Right, what you're about to see now is over HTTP. So it's not over SMB. So if you blocked everything, but you still allowed HTTP and HTTPS out, this will get you. Right, the difference is immediately you get the prompt, because responder will give you a prompt, so the HTTP. Now, I had a conversation with colleagues at Netitude, and they were saying, well, it's just credential harvesting at that point. It's not interesting. It's not such an exploitation. And would people put their credentials in or not? Yeah, they do, though. This is the thing, I've done it, and they do put the creds in. Now, initially, I got really excited, and I heard a rumour that I thought proxies will auto-populate that for you. Now, I think it's pretty ruled out that now. I mean, from research, that's pretty much not a goer. So when I've done this, I'm getting hashes this way. People are actually typing them in themselves.
And from experience from internals, when I've done sort of web app internals, is a classic example of this. If it uses a proxy, that'll come up anyway. And I have to put in the domain credentials that I've been given to do the web app test internally. So it kind of is a legitimate function that people will fill in. So here you go, I'm filling it in. Hit send, bang, there you go, across the internet, HTTP hashes. It's not the best, but it does work. It's just another way, is what I'm trying to say. And there you go, in the source code. Right, so that will affect any browser. Don't know about Safari, actually. Interesting. I'm not trying Safari, but what corporate user sits on their phone in their office trying to connect to an internal site? So, right, one click is all it takes. So we've had hashes. Hashes are fantastic, but I have been doing this now for a couple of years, and I'm getting a little bit bored of just doing hashes. I'm very interested in, can you look at a website and get a shell off it, just looking at it? Now, unfortunately, I'm not about to launch a 0-day. It's not, so far I haven't found a way. And I've been reading lots of other people's really good research on this, and I don't know of a way. There's some clever things you can do, but just looking at it doesn't work. What I'm going to show you here in video 5 is what I think is the closest thing to it. That's my YouTube blog, if anyone's interested. Right, so you see there, I've got a normal SMB listener on Nextploit, and I've also got an interpret listener. Now this is interesting, I want to rewind that. This is a warning that people get. People are watching them getting a shell. So just from clicking, going to that website and clicking yeah, you get a shell and we get hashes. Now, I'll pause it at this point and I'll do it again. Right, so they click there, open. Now that, most people wouldn't have that warning. I have that warning because I like it. I wanted to keep it. Interestingly, you can't see very well, the publisher says Microsoft Windows. What? It's not Microsoft don't publish that. I did 10 minutes before. Don't know why. It's another little quirk of Microsoft that I love, these sort of things. There you go. Will people click on it? Will they not? All you got to do is tick it there and you'll never see it again. Most people will just do that. So we're getting hashes and we're getting an interpreter shell. So from the outside, view inside, clicking a couple of things. Interesting to point out, obviously, with the UNC, you don't have to click anything. That would just automatically happen. So even if they didn't click, you'd still get the hashes. Right, I'm going to show you the final one now, video. This is to show you that I use antivirus when I'm checking. Everything obviously has to go for antivirus because the last thing I do is get caught on a client site once you've sent them an email in. So this passes antivirus if you class Windows Defender as antivirus. It is. It's got its pros and negatives. I like it. They don't do it. They buy it, don't they? The database, the back end, they buy it from like 3 or 4 different vendors. So in essence, you're getting 3 or 4 different vendors in your AV. And I had a chat with someone recently, this week actually, about it. And he said it's brilliant for this and this reason. There's definitely pros and negatives for it. Interestingly, I'll just put the dig in while I'm here. Symantec and McAfee never find anything. They're the ones that are always out there. People pay a lot of money for them. Right, so this is interesting because if you look at the top, I'm mixing it up a bit here. CVs would often come as a PDF. So send them a PDF. So what I've done is a hyperlink in the PDF with UNC and a .hta file, which gives me a shell. So clicking on it, we'll see it again, bloody blast. This is just someone's CV. Click here for more information. Click here for, I don't know, something. Give them a reason. Make it legit. There you go. You get a shell from it. This sort of thing works. If you have an SC target, it's something I do, another thing I do. I don't just see SC targets as, how do I word this? Basically, I won't just go credential harvesting or I'll email some people. No, I'll see if they've got any job pages on their site. And if it's in scope, if it doesn't go off to a third party, if I know it's internal, I'll do that. I'll send them a CV and stuff. I'll look at every angle. If it's a website, it's a gift. Just every angle you can think of, you want to have a look at with SC. If you can upload a file, send them a Word document with something in. If you ask for a CV, send them a PDF with something in it like that. Right, and again with PDF. Right, if people are interested, because a lot of people will be saying, well, .hta files, which I use the tool Unicorn by David Kennedy, worth mentioning for that, to create those. Really, really simple to use. Someone said to me, well, they don't work with IE settings. As I said earlier, I use the default VMs that I get. That's the default setting they come, medium high. And I've seen a lot of clients have their IE settings at that, and you've just seen it works. If you boost up that setting, the .hta, you won't get an interpreter shell off it, but you still get your hashes, interestingly. It doesn't stop UNC at all. I get really confused with UNC and UAC. It's the acronyms. Right. Are there any real questions now? Different questions towards the end? Please go for it.
So one little question. Does the recent WPAD patch, 16 something, stop this from working? Because they did change how your apps work. So does it still work for the latest patch?
What I can tell you is I update my VMs. I update to latest and greatest. And it hasn't stopped UNC. So I don't think they... I think we all have this concept. I don't know, I don't work for Microsoft. They sent me a cheeky email actually, I was tempted to reply. I don't think... I'm not sure they research this stuff. I don't think they say it's an exploit. It's a functionality. It's like if you were to delete it, it would break a lot of things on Microsoft's side. And I think that's the thing. I don't think it's legitimate. I think just let it go. I could be wrong. They might sit there hating it and spend all the time, how do you stop this? How do you stop this? That idiot's talking about it again. Stop him. I don't know. Any questions, please? We need to fill some time. I don't know how long I've been. I've got loads of messages. Phil, right.
Not quite a question. Do you know you were saying about the word lists?
Yes.
People may find this useful, may know about it, may not. There's a site, hashes.org, and it's kind of like a anti-cryptocurrency. You can join your Kraken rig, so ours is called the Kraken, to that. And you can download things like the LinkedIn breach, but they give you the full word list back, and they're great
cool.
to add to your word list. Which you get like the LinkedIn password.
Well, thank you for that. I appreciate if everyone heard that. So it's always worth... No one knows everything, always ask other people. I spend my entire life asking people things. Who's first? Fight out. Let's have a fight. Go for it.
So, like explicit proxies and things like that, do they not prevent anything like this?
Yeah, this is something I need to lab. It's something that I need to actually spend some time. It's hard because we all work. We don't have time. But the reality is, clients use them, and I'm still getting it. So I think the reality is, you can have all the toys in the world. Most people have got all the toys in the world, but it's not configured right. And that's no dig at any systems admin or anything. It's just, most people are just given something. Here's the the bullet or whatever. Here, this will fix it. And there's no training. So I don't know whether they're not configured correctly or whether they could. Yes, you probably could. You could stop all of this. If you just firewalled correctly, it would stop it. If you had, the biggest one is employer internal training. Talk to people. Tell them not to click on things. Tell them not to just go, yeah, send them a hash. That's the other thing, really. Does that answer that? Or I don't know. I can't answer you straight up, I'll be honest. I did a politician answer there, didn't I? Sorry, yes.
So basically what you're saying is you don't need a traditional phishing method of enter your password and you log into your SSH gateway. You'll just get them, click on the link and you're either booking them and dropping them a file or you're calling out to an SMB share and capturing your friends.
Precisely.
So it can just be a blank page.
You can. It doesn't have to be anything. No, it can be absolutely anything. You don't need to go as far as making it look pretty. I just like it for the screenshot for the report.
How do you tackle that? I know you're sending sort of images in your emails, and I know that Outlook and a lot of other emails.
I don't do that. That's interesting. Some of my colleagues do. They'll send an image in the email, and if you send an image in the email, you get the the crosses on the images, and it'll say download here. And what they do is very clever. They'll say, here's a picture of so-and-so on holiday, and they'll make it really enticing, and people will download it. And when you download the picture, it will then do the UNC request. We all have different techniques. I'm quite successful at what I do. They're successful at that. I don't like to give anyone a warning. If I can do it without a warning on the screen, I will. And if you have just a hyperlink, as long as you're not putting an IP address in there, it's a UNC link, you don't get any warnings. But what you've got to do is you've got to entice them to click on it. And spoofing an internal email and telling people that it's a new service, and there's either two ways of doing it. It's a new service that's so cool we're going to want to look at. That's really hard to get working. Or you say something like, check your credentials still work. And that will get them to click it. Are there any more questions?
Do you have an estimation on how many users, usually for a social engineering campaign, are clicking from mobile devices or from desktops?
Yes, I could. I can't just reel it off now. it's quite a few. I will see Safari a lot in the log file, especially when we do credential harvesting, and you see the credentials back end on an Apache server on the log file. You'll see exactly what browser they've used, and loads, absolutely loads, are using Safari. And yeah, that will stop me. You know, if they keep using Safari. But the reality is, your internal users, if you're sending 50 emails in, all different levels, a lot of users, most companies out there still don't give people nice phones. They'll be just using their normal desktop PC. But yeah, you definitely do see that. Yeah, at some point I'll get around to having a look at exploiting that, because there's going to be a massive areas of exploitation there. It's just like mobile testing. It's humongous. The apps that are out there are dreadfully written. It's going to be loads of exploits. Go for it. I don't know, who are you?
Yeah, we're in the NetShoe group. Yeah, so about the proxy thing, just by chance really, about a year or so ago, I was doing some testing with a client that they wanted everything, even internal resources going through TMG. And it's how they use TMG to use, well, domain-related creds, domain-related groups, so they use AD to decide whether or not you could access particular internal websites. One of the things I've realised is that the file URI, I can't remember what you describe it now, but the initial part of the URL, file stuff bypassed it directly.
There you go.
So it only handled HTTP, HTTPS.
She doesn't care about UNC.
Files that go around it.
Functionality. Thank you for answering that. That answers your question up there. Yeah. A correctly configured proxy by obviously a Microsoft engineer knows what he's doing and he just slipped through.
Yeah, so well, to be honest, that's TMG. I've only tested with TMG, but I would suspect that Squid or any other HTTP proxy would only handle HTTP, not file.
Yeah, but if the file is configured to block out those 445 incidents, or if it redirects you through the proxy.
30 seconds left now.
Final question, anyone? Just before everyone runs off, there again, there's my Twitter. If you have any questions, my DM's on all the time, feel free to send me a message. Thanks. Right.
Fantastic talk. Thank you. I didn't know about a lot of that stuff. I've been doing it for years, so it's...
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
It's surprising, to be honest, that stuff's named, but at the same time it doesn't make sense for internet stuff. So.
It's just beautiful.
I some of the stuff you mentioned there.
Well, thank you. People are a little bit worried about me doing a talk here because I'm a little bit. This is my second ever conference, so I think people are a bit worried. But I'm glad that you said that. Thank you.
Definitely one of the best talks I've seen today. So
thank you. If you feed that back to someone, that'd be really good.
Yeah, I've no problem doing that. I thought you Netitude, right?
Yes.
I've no problem doing that whatsoever.
Thank you very much. Sorry, that's one.
Just a quick question. I do want to ask because it's a big question.
I'm afraid I couldn't bring the drink that I wanted to bring you, but I'll.
I got DisplayPort. Is that all right? Or do you need me to?
Yes.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's good. Is that good? Yeah.
And I leave what I see. The second I saw it, I thought that's ridiculous. It's signed by Microsoft.
You okay with using mics?
No, I'd rather not. And just speak loud if that's okay.
Yeah, you can just use this then, that's fine.
Got the JPEG download.
No, it's not one.
So if that gets around that,
was Unicorn, like Dave Purdy Unicorn, that's it. Interesting. I use it, it's .hta exploit, so it's very, very easy to use. You literally just get an over and it's probably
Nothing sensitive, don't plug it in because it's dumping here and out live on the internet, so anything sensitive needs to do it before.
Close everything. Where's the HDMI for this?
Just stick that in, I'll sort this out.
It's based on Linux, based on Linux.
Will it be split screen?
Pardon?
Will it be split, like, can I clone across IC?
Yeah, it should be able to.
Are they short on Mac to do that?
Yeah, you go to see up here, and then you just do mirror.
I don't want a mirror, I want to use a separate.
Oh, you want yeah, sure, just use separate. Alright.
Let's find out.
It's quite good cash back. We don't expect to
I wanted that, but I don't know if I can dollar.
It's in a PM, but it's true.
He said that's just a
Of course not.
Yeah.
It's all right. I did.
I'll let you in the way.
I think we're good. Can everyone hear me at the back okay if I speak without the microphone? Is that okay? So is everyone ready for some car hacking? That was dreadful. Is everybody ready for some car hacking? There we go. So sorry for the slight delay, but we're good now. I am Scott Helm, and I'm here to talk about some research that you may have seen recently that I took part in on hacking a car called the Nissan Leaf. I did this research with another researcher from Australia. You may have heard of him, called Troy Hunt. And I'm here today to talk through the actual technical details behind the hack that we performed. So I just want to get a few little things out of the way to save some time in the Q&A. Yes, I do drive an electric car. It's a slightly better colour than that. No, it isn't a milk float. For those of you that are into your vehicles, it's a common joke that I get. How big is the battery is usually the next thing that comes up. Enough to run your house for 2 days or more is the answer. Any electricians or hardware engineers in here that like details about electronics? We can take up to 50 kilowatts DC power into this, so we are playing around with a pretty hefty piece of equipment. People always ask me how far it'll drive, so 70 to 100 miles again, save the Q&A time later. And it cost me about £2.30 to charge it. So hopefully that's most of the Q&A out of the way, done and dusted. We can move on to some technical details. One of the things that initially interested me in the car was actually just how cheap it was, but the other thing was an application that came with the car. The Leaf dates back to 2011, and it came with an application called Car Wings. It was a very good selling point for the car, especially where I live, further up north in the Pennines. Typically it's really cold in winter, and we can do really awesome things like controlling the air conditioning and the heating from the app. You look outside, it's snowy and frozen, you can crank up the heating in your car and it'll de-ice itself. It's just a lazy IoT feature thing that we don't really need because we've lived without it forever, but it's cool and it's shiny, and this is what we got. With EVs being new as well, you can do things like check your battery status and your range, and it basically just hooks into the car systems and gives you access to some of the basic features in there and certain pieces of information. There is nothing particularly functional in it, it is kind of just IoT fluffiness. It's been around since 2011. The API that sits behind this particular application is an XML API. I'm pretty sure actually that Nissan outsourced the development of this, and that always goes really well, as I'm sure everybody here knows. And as a result of kind of all of the early adopters picking up EVs and being interested in electric cars, there's actually a lot of work done in documenting the API behind this. So when I did start to take some time looking at this, there's actually already a lot of stuff out there as well. To the point where it's basically fully reversed. You can literally go onto GitHub and download like an entire mapping of their API with every single possible parameter and thing that you can do with it. So the Car Wings API was really well documented. And as far as I could tell, the Car Wings API was actually secure. As far as I can tell. There was only one instance when I found the application was talking over HTTP, Nissan patched that out, and it was all pretty secure. But it was outsourced, it was terrible, it was hugely unreliable, and as a result, Nissan took a lot of flack for that. And they, oops, sorry.
Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot which slide I was on then. This is why you don't change slides before you talk, guys. So with the CarWings API, you have the application on your smartphone, Android or iOS, and that communicates with the vehicle via a proxy at Nissan. You don't actually get direct comms to the car. And this is one of the things that I was a bit miffed about initially when I started doing the research, was that I was kind of hoping I could go directly at the vehicle, which would have given me a little bit more flexibility than we had. But everything is actually proxied via Nissan. All the comms are secure, the API looked good. Nissan, interestingly then, send an SMS to the vehicle to kind of wake the car up. And I know this because if you dismantle your dashboard and take a little module out behind the dashboard called the TCU, which is the Telematics Communications Unit, there's a SIM card in there. And if you pop that SIM card into a phone, it registers to the network with an international number. If you then do any action on the application, the SIM card receives an SMS. The phone that it's now in gets an SMS. So I thought, awesome, this is great. I can just get the mobile phone number for this SIM card and then text commands at the car and kind of bypass Nissan in the middle here, who are terribly unreliable. It didn't work, unfortunately. If you trigger any of the actions in the application, the SMS that the car gets is actually generic. It is literally just a wake-up command. So all that we can assume at this point is that it wakes up possibly the data modem inside the car and it makes a connection back and then pulls some kind of command back from Nissan. So unfortunately, generic SMS wasn't something that we could use. But as I said a minute ago, because the application was so terrible and so unreliable, and Nissan took so much flack because their little part in the middle here kept not working, they built a new app called Nissan Connect EV. And it was basically exactly the same. It's got exactly the same functions, except it was a brand new application, and they moved over to using a JSON API. So they rebuilt the app and they rebuilt the API behind it to try and make it more reliable. It was released in December 2015. Most of the apps hit the App Store literally in the first days of this year, so it's only been around since January. As a result, it had very limited exposure. It's not had the kind of last 4 or 5 years of the EV community. They tend to be early adopters, people that are into technology, so they get a lot of scrutiny on these things. But I can say that the new API, the Nissan Connect EV API, was definitely not secure. So this is now how the new Nissan Connect EV app talks with the API. So I thought, okay, they'll have stood up a new API, kind of a similar model to before, but it actually wasn't. So the app still talks HTTPS, but they actually now talk to an API hosted by a third party. So again, we're going with the awesome third-party hosting, nothing can go wrong. Navi is the company that make the infotainment system, like the nav and the head unit and everything in the car. So they're now actually hosting the API that Nissan's application talks to. The really interesting part then is that they just hook into the existing CarWings system, which then just sends an SMS to the car, and they then just dial back. So it's exactly the same thing. I assume the comms between Navi and Nissan are secure. Unfortunately, I'd have to be like a tier 1 ISP to kind of see those comms. So we don't know exactly what's going on there. But there is some kind of link between them, and they literally just hook into the CarWings system, and it does exactly the same thing as before. It is slightly more reliable now because Navi can keep their API up, and I assume because they've alleviated a lot of load off Nissan, that they can kind of keep that going with more reliability now. So they've literally just added another link into the chain. So this is kind of where the problem starts. And if we want to get into these communications here somehow, if we want to start seeing what these messages and commands that are being sent backwards and forwards are, we need to get in the middle of one of these communication channels to start seeing what's actually going on. And the easiest one for us to get in the middle of is the one between the device and the Navi API, because we control the device, we control the phone, so I can do things like installing a certificate on there, getting a route cert on there, and starting to intercept the traffic. And it's exactly what I did. So if you ever want to become a little miniature NSA to your own device, you can get your phone. I use a program called Fiddler. There's a couple more. You can use Burp, Zap, things like that. Any kind of HTTP intercepting proxy. Sit that in the middle, and you can watch the comms going backwards and forwards from your device. For those of you that saw the NSA slides, you'll recognize this part. So this is basically exactly what the NSA did on a global scale, except you're literally just doing it for your phone. And this takes about 2 minutes to set up. So you can actually just decrypt the entire communications coming in and out of your device. So we started mapping out the API. I sat in the middle, and I would start from the beginning. So we can actually start looking at the requests and the commands that get sent from the device now. And the first one that goes out is the authentication request. So you open the app, first thing that asks for is your username and password. So this is the actual raw request that gets sent. There's a couple of things that are worth pointing out here. First of all is that it's a GET request. So a GET request is basically, this is basically just the address that you would type in the URL bar of your browser. So you could literally just copy that whole thing. This is actually just one long address. I've broken it onto multiple lines to make it easy to read. But you could literally just copy that and paste it into your browser. This is the kind of request that the application is making. It's not a post request, so there's no payload data, and there's also nothing of any significance being sent in the HTTP request headers. So you can just send this from anywhere. This is literally the only data that the app is sending. So you can see the address and the endpoint that we're sending it to. It's got some folder called orchestration, and we're hitting the user login request endpoint. It seems fairly normal. We've got a region code here. After a little bit of reversing, we found there's only 4 region codes. The N stands for Nissan. We have things like E for Europe, NA for North America. There's a couple of others. Language, fairly self-explanatory. We have this DCM ID value. I think if I remember correctly, it was a 9-digit numeric number. But this value, we didn't know what it was initially at the beginning. The VIN number, pretty obvious. You can go up to any car windscreen and actually just read the VIN number straight out of the windscreen. If you want to have a look outside, it's always on the passenger side, so you just walk past the passenger side of the car, and the VIN number is always visible on the dashboard. Time zone, Europe, Paris, again, doesn't really matter. And then obviously the crucial 2 things that we have here, the user ID and the password. So we fire this GET request at the API. This is the only data that's sent, and we get our JSON payload back from the API. Now I've trimmed this down. This is a huge, massive response. I've just trimmed it down to some of the important data that guy's head's obscuring. So it gives us our nickname back, which is just your user ID. We have things like the owner ID, as far as we can tell, just a unique identifier for each customer. We had an array of information about the vehicle. And the crucial ones that we were looking for are things like the authentication or session ID token. So something that we are then going to use to persist our authenticated state on the rest of the requests against the API. So everything looks great up until this point. It all looks perfectly good and what you would expect. So the next thing was to issue a climate control on request to the car. So it's like, right, okay, we're logged in now, we're authenticated, let's hit the API and tell it to turn on the air conditioning. So again, we're hitting exactly the same address and folders, except this time the endpoint is called AC remote request. We've got the region code and language again, the DCM ID that we didn't know what was, the VIN number for the vehicle, the time zone, and then we've got the user ID and the car type. Now, this is a GET request. There's no post payload, and there's nothing of any significance in the request headers. Just think about that. So we send this request against the API, and we get the response back. So the response comes back and says status 200, and we're thinking, right, okay, so that didn't look like that it should have actually worked. But this is a traffic log. This isn't us doing anything. We're not manipulating anything. This is actually straight traffic dump from Fiddler. So let's take a closer look at that request. So we've got the region code. We know there's only 4. We can probably piece that together. The language, pretty obvious. If my car's in the UK, there's a very good chance that the language is going to be ENGB. The DCM ID, we were stuck on this one because we didn't know what it was or how to get it. The VIN number, again, I said I can literally just walk up to your car and read it out of the windscreen. There's other ways of finding VIN numbers online. And VIN numbers as well, the prefix is per manufacturer. So like Nissan has their own prefix, and like the last 8 digits are literally just the serial number off the production line. So it's like 1, 2. So as long as you know that it was built by Nissan and you can count from 1 to 1 million, you can enumerate all possible VIN numbers anyway. So it's not really kind of that important. The time zone, again, for some reason, Europe, Paris, it was always set to that. So again, we can guess this, we could enumerate the potential values, but then we got stuck on the user ID. The car type was always empty, so we just completely ignored that. So to actually forge this request, to build this request, we needed the user ID and whatever the DCM ID was, and we could either get a specific VIN from a car or just guess them all. So the problem values were that DCM ID and the user ID. Now, is FC in here anywhere? I'm pretty sure you could get me someone's user ID. The user ID is either actually a username or an email address. And I'm pretty sure somebody like yourself could socially engineer. A username you potentially register on a forum. I know certain people use the same usernames across many services. We all do. It's not really secret. And if you're an American customer, the user ID is actually just your email address. So if you have an American car or any other region, it's actually just the person's email address. So we could say that we could get the user ID potentially fairly easily. But the DCM ID was still a problem. It was a 9-digit number, which is a very large amount of requests to send against the API. You'd probably just knock it over. So we were stuck at this point. It was like, this is all we need to issue the request, and we need these 2 pieces of information. We could get FC or Jess has got some chocolate. She could get your username out of you quite easily. But we were still stuck on the DCM ID. I was thinking, like, man, we need to figure out what this value is. We did some research. It turns out it's the digital communications modem ID. It's like some serial number for a component in the car. And we're trying to find ways like, can I get this number any other way? And it turns out, no, you can't. And I was a bit bummed because this is the last bit. This is all we needed. So I just thought, screw it. What happens if I just delete it, shrink the request? And the API responds with a 200 status and turns on the air conditioning in my car, which is parked outside on the drive. So I was like, oh my god, we just spent all this time trying to find the values for this post, this GET request against the API. And it turns out that if you can't be asked sending the values, you can just drop them and it will still accept the request against the API anyway. So we got the same status message back, but there's something really interesting in that response that I got back from the API. What were the two parameters that I dropped out of the request? The DCM ID and the user ID. And the API has just given me the user ID back in the request to turn on the air conditioning for the vehicle. So not only do I now have control of functions inside the car, it's just leaked a potentially useful piece of information back to me in the response as well. So I can now put the user ID back in the rest of the request if I want to, but it doesn't really matter anyway. So we kind of sat here now, and I was like, okay, we pretty much know that the API is a bit duff, and we can just go through and enumerate the rest of the endpoints that control all of the different kind of specific features in the car. And I was like, right, okay, so we dropped out 2 of the variables in the request there. Do we actually need to send the rest of them? Can we save some bytes on the wire? So I was like, language? Does the API care what language my application's in? And what about the time zone? Again, does it really care where I am and what the time zone is? And this car type thing's always empty anyway, so why don't we just drop those out, shrink the request even more, and fire that at the API? Response. So basically getting to the point now where we'd already got control of the car, and we were just literally doing it for the walls to see how much we could shrink it. And that was as small as we could go. And I think the only reason that it needs a region code is, as far as I understand from some unofficial sources, is that they do some internal routing on how they send the SMSs to the vehicles, so they just need to know which continent to send the SMS request to. So that's the only reason that's actually kind of required on that request. So at this point we found all this out. Troy was really excited, and he was sat in Australia and looked exactly like that. And this is the point at which we did like the YouTube video. You may have seen it on the news. It got circulated quite widely. So we did the YouTube video, and I was basically sat in my freezing cold, raining car in England, and Troy was on his beautiful beach housing, and he was turning on the heating for me in my car as we were having a Skype call. So at this point you can literally control all of the functions that the app can control in my car remotely, but without knowing anything about who I am or where I am. If you can either guess the VIN or just get the VIN of my car, then you can control it. Just to make sure that this was definitely all correct and kosher, we wanted to find a vehicle that we hadn't touched before, we didn't have prior access to. So thanks very much to Joe over there. He dedicated his car to this research and gave me his VIN number and permission to attempt this. And we validated this, never touched the car, never been to it, got a VIN number for a random vehicle, obviously ethical, we had consent from the owner, and we proved it. We could do this. We could sit there with Joe's car, he was outside the office. I remember the day he's outside the office, I was like, go outside and have a look, and I'm pretty sure the heating's on in your car, it should be nice and warm when you get back to it. So at this point we had full control of all of the features in the application, and at this point we'd already started going through the responsible disclosure process with Nissan. But I was like, what more can we do? What else is in there? We can turn the heating on and off and mess about with things like charging. But one of the things that the telematics system does in the car is that you can kind of go and load like a little graph of all the history of your driving. So you can say, how many miles have I done each day this month? What's my economy look like over the last month or whatever? So it logs all of the journeys and all the trip data and things like that in your car. And when you try and load the graph inside the app, it hits an API endpoint called Price Simulated Detail Info Request. Again, this was a big, huge request. I've already cut this down and got rid of all the bump. But again, you just need to region code the VIN, and then this time the month that you want the data about that particular vehicle for. But you have to remember, at this point, we are not authenticated. Literally, the only piece of information that I'm giving to this API is the VIN number, which is publicly available. You can see it through your windscreen. I can just enumerate it. And with this request, I then get back a JSON payload that literally contains every single journey that you have done in your car for the month that I requested it for. So I can literally see every single time that you've been anywhere in your car.
Is that including geographical information or just journey distance?
just journey for this one. Coming on to you right. So I was like, oh, this is awesome. I pulled mine down and I had like 380 different entries. It's got a unique trip ID for the day. Electric mileage is actually your economy. So I got 2.6 miles per kilowatt hour of power. Travel distances in yards, so this was a 1 mile journey. And then you have the GPS date times for the journey itself. And I was like, right, okay, this is kind of super handy because although it didn't actually contain the GPS coordinates, I was like, you know, I could still build up a profile of like when you leave the house, when you're back at the house, when you do lots of driving. It's kind of getting into the realm of like way too much information to know about someone, but we were missing like that really crucial GPS coordinates. So I thought this was a pretty big data leak. I wouldn't like somebody to have literally like this level of accuracy of my travel log. I think that was just such a blatant oversight. But during our disclosure process to Nissan released a press statement saying, hey, super awesome, we are releasing a new update for the Nissan Connect EV application that will allow you to GPS locate your vehicle in real time anywhere on the planet. So this is literally what you can now do with the new version of the API. You can open the application and you can hit the endpoint for the live GPS location of the car. It takes about 20 seconds to come back, and you literally get to within a meter accuracy of where my vehicle is at the point that you made the API request. Now, the actual press release came out, as I say, during the process that we were going through, like the disclosure process. And I knew that they were already pushing out an update to the App Store. I was kind of hoping that the update to the App Store was to fix our disclosure, but it wasn't. It was actually just to introduce more bugs. And the only problem with this is that when you can actually enumerate the VIN numbers and get the GPS location for each VIN number, you can then do that. Now, of course, this is a mock-up. I wouldn't actually do this because that would be highly unethical. So this is, of course, a mock-up of the GPS data of everything. Definitely would not have enumerated them all on the GPS pin. I actually had one of the world, but it was completely meaningless because there's so many pins you can't actually see what. It's just pins. It's like you can't see it. So I did the UK instead. But this is basically what you could do with the API. Now, at this level, this is kind of just enumerating VIN numbers. Where at the top level here, you can enumerate through them all and find the location of every vehicle. It's not like kind of too personal or specific, but again, I could just go and walk past like your car, get the VIN number, and then just track you in real time. So your car is now being used as a tool to literally track your location in real time. And it's of course, like, it's part of the responsible disclosure process. We went through all this, we proved it, we got all the data. The responsible thing to do is to tell the ICO. Nissan have been naughty, they need to be reported to the ICO for the various breaches. So I notified the ICO, and these slides are a little bit new because they only got back to me last week. It's like they knew I was going to SteelCon to talk about this and sent me a formal response that I could quote. So, sent all of the information over to the ICO, and I got an email back from them. And the ICO, by the way, if you don't know who they are, sorry, they're the office responsible for the enforcement of Data Protection Act and also responsible for freedom of information. So they're responsible for enforcing the Data Protection Act on organisations that might breach it. And I got a response from them. Nissan have explained that whilst they did identify some vulnerability in the Nissan Connect EV smartphone application, this would not provide access to personal information unless the individual has prior knowledge of the car owner. Now, I somewhat disagree with that because I consider my live real-time GPS location to be quite personal, whether or not you know who I am. Again, it could be targeted. Someone could have got my VIN number off my car, or they could just be tracking me as part of, you know, every single vehicle in the world that has this system on it. So I kind of disagree. And the Data Protection Act, again, not a lawyer, but the Data Protection Act says that any information about you that could be linked to you with other information that the company has. So they leaked all my GPS data and information, but Nissan have the information that ties my VIN to me personally. And as I understand it, that should make it personal information, even though they didn't leak my name. But the ICO disagreed. And they went on to say, further down the same email, in light of this, we've decided that it's unlikely that Nissan has complied with the requirements of the DPA. This is because Nissan has failed to keep personal information secure. So in the same email, they've told me that the information that they leaked was not personal information, but they failed to meet the requirements of the DPA because they didn't keep personal information secure. So they've literally contradicted themselves in the same email. And I was kind of like, okay, well this is now going in the right direction. That, oh, Nissan have failed to comply with the DPA. I was like, all right, we might actually get some action. If any of you have dealt with the ICO before, you'll know that you never get any action.
Sometimes get a few grand fines.
So I was like, oh great, this is going really well. They went on about how they've done this and that, and they didn't feel that they'd met their obligations, their legal obligations under the Data Protection Act. So you're reading through an email, right? It's going okay. You think you're about to get the outcome that you want. What is the word that you don't want to appear next in that email?
However.
I was like, really? So I get like 3/4 of the way down this email. I was like, oh, this is going really well. And the next paragraph literally starts with however. However, in light of the steps that Nissan have taken to update this service and the additional security they've put in place, no further action is required at this time. So you can basically kind of do whatever you want and have a really sloppy API and leak loads of sensitive information about people, but as long as you patch it when some security researcher finds it, whenever that may be, the ICO basically don't seem to want to kind of get involved or know. I was really disappointed with this. It came back to me last week. I was hoping to have a success story to tell at SteelCon, but no, unfortunately. It's, they say they put additional security in place. They didn't. They just checked for the authentication token that they send back. So it's not really additional security. It is just security. They put security in place because there was none there before. So as I say, I was really disappointed about this. I wanted a success story, but we didn't get one. And there's some really interesting key points in here as well. The live GPS tracking for me was the biggest thing. It was literally, that's like super stalker crazy. We don't want people live GPS locating our vehicles. The other interesting one was that I could actually void the warranty for your car with this exploit. And this worked because the car has a ginormous big lithium-ion battery inside it. And lithium-ion batteries don't like being held or kept at high states of charge. So if you take your phone or your laptop, it works on any lithium-ion battery. You take your phone or your laptop, plug it in, charge it to 100%, take out the power, run it down to 95%, and then plug it back in and charge it up again. If you do that over and over and cycle it between 95 and 100%, you will literally trash your battery in a very short amount of time because it's just not good for them. The chemistries of the batteries do not like it. So a lot of people with electric vehicles, what they generally do is when they get home in the evening, like I do, is they plug their car in on the drive. So when you come out in the morning, you've got a full battery. Like, woohoo, good win. One of the things I can control via the API was whether or not the vehicle was charging. So I wrote a little Python script, and the Python script connected to a vehicle, and it checked the state of the battery. If the battery was full, then it would start the air conditioning and the heating systems to start pulling the battery down. It would then keep polling the API to get the battery status. Once the battery hit 95%, it would turn the air conditioning off and start the charger, charge it back to 100. Now the batteries in these cars are massive. They're huge big things, and they cost about £5,000. And they have their own little ECU in them that logs literally everything, like every ounce of power in or out, temperatures, individual cell voltages. And in the Nissan warranty document, they actually have a clause that says repeated high SOC charging, SOC is state of charge, sorry, so the percentage that the battery's at, repeated high SOC charging actually does void the warranty. So I had a Python script that could literally just keep bouncing your car between 95 and 100% whilst it's parked on your drive overnight, and it would actually void the warranty on your vehicle. And they would be able to tell this because Nissan's batteries log everything. If any of you are into car hacking, get an OBD tool, plug it in, and have a look at the things that the battery logs. So I could void the warranty on your car, or at least at an absolute minimum on the battery, and good luck at explaining that to the guy at the dealership. The other thing as well, this was a brand new app. All of these problems or this vulnerability was in the Nissan Connect EV app, which is a brand new application. We weren't doing this on some like archaic app that someone built in the 90s and forgot and has just been sat there. They literally developed this, stood it up, and brought it online this year. It was literally January this year. And this is how the application and the API worked. And the API was actually built without authentication. We did get that session ID in the initial authentication request, so it did look like it had the ability for the clients to maintain an authenticated state. But the API didn't expect it, but the application never even sent it anyway. So the actual application was built with the intention of never sending the authentication or session tokens that it got during the initial auth request. And I'm really sorry, because technically I actually lied to you when I asked you if you're all ready for some car hacking, because like really there was no actual hacking here. I have to say, like, we didn't bypass any security. It's not like, we tricked it or forged some parameters or, all of the million things that you could do to actually hack something. The API itself just didn't care. It didn't care that you weren't logged in. It didn't care that you didn't own the car. So technically, I don't actually like calling this hacking because I don't really think that it qualifies. It was literally just built without security as one of the design goals. And the other really interesting thing is that the previous version didn't have this issue. So the original carving system is actually still there, and that's how I know that the Nissan Connect TV system hooks through it. So you can still just interface directly with car rings and cut Connect TV out of the equation if you want to. And that didn't have any of these issues. I went back and re-looked over all of my research on car rings and thought, how can they build a brand new application that's a bazillion times worse than the one that came before it? But they did. They built a new application and actually built it with these issues in. Really interesting fact, I did some numbers on looking at how much power the car consumes while the AC is turned on. If I turned on the air conditioning for every single one of these cars in the world, I could burn 40 grand an hour in electric alone. I just came across that number and I thought, oh, how many cars are there? We'll scrape through the bins and have a look. But just to show, and maybe someone can tell me, I don't know, but I was kind of hoping that if I could just turn the air conditioning down to really cold, could I help like global warming if I turn on the AC in all cars? I think I could probably pull the global temperature down with 250,000 cars with their AC on the coldest setting. I don't know, it might not work like that. So of course, being responsible security researchers, one of the first things that Troy did when we found this and actually confirmed that this was a genuine issue was get in touch with Nissan. So this is the disclosure timeline. You can find all the details here on Troy's website. There's also some material on my blog. But on the 23rd of January, we sent all of the details, Troy sent all of the details to Nissan. And Nissan have an information security threat intelligence team in the United States, which sounds really super cool and awesome. And they basically did not a lot. They did nothing. I don't want to get that on video because they can hold it against me later. You don't kind of need to read all that, but basically when it got to the 24th of February, 4 days later, Troy published the material. And the only reason that we published it prior to a patch is that, like a lot of research like this, once you start digging into things and finding things like the name of the API endpoint, the request, we start searching on Google, we found these forums on distant corners of the planet, and we actually already started to find information about this being used online. So at that point, once you can type these things into Google and find them, the cat's kind of already out of the bag. We explained this to Nissan and said, look, we're already finding, we can punch this into Google and find stuff if we're really looking for it. So at this point, Nissan had said, this isn't a problem, we'll patch it, but this isn't really kind of a big issue, which I was really annoyed about. So just to recap, 23rd of Jan to the 24th of Feb, Nissan didn't think this was an issue, didn't think it impacted their customers, didn't do anything, left the API online, fully accessible to anybody on the planet. Troy published on the 24th, and then on the 25th, Nissan suddenly felt that it was a big enough issue to disable the API and protect their customers' information. So again, if any of you have been involved in responsible disclosures, you'll be fairly used to scenarios like this. You'll take the information, you'll give it to a company, and when it's between you and them, they don't think it's a particularly big problem for their customers, but when the BBC get in touch with you and want to run a story, they will literally drop their API in an hour. So again, I wasn't particularly happy with their response up until that point, but they felt that BBC headlines were enough of a problem for their customers to turn this thing off. Interestingly as well, Troy got a lot of flack online from people that had EVs and then couldn't turn on their heating on cold winter's mornings. And he actually there's actually a review on the Google Play Store that I sent him a screenshot of, and he's actually printed it and has it on his desk telling Google how much of a stupid security researcher he is for spoiling the ability for him to de-ice his car with his app. It's on Twitter, you should have a look at that, it's quite an amusing review. So they took it down after that, but kind of one of the last closing points I want to make here is, for those of you that were quite keen when we were going through the earlier requests against the API, you'll have noticed that the API endpoints were actually PHP. So it's like authentication request.php, there's AC remote request.php. So I want to leave you with the thought that my car is actually controlled by PHP. Thank you very much. So I'm hoping there's some questions, because I was hoping there'd be a really good discussion. I've left plenty of time for questions. Yes?
2 questions. One, did you involve CERT UK when you did the disclosure process? And the second question, how exactly did they fix it? I don't know if I didn't listen enough, but is it actually secure now in inverted commas?
So the first question there, just for the benefit of those on the feed, was... The first question there was, did I involve CERT UK in the disclosure process? The answer to that is no. I've never actually interacted with CERT yet, and I don't know what the process is and how, like, my interactions with the ICO make me not want to interact with other government organisations because it's just a massive waste of my time, if I'm being brutally honest. So, you know, if you can tell me that they're really good and they'll actually respond and help, then
the reason it's handy to involve is they have like a 90-day disclosure. They'll disclose it anyway, so you can say to the vendor, it's out of my hands, I'll help you within this period.
Okay, I like that. Because one of the problems is always the disclosure timeline. So, for example, say we publish this and it didn't get BBC headlines and Nissan left the API online. At which point do we, say, right, this is the line in the sand? I know, sir, you've just said use 90-day disclosure, and Google Project Zero, for those of you who've heard of that, also use a brutal 90-day cut-off and just say, right, we've given you the information about this, you've got 90 days. I guess I could kind of move towards that with my responsible disclosures now and say that I'm just mirroring what the thought leaders in this industry are doing and just follow that.
But it gives you some protection because
yeah,
it's not
and that's kind of what
it.
that's kind of what you want as a researcher, is that you don't want to publish this when it can actually do harm to people. That's the last thing that we want to do. But at the same time, if we had not published this and not made it public, the API could still be online now. To answer the second question, yes, Nissan did eventually patch this. I think the patch update, do you know, Joe, off the top of your head? It was only like a month ago or something, wasn't it? A couple of months ago? It was at least a month after we'd made the public disclosure, and from some sources that I know, I can't mention, they had a much bigger interest after it hit the BBC headlines, and then suddenly wanted to get the application sorted and fixed and things like that. So again, it was all about the disclosure. Once it hit the headlines and it was their brand that was kind of being impacted by this, all of a sudden things wanted to get fixed, and that's not something that I like to do as a researcher, but sometimes you just get to the point where it's the only option, unfortunately. Was there another one, sorry?
No, so I just wanted to know how it was fit. I mean, effectively.
Oh, they just checked for authentication token.
Right.
Look for the session ID.
I mean, are you confident it's secure now, or do you just have to...
I have since, given some of the flack that we got as well, I've vigorously tested this application after it was patched and updated, and I've not yet found any other way to turn on my AC without the password.
Can you still get your own authentication details? So you control your own card?
Yeah, so I've got details, I published all my research on GitHub, I've got like little scripts that will interact with the API, but they require your user credentials. I've not found a way, again yet, to actually interact with the API without the requirement for the credentials, but it's literally just a JSON API. So I just have a couple of PHP scripts, they'll hit the authentication endpoint, grab the token, and then I can just do whatever I want because I've got the token. I didn't get the GET request thing either in the API. It was really interesting to see them putting all the parameters as a GET request, and not, we didn't have. If anyone has any thoughts on why you would do that as a GET request, I can't think of a logical reason that you would not use a POST request.
100% of web developers are underqualified.
No valid reason.
There's none. Okay, so from an API designer, there's no valid reason to use GET requests like that, which is what I thought, but I'm not, and I'm not dead. Sorry, yes.
Am I right in guessing that you create the user account password yourself? So therefore, if you sold the car and the next person doesn't register that, you'll be able to control it there.
Interestingly, yes, that is exactly the case. So yeah, when you first get one of these vehicles, you have to go to the Nissan website and set up your account on their website. They're then really nice and helpful, send you an email with your password in it. And if you forget your password, they will also just email you back your password. But yes, once you've linked your account to that vehicle, unless you as the seller of the vehicle actually deactivate that link to your account, if you then sell that on to somebody and they don't know or care about this system or don't use it or whatever, then yes, you can then continue to monitor that. I mean, you just go out and get one as a courtesy car and just punch your creds in and just track random people.
Does this not also imply that Nissan has everyone's passwords in plain text?
Correct, they do, because if you go through the password reset process, they email you your password.
That was very good.
Carl?
So what else should we be doing with cars, like, I don't know, Bluetooth, for instance?
So, one of the things that I mentioned was that one of the things I was really not happy with was the fact that it went through Nissan as a proxy when I was issuing these requests. And that's me not happy from like a hacking it perspective. It is good in a security perspective because I didn't have direct access at the vehicle, which I would have liked. You may have seen another car hacking headline more recently by Pentest partners in Ken Monroe, who did the Mitsubishi Outlander hack, and he was actually able to disable the theft alarm, so you could literally put a brick through the window and open the car and no alarms would go off. Their hack, Mitsubishi, in their infinite wisdom, put a Wi-Fi access point in the boot of the car, so you actually just Wi-Fi directly onto the car. I assumed that they didn't want to get mobile data contracts for all of their cars or something, and just put a Wi-Fi AP in the boot instead. So yeah, like if you put anything with a radio in a car, somebody's going to find a way to misuse or abuse that.
So tell us about your stuff with Bluetooth.
I've not dug too much into the Bluetooth that I can tell you about. Next question.
Did you say that DCIM, that was a modem? So
the Digital Communication Modems ID, I believe. I've not had that
is
verified.
that how the car is communicating with Nissan? Is a 3G?
I think that's literally just the serial number. Oh, sorry. So yeah, in terms of how the car comms with Nissan. So we know conclusively that the car communicates with Nissan over the 2G network.
Right.
And we know that because very, very large carriers in the United States, like AT&T, are ripping down their 2G infrastructure. And Nissan have initiated a recall of all of their cars because their modems are 2G modems and cannot communicate over 3G. So yes, they do talk 2G.
They're probably not even using a decent GSM cipher either. So
nope, not on 2G. Yes.
So, can you have multiple accounts on one vehicle? So if you
No.
and I shared a vehicle,
No, you can only have a single account linked to a vehicle. So
right.
me and my wife share access to my car. I have to put my credentials into the app on her phone. There's no way of sharing that unless you use a third-party API like mine, and then you can just share an API token. But that's completely unofficial. Officially, single account, single vehicle, no shared access.
I was just thinking from the selling the vehicle on perspective, the guy now goes to put your VIN number, he'll get back in touch with the seller and say, well, obviously if you sold it to main agents, they don't know.
Yeah, this is a common problem in that they do go back to car dealerships that take them as Part X and literally don't know or care about these things. And then it can, I told Joe about the story of Nissan took my car back when I upgraded to the new generation one. And every now and again I could just log into the app on my old car and turn on the AC for the months that it sat on the parking lot and just run the battery out. So they came to do a test drive and it's like, oh crap, the car's flat. Gentleman there.
Quick question. To
Yes.
register the app, do you need anything more than the VIN number itself?
No.
So,
So theoretically, it might be possible to just brute force all of the VIN numbers against their API and see which ones aren't registered. But that's purely theoretical.
If somebody's registered a VIN number, can you sort of over-register it?
No, that's the only thing that I've not found out how to do is to in the current state, is to get around the current registration process that's in place and somehow take control of that VIN.
But potentially this opens up like cyber squatting people's air conditioning before their cars go.
Yeah, so like one of the really good things about this, depending on your perspective, for me it was really bad, is that the application only controls things like the charging, the air conditioning, and heated seats. Fortunately, equivalent models in like the BMW range and things have remote unlock and stuff.
Yeah.
So it's really fortunate in that it wasn't, it wasn't like remote unlock or remote start, but in the same way it would have been really cool if they had remote unlock. Or I could have found a way to do that.
Do you know if it doesn't have, or you just have to count the keywords?
Well, so interestingly, I definitely didn't know about the GPS thing before Nissan announced it because brute forcing API endpoints would be highly unethical. So, no. Yes.
When you registered and you got that user ID, you said in the States it was the email address?
Correct.
In the UK, is it one that you choose or is it one you're assigned?
So the question now is the user ID in the States is your email that you use for an account registration. The username is one that you choose in the UK region. So when I set it up, I just typed in my username, password, and those are what I used.
So cross-reference that with the LinkedIn breach, and you've got the full name.
Any source of data. I mean, I use the same username everywhere. It's just not a secret piece of information at all.
What password do you use?
I almost said like the first time I put my password in. I was like, oh yes, it's 8. No. Yes.
So if you happen to be doing research into connected vehicles, the APIs, you know the email address, and you happen to also own a website which potentially has all the email addresses for all the breaches. Maybe Troy might have some inside information. Has he cross-referenced it to see?
No. I know I can say, like, the question now was, if you have access to like email dumps and things like that from other breaches, could you cross-reference data? And did Troy use any of the have I been pwned data, I assume is what you're alluding to? No, categorically, Troy does not use have I been pwned data for absolutely anything other than have I been pwned. Full stop.
Right.
And you mentioned a couple of times the way you enumerated a VIN.
Yes.
Did you try, are you familiar with reverse VIN lookups? So you can go from license plate to VIN
Yeah, there's lots of services in countries all over the world for stuff like that. Sorry, was there a follow-up?
Yeah, so just for the more data, I think probably would have been useful for the ICO as well, because you go from the VIN back to the registration plate. Once you've got the reg, then you've got all the DVLA details, because they're easy, of course, to look up, plus the MOT history report, and you could have even enumerated with that data set you got. Brilliant. Illegal vehicles literally on the road. Who doesn't have MOT? Who doesn't have tax? Who's driving with invalid MOTs, for example, as well.
Yeah.
That whole data set, you've got it all there to literally just work backwards from the VIN or from the reg to the VIN or reverse lookup.
So the question now is, could you go from the VIN number to more information on the vehicle, like go from the VIN to the registration plate, then to the registered keeper with the DVLA for things like MOT history? Potentially, yes. I didn't go down that avenue. We had enough information to prove that the API was insecure, and that was enough for me to think it to warrant a fix. Anything after that point is just worse. It was already bad enough to require fixing, so I didn't. But I imagine that you could do. There's organisations that I'm pretty sure can pull information like that en masse for these parking fine things.
No, you definitely
I'm pretty sure if you just rang up a guy there and gave him a list of VINs, you could probably get
you
a
go
lot
from
of
the reg
information
to
about
the
the car.
trivial to do. There's all sorts of stuff.
Yes.
Do you know if there's, I'm guessing there's no regulation around this kind of thing, which is how it is so blatantly like WTF. Do you have stuff coming down the line to cover this kind of breaks tomorrow? This kind of is something happening?
So the question now is there any kind of regulations to stop Nissan from doing things like this and other companies? The answer there really is no. We're trying to apply the DPA to this because they've leaked personal information, but there's no actual technical legislation that I'm aware of that is coming down the pipeline to deal with things like this. The reason that Nissan didn't do anything when we told them is because they didn't have to. We made them aware of this and they left the API up in its vulnerable state for almost 4.5 weeks. And it wasn't until it hit the BBC that they pulled it down. And at that point it was only because it was their reputation damage. But there's nothing that we can use from a legal perspective or even to enforce them to actually make this secure in the first place.
Do you think there should be? Is that the route we should be taking?
I think regulation is a very difficult subject. I know there's a couple of schemes starting now. Is it like Cyber Essentials and things like that? Have you heard of? There's like a couple of schemes where you can self-certify and stuff. But I mean, even if we do go down this road, it's going to be a mess for a long time while we iron it out. And I can kind of see some of the benefits of regulating, like even InfoSec in general, like pen testing. I know we had a talk, was it B-Sides Manchester last year from one of the Crest guys that was very... I won't say that. But we kind of do need, we do need something, but I don't think regulation and legal stuff like that. I think that's just going to be more of an inhibiting factor than it will be useful because it'll all just be rubbish.
I did want to add to that. There are actually two things just immediately spring to mind for the automotive industry. Firstly, there
is it specifically automotive? Sorry.
Specifically the cyber-physical automotive systems. The reason why I know them, these are areas I work in. So as part of the Society of Automotive Engineers, there's J3061. And that is a standard and framework for securing cyber-physical automotive systems, all the security engineering, mitigation strategies, design that as a framework to help automotive engineers work through that. And secondly, a bill has been raised called the Spy Car Act. That was raised in 2015. It's still yet to be passed. But it is holding automotive manufacturers responsible exactly for these kind of issues.
Is that as a result of Dieselgate?
They will be fined. Reasonable measures have to be taken. It has to include penetration testing. The fines are clearly laid out. These issues are related to a security critical system, although it was interesting where you started playing with some of the issues with the battery. Now you're going into safety critical areas, which is much more problematic. But these bills are being passed to deal with safety critical issues with that. So there is legislation, there is also entire framework from the SAE, and they are literally driving the entire framework.
And this is just automotive though as well. So so it is coming, but in quite a narrow, specific way as well. Is it a result of something specific like the Volkswagen diesel thing, or is this just a natural progression, or is this a reaction?
No, there's entire certifications. I mean, this isn't. It's being tailored a bit more now for security. So you have automotive safety integrity levels, and there are different stages. It's true for railway. It's true for aviation. So there are entire certifications. They're targeted a bit more at safety systems, but it depends how you really view safety and security critical systems. You can't have an insecure system that's also safety systems are very closely tied together. It's difficult to argue it's a safe system if it's insecure. So that there are entire testing frameworks. The SAE are entirely dedicated to do that. I don't work for the SAE, but we deal with those standards. And so ISO standards, you've got the 26262. That's all related to safety. It's all tied in. It's just a classic. No one's actually doing it, and until the bill is passed, you've still got another 2 years before you go into face the fines as well.
So yes, to answer that, sorry, there's a couple more questions I'm always through, so I only have like a couple of minutes. Yes?
Have you tried any other car brands? Just
No.
because right now, just like use applications to unpark the car or move it.
I can't afford more test vehicles, is the answer.
Plenty car. Were you able to write to the car and say spoof the battery life or anything like that?
No, so one of the things that I really want to find the time to do at the minute is to see if I can get out the CAN bus somehow via any mechanism. I just don't have the time or the equipment at the minute as well. I'd love to do things like GSM base station spoofing and talk directly to the car and things like that. But it's just
took my question.
Oh, sorry.
It's following up from Lolly's question, which was, have you considered just throwing BTS in the middle of it?
Yeah.
And just basically trying to get whether it's RC or.
I need a Faraday cage big enough to get my car in, and then.
Have we got a license? If you...
Well, yeah, there we go. Tweet me. Find me on the Twitters. Yes.
Can you overpower GPRS to get access to it? So rather than trying to put it in a Faraday cage, just overpower the local 2G mast, because they're not that.
I've not done much in terms of that kind of like GSM and mast kind of mocking, I suppose is the term. I guess so. I guess any radio signal, as long as you're the loudest person speaking, it sounds logical. But I don't know. This is an area that I want to now start moving into as a result. There was another. Was there another question? Anybody? Oh yeah, sorry, there it is.
It's not actually a question, but when you said the BBC article about Nissan taking it down, I'm sure I released the article, it was a funny story. I don't know if you saw it, but in January, Anonymous did a denial of service attack against Nissan.
Oh no.
And in response to that, Nissan took all of their websites offline.
Okay.
Manually. I just thought it was quite ironic that they did a denial of service on themselves as a result of the denial of service attack.
No, I haven't. I didn't. Is that why they reported or not? I didn't.
Yeah, it's in the BBC. Yeah.
I'll have a look at that now. I'm conscious of the time. I don't want to eat into the next speaker. Was there any more questions? No. Shout now. Thank you very much.
All of them do. They all give the same JSON. How the ICO couldn't consider that personal data if it had your email address and your GPS.
But they only care about in the UK. In the UK was just the username. You fancy
Yeah.
Yeah? I was getting conscious on time as well. I was like, really? Oh no! Oh, is that the guy in Angular?
I never did this right the first time.
Is any of this audio? Yeah, there we go.
Probably need to keep it a bit close to your mouth, so
Okay.
just under the chin. Other than that, I'm good to go.
Okay, let's do it.
Everything's already streaming, so start whenever you want.
Cool.
You want to signal for time?
As soon as I've sent this, I'll give you a nod. We'll go.
No, but I mean, do you want to signal for time in case you're running out?
No, I've got a timer on.
Okay.
There,
Then
somewhere.
I'll leave you to it.
I'll keep an eye on it.
Enjoy.
Cheers. You go.
Do I need to do anything with the settings?
Probably. It should be there or thereabouts. Hello! It works. We good? Right up there. Can everyone hear me okay? No? If you speak loudly, I'm just gonna shout, hopefully. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's weird. Hello. My name is Chris Ratcliffe, and today I'm going to do a talk called Vorsprung durch Hacknick, otherwise known as Why Cars Are Hackable and Hacking Them for Fun and Profit. A little bit of background about me. I've been a security professional for about a decade, but I've been a lifelong car fan. Anybody who follows me on Twitter, this is what I look like on there. This is what I look like in real life. I drive racing cars. I drive my car on track. I drive other people's car on track. I take photos of cars on track. I talk awkwardly on YouTube while driving other people's cars. So today I'm doing one of those and not the other. And this is my car. And this is what has been really instrumental over the past 3 or 4 years about learning what makes up all the car systems that I'm going to talk about today. I'd love to say that I learned all about the 15 control units in the car, all the different buses, the protocols, the messaging formats, all of that sort of stuff by decompiling firmware, by probing the buses and what have you. I didn't. I Googled it and found bmwtech.ru. The great thing about older cars, all this stuff ends up online. You can tell this is actually a training manual from a dealer because at the end of each chapter it's got review questions. I'm also old enough to remember when car security wasn't about the internet. It was actually about stopping your car getting stolen. We had things like these. Primary requirements for these: 1, paint it yellow; 2, misspell lock. We then moved on. So we then had trackers, we then had aftermarket alarms. We had fobs that would cycle through code, so if your mate pressed it in the pub, you couldn't get into your car. But we've now moved on from simple aftermarket units to massively connected, really integrated cars. Before I go on, I just want to set up a few conventions. So, first of all, no two car manufacturers are the same. And often no two cars from any one manufacturer are the same either. So I can't say that this will always be connected into this, which will always be connected into this. It seems that every car starts with a new piece of paper and a whole new idea about how to work it. The other thing is I'm going to talk about the car's computer system. Cars, massively variable. Some are very complicated, some are very straightforward, some are very well integrated, some are very distributed. So I'm just going to refer to it as the car computer. And in fact, it's actually quite interesting because if you look at how far cars have come, this is a wiring diagram from an original 70s Mini. And those of you who know your electronics will see relays and buttons and things like that. And this actually only connects into the engine in 2 places. One for the starter motor and one for the alternator. And everything else was kind of standalone. By comparison, this is the diagram for the traction control system on my car. I wanted to get the whole diagram, the whole wiring diagram for the car, but it only exists on a DVD and it will only show you one portion at a time. So this is one system of many on a car, and it hooks into both control systems, into hydraulic units, into the dashboard, all sorts. The thing that makes this work, the thing that connects all of these disparate systems together, is a thing called CAN, or CAN bus. You've probably heard it because it's the one thing that people often talk about. But what is it? So it's controller area network. It's a serial bus. Really, really simple. Messages go on. They have an ID attached to them. If it's not for that particular item, it gets discarded. Otherwise, it's read and acted on. It's not fast. Typically, a network within the car, so we're talking about things like electric windows, headlights, systems like that, running about 125 kilobits a second now, 500 kilobits for the engine, where you need slightly higher speeds, slightly more bandwidth, and also less latency. Might be a single bus, might be multiple buses. It's entirely possible with some cars that, for example, the speed value, which is constantly put onto the bus and read by the dashboard, will be available across the whole car for some reason. Where it's split into multiple buses, what we've found with some hacks is that they have points where they're bridged. And we'll come back to that a bit later on. It's unencrypted, it's unauthenticated. The standard was put together in the 80s. This stuff was never even thought about. And it relies on physical security. If you can get into the car, you can hook something into the network, you can start reading and writing to the bus. The door locks are kind of the only security that exists, but nobody was ever really supposed to tap into it. And if you haven't got a sense of just how interconnected cars are, here's a very generic diagram that shows the sort of distributed system that we're talking about. Imagine any single component on a car probably has its own control system. Anything that has logic. So for example, if you've ever wound the window up and you've sort of stuck your hand in the way and it sensed it and dropped down, that's handled by a separate system from the one that controls the door locks, or the sunroof, or the dashboard, or the gearbox, or the suspension. Each one of these talks to each other. And it's sometimes not quite what you think. Ignore the check engine light. This is my old Focus. That's not why I sold it. Over on the left-hand side is the temperature gauge. And you think, okay, well, you know what a temperature gauge is. It shows the temperature of the engine. Except I noticed it only ever had two positions. It was either at cold or it's absolutely upright. And I thought either Ford have their cooling very, very accurate, or that's not showing me the temperature. And essentially what I came to was that has three positions. And based on what the temperature from the engine is read by the ECU, is sent to the dashboard controller, it will either be cold, okay, within parameters, or hot. And it will only ever be one of those three settings. That's actually more a fault indicator than it is a temperature gauge. Now, when I say physical security, it's worth pointing out that this is a network that runs over a lot of the car. Even if you're like me and you're not a proficient lockpicker or you're particularly skilled in that area, and you say, right, we're going to keep the bonnet shut, all of this under the car may have a gap where you can get your arm up and you can reach the wiring loom. If the car's parked on a curb, you can normally shuffle enough along the gutter, under the car to get to the wiring loom. Believe me, brushing gravel and grit out the back of your hair is a really, really weird sensation. And here we've got the boots open as well. Well, in this car, the nav unit and all those sorts of things are in the boot. So guess what? If the boot's open, you can get to the CAN network. And that's even without unlocking the doors or setting the alarm off. Now, because it's physically secured, how do you ensure that nothing's tampered with. Nothing's authenticated, nothing's checking that it hasn't been tampered with. And think about when you leave a car unattended, but you give the keys to other people. How many times does somebody have full physical access to your car? Maybe when you take it to the garage, maybe when you're getting it cleaned, maybe a valet parker. It's fair to say that sometimes hacking isn't the biggest thing you have to worry about. Love that scene. And this really has become more of an issue now, largely thanks to a paper that's put out by Chris Valasek and Charlie Miller. Well worth going onto the IOActive blog, having a read of this. Because what they did was that they took a couple of cars, one of which was a Prius, and they hooked into the CAN network. They went, okay, what can we do with it? Turns out you can do quite a lot, because they'd gone inside the physical perimeter, and there was nothing stopping them reading and writing from the CAN network, making the speedo read 199 miles an hour, accidentally crashing it into one of their own garages, for a reason I'll come back to later. But it's well worth looking at. And the Prius is also interesting because it's one of the first cars that came along where it got things like auto park. So you could be driving along and the car would look for certain conditions. So am I stationary? Am I in reverse? Am I going at less than 5 miles an hour? Well, it turns out if you flood the CAN bus, you can override some of those checks and have it try and parallel park while going forward at speed. Now, there's two ways you can patch into the CAN network. So first is something like this. And this is all the CAN bus actually is. It's nothing more complicated than a twisted pair. So you can get a transducer clip like that, run it through the appropriate software, you've got access. You may have to do that in some places, depending on if it is a segregated bus. Otherwise, a lot of people actually connect to a CAN bus, initially at least, through this. Now, some of you might recognize this. A few nods. Excellent. My people. So this is the onboard diagnostic port. Technically, it's the onboard diagnostic port 2. It's the difficult second connector, but I think they did quite well with it. First proposed in the late 80s. It's now become a standard around the world, a mandatory standard around the world. So it's appearing on, well, frankly, most cars that people here will ever come into contact with will have one of these ports. And there's certain things about the standard that make it really, really useful for people like us. So for one, it has to be in a standard location. It has to be somewhere within reach of the driver. It's often down in the footwell somewhere near the door. It has to be unencrypted. It has to be a standard connector. And anybody has to be able to connect to it. And you go, well, from a security point of view, why wouldn't you lock it down? The concern was that if you make it proprietary, if you make it locked down, suddenly only dealers can reset service indicators, can read error messages. And the only way you can get your car serviced is by going to a main dealer. And the argument was, well, if you can fix a car with spanners and with screwdrivers, surely you should be able to do the same with electronics. So that's why this is open to anybody. And what makes it really fun as well is that this is the same connector that a garage might connect to read an error code, that the factory used to set the cars up, that main dealer will connect to when they're changing a major component. So this actually has a lot of power and a lot of data going through it. Again, we'll come back to this in a bit more detail later. But this is, I'm guaranteed, some of you will now go back to your cars and you'll start pulling off bits of trim trying to find this connector. It's there somewhere. It has to be. So connected cars, I'm not going to go through this in too much detail because Scott just did a fantastic job in the previous talk. One thing, sorry, I had to jump out because I was taking photos as well. One thing with this, and this applies to all cars, where in this model are you restricting access? Where in this model are you confirming what commands can be sent to the car, who can send them, where they come from, all of these sorts of questions. You see, some of you may be more familiar with Chris Valasek and Charlie Miller, thank you. I keep getting the Charlie Daniels band in my head. You know, The Devil Went Down to Georgia. I don't know why. I keep getting stuck on that. So what they found was really interesting with the Jeep, which was you've got the app talks to the manufacturer talks to the car. Okay, that's fine. What they found was that the car had a certain GSM provider, and it had an open port to the internet. And you could actually scan an IP range and start finding cars open to the internet. Not only that, the CAN bus is basically open on these cars to the internet, because the controls about what could actually be run are set in the app, and they're controlled by the manufacturer. So by the time you get here, the communication is trusted, unless you go straight to the car. Now, what's really worrying is that there's one function that all cars have, cars with ABS, and that is a facility to bleed the brakes. Now, with ABS, what you need to do is you need to open up a series of pumps, and you need to make sure there's lots and lots of space so you can get all the fluid through, get all the air out. While you're doing this, because it's basically retracted all of the brake system, if you press the pedal, nothing happens. Now, this is fine when you're standing still. What they found with the Prius was that they could send that command to the car while it was moving. And this was why, as they rolled slowly into one of their garage, they pressed the brake pedal, nothing happened, and they crashed into the shelves at the back. This is in their paper, by the way. The photos are brilliant. But it's legitimate. So if you're plugging directly into a car, it kind of makes sense that that's what a mechanic would do. He'd plug his service computer in, put it into a bleed mode, while it's stationary or up on a lift, bleed it, reset, you're good to go. With this, they found they could send that same message to the car while it was moving at speed, remotely. So they're driving along, and you can find a car and not know whose car it is, but you can just start sending a message to the car that says, by the way, put it into a brake bleed mode. Press the pedal, nothing happens. There was no check, there was no mitigation. There was nothing that stopped that happening, either within the car or within the systems of the car, but they somehow left it so open that even diagnostic modes were available remotely. Excuse me. Now, there was a similar attack that was publicised recently. Pentest partners found they could hack a Mitsubishi Outlander hybrid. What makes this really interesting? Not that they could hack it, not that they found, again, the CAN bus was kind of open and there was all sorts of odd features that you could trigger remotely, but that it was using Wi-Fi. Because what that means is you can only access the car while you're within range. And it actually turns out the Wi-Fi range wasn't very good anyway. Now, why would Mitsubishi do this via Wi-Fi? My guess, turns out you ring up Mitsubishi press office, they don't tell you. My guess is, it's quick, it's cheap, you don't need to put all the back end in, you don't need to put all the GSM connectivity into all the cars, you just put a Wi-Fi module in, you have your app form an ad hoc network, job done. Which leads us on to the first persistent threat with connected cars. Marketing. I've got this great idea. Let's have a connected car. What's the quickest way we can do this and get it to market? Well, we can't afford all that. Let's just stick it on Wi-Fi. It's the same thing. You must have friends who tell you, I saw this thing on Kickstarter. It's like a little card, and you clone all of your other credit cards onto this one thing, and then it uploads all those details to the cloud, and you can access your credit cards from anywhere. And at some point, there's like a spidey sense when it comes to security. It's what I call the raised eyebrow of security. You kind of go, okay, carry on. And I was reminded of this. Last year, Audi started a pilot with DHL and Amazon. And certain cars in Germany, you could tell Amazon where your car was going to be parked. Seriously, this looks like I've mocked it up. This is absolutely true. Tell them where your car's parked. They will come, unlock your boot with a secure one-time only option, leave your parcels in your boot, and then go. I don't know about you. My boot's full of crap that I don't want people going through. And also, I can drop the seats in my car. So once the boot's open, you can then get into the rest of the car, which then gets us back to the CAN bus thing. I don't know if they've carried this on. I can't find any reference of this past about April, so I'm hoping that somebody went, really? And I kind of get the same thing with the apps as well. So here we've got, on this end, we've got the Ford Escape app, and you'll notice, unlock, engine start, lock. Quite common with connected cars, except this is connected to the internet, and your car can be anywhere in the world. Why do you need to start the engine when you're anywhere in the world? And I asked my wife, I said, unlock and lock. When might you need to unlock the car when you're substantially away from it? And we could only really come up with really, really tenuous cases. And the same, so we've got BMW I app in the middle. Again, okay, light flash, I can kind of get. You can't find your car in a car park, flash the lights, oh, there it is. Horn, same thing. If those two get misused, okay, it's a bit awkward, but you can't really do any danger. But lock and unlock, again, we've got this thing where you go, well, why would you want it in an app? This one's interesting. This is Volvo's app. So again, we've got engine start, engine stop. What it says is, if you want the heater running, you've got to have the engine running. Okay, still not comfortable that sitting outside my house will be my car with the engine running. There is actually a precedent for this, actually, by the way. I've just remembered. The Ford F-150 pickup truck in the States, they had a feature that would allow you to leave the engine running while you're outside the vehicle. They tried to get rid of it a few years ago. There was complaints, so they brought it back. So you're driving through America, it's freezing cold, snow on the ground, engine's running, car's nice and warm. You want to go into a shop, get coffee, whatever. You can get out the car, lock the door, and set a 4-digit combination code on the door, go in, get your stuff, unset it again, key's still in the ignition, away you go. I don't know why that hasn't taken off around the rest of the world, but there we go. So the question is, why? Why put the functionality in? Are you doing it because you want to fulfill a marketing requirement? Is there somebody going, hey, wouldn't it be really cool if you could do this? Or is there actually a use case? Or to put another way, it's like Goldblum's law. You know Goldblum's law? You were so preoccupied with whether you could, you didn't stop to think if you should. And this is the problem with car manufacturers, is that they're not really that great with electronics. I will caveat by this by saying that Tesla actually do a lot of their own electronics. If you look at some of the teardown stuff, people found it's got Tesla-branded PCBs, they make their own motors, they make their own batteries. They're basically a technology company that makes cars. Traditional car companies, though, they kind of struggle with electronics. They do things like this. They press metal, they weld it together. It's the heavy industry stuff. In fact, Subaru's parent company is Fuji Heavy Industries. They're designed for sort of handling lumps of steel. Some of them make engines, but they don't cast pistons. They don't make all the bits that go into the engine. They sort of screw them together. And then on the production line, well, they screw cars together and they paint them and they ship them out to customers. But what they don't do is they don't make every single part of a car. They buy them in. There's a whole raft of manufacturers. You can go through and you can get a catalogue and you can buy everything you need to make a car. The problem is, what happens when those parts have a problem? So on the left, we've got a clutch pedal from a Toyota. Toyota, clever car company. They use that on every single model. Save money, buy in bulk, be cheap. It's only a throttle pedal. In the US, Europe, and China. On the right, is an airbag from a Japanese company called Takata. What they did was that they actually changed the way that the airbags fire. So you've got the little explosive inside, and they went for a cheaper explosive. And they found over time, yeah, not really a phrase you want to hear. They found over time it absorbed moisture, and it would either not go off in the event of an accident, or it would go off randomly. And it killed some people. This has caused somewhere between 15 and 20 million cars around the world to be recalled. I've actually had this on my car as well. Some people actually say it's even a higher figure than that. And recalls are only ever led by safety. It's the rule of Fight Club. You know, if the cost of the claims is less than the cost of the recall, then I can't remember which way around it is. Anyway. And this isn't a trivial thing either. In the States, the obligation to change out components that are faulty for safety reasons is enormous, to the point that cars that people know are affected but aren't on a dealer database or anything like that, they have private investigators trying to track down these cars and who owns them so they can inform them that this needs to be replaced. You know, it's costing the company billions of dollars, and it's potentially putting the company at risk. Now, there's actually a security problem a bit like this. So there was a researcher, can you read that? Yeah, kind of. So there's a researcher who found a problem in door lock modules. So this was a product called Megamos, and it had PKI crypto between the key fob and the car, and they found a vulnerability in it. VW took out an injunction to stop the research being presented because it would affect all of their cars and potentially put their customers at risk. It wasn't the manufacturer of the part, it was actually the people who buy those components, and it would have affected all of their cars that were currently on sale. VW fought this for 2 years before this is now out in its public knowledge. They relented for some reason. Also, I don't know why they've put a 911 GT1 on there, but hey, it's a nice picture. But this was all about VW protecting their reputation through legal means, not by fixing the problem. And it actually turned out, once the papers were published, it actually had a list of all of the cars and all the manufacturers that the author had identified were affected. So this isn't even necessarily an exhaustive list, but you can see, you know, you've got trucks, you've got Ferraris, you've got VWs, you've got Opels, you know, it goes across the board. And all because a component that is bought in has a vulnerability that, well, car manufacturers can't fix because it's already in the car. If you want to fix the vulnerability, you have to buy a new car. It's almost security as a selling point, and this is where the car industry really suffers with a legacy problem. I'm glad you're laughing, I quite like that one. You see, so we'll put up on the left-hand side every iPhone that's been on sale since November 2009. And each one is functionally better, more secure, has extra security functions that have come in. Battery life never changes, but hey, you can't have everything. But each year, it's gotten better. And then on this side, let's put every BMW 5 Series model that's been created over the same time period. That hasn't changed in 7 years. The technology that went into this is largely the same as it has been for 7 years. And you think about, well, okay, well, what were the vulnerabilities like 7 years ago? Okay, they might have upgraded parts of it, but if you change one component, you've got to then test it with everything else, and you've got to support multiple components, and car manufacturers don't want to do that. When the Chrysler Jeep attack was publicised, they went, well, what do we do? And they sent out a USB stick to every registered owner and said, hi, here's a USB stick. Plug it into your car, please install the software. Because that's not a vector that anybody else can abuse. It's really cheap to buy branded USB sticks, and there are people who won't ask why you're buying them. Again, shout out really to Tesla, who have over-the-air updates built into the cars. And owners have this kind of slightly weird sensation where they'll come to their car in the morning and they've found new functionality has been enabled overnight, which is kind of cool. And it's not just security. So this is 2003. Eddie Q on the right announces iOS in the car, which then later becomes Apple CarPlay. And you think, great. Think about Apple. Think about how quickly you can normally get your hands on the new latest and greatest tech. By the end of the following year, 5 car manufacturers had started integrating it over about 10 cars. And even now, when we're 3 years on from the announcement, there's actually not that many cars. There's only now starting to become cars, become a stream of cars that have this enabled, because it just wasn't in the plan, in the longer-term strategy to enable it. Curiously, one of the first manufacturers to enable it across the whole range was Ferrari. Now, this might be because it's premium, might be because it's high-end, or it might be because this man sits on the board of Ferrari. And I thought, okay, well, if we've got old technology in cars, well, how old is it? And again, I asked a few people, and they said, yeah, we're not going to tell you. But through a bit of research and through a few conversations, I came up with this sort of timeline based on, again, my car. So starting off with an OEM, so an original equipment manufacturer, having an idea for a product, getting it signed off internally, getting the buyer to sign it off, getting it delivered for integration testing, compliance, heat testing, durability testing, and then actually getting it into the car is somewhere around 2 years. So you say, okay, well, when's the configuration going to be locked? Well, kind of here. My car was made in 2003. So I've got something in my car that was there on the 2000 release, which would have been delivered to BMW in 1999, so it's 4 years old. I also have an analog TV tuner that now has no signal it can pick up and a tape deck. I can't complain too much. But this is the problem. Because cars are so integrated, because they're tested, because they need to be reliable, you can't just throw in new tech. And it's now so integrated that you can't even swap out the stereo like you used to. Can on my car, yes. You can't start taking units out because everything's coded to everything else, and you've got a feed from the engine and a feed from the tyre pressure gauge that comes up on the display and comes up on the navigation. All of that sort of stuff is so integrated. So we've kind of painted ourselves into a corner. The great thing for us is that this is something you can play with. And if you've ever wanted to get into control systems engineering and hacking, well, guess what? You've probably got a test lab sitting on your drive. And you can interrogate CAN. You can read these messages without it interfering with the function of the car as well. You know, just see what it's doing. So if you want to hack your car for fun, what can you do? Well, let's start off with Easter eggs. There is stuff that your car can do that won't be in the manual. Because car manufacturers call it surprise and delight. It's like, oh, it does this. I didn't know it did this. And the forums are full of car owners going, hey, did you know if you flick the indicator stalk and do this and it'll do that, and this light will come on? Isn't that fantastic? You can also get engineer menus, diagnostic menus. So again, a series of button presses and flicks and what have you can bring up extra information about the car. All there, none of it's usually documented, but it's all around on the forum, so it's worth having a Google. Second thing, you can buy little adapter that goes into the onboard diagnostic port. I've actually got one of these. It's a GoPoint Bluetooth unit. Integrates with iOS, integrates with Android, has its own nice app, and you can start reading data out the CAN bus. So you can read the error codes, you can reset service lights. You can even start seeing things like speed and revs and other data that might be available. It's also a really good little way of building a data logger if you fancy going on track and download another app like Harry's Lap Timer. But it's really simple. You plug it in, connect to it via Bluetooth, open the app, and the data's there. It's easy to use, it's easy to read. Then you start getting a bit more serious. So there's things like a VAGCOM cable, if you've got a VW Audi group car. again, plug it in, you can start getting more into the depths of how the car's configured, how it's built. Econ cable, again, a more generic version of the same thing. Lastly, if you want to get really, really into it, you can even get things like Arduino shields. So you can build a system that integrates into the car and actually reads and can transmit actually quite a lot of data. I would advise, actually, again, if you read the IOActive papers, it goes into great detail about what they use, how they use it, what techniques are, what they found. It's fantastically rich information. Now, for me, one thing that I really like is getting something for nothing. Come on, who doesn't? So after my car was released, BMW brought out this, which is the M3 CSL. At the time, it was about 30% more than my car cost. It's now worth about 10 times what my car cost. And it's got some special bodywork, some special wheels, a carbon fibre roof, some really nice little features. But crucially, it has a third setting on the traction control, somewhere between on and off. So it's not as restrictive, but you've still got a safety net. And I thought, that would be really, really cool on my car. Turns out, what BMW did when they made this was they got the bespoke bits, so they got the bits that only ever appeared on this car. The electronics, they actually then put onto every single production car and just turned off the nice new things. So how do you enable things like that? You know, it's not like a dash option, it's not there in the navigation. What you really need, something like, say for example, if you had the software that the factory used to set cars up when they rolled off the production line. I'll be honest, you have to use a fair bit of Google Translate. But you load this onto a laptop, you connect to the car, you connect to the module, you pull down a config file, which is a simple text file, and you start getting settings like this. The Google Translates are mine. I don't know what the under control threshold is, but I quite like it. The override something Google couldn't actually deal with. But this is essentially what BMW do, is they put a nice part in and they turn off a load of functions thinking that you can't get to it. But guess what? You go onto the forums, lots and lots of people have gone through this process, the software's out there. And you can actually go further than this if you want. That's an aftermarket ECU. All it does is basically control how much fuel and air and spark goes into the engine and makes the car move. Take yours out, put that in, configure it however you want. Or if you're a bit more of a hobbyist, it's a thing called a Mega Squirt that comes as a kit. Now, you might ask, who's the sort of person who'd use this? Well, some people have it set up on a bench and they connect to it and they test it. Other people say that if they had a Golf from the 80s, they'd built their own aerodynamic kit out of fiberglass in their garage, they bought turbo parts off eBay, and they built their own ECU. I love this car. Guy who owns it, he has no sense that he can't do anything. He just builds it and is fantastic. Okay, so you've had some fun with your car. Tell you what, let's do it for profit. So what could you do? Bug bounties, believe it or not. Fiat Chrysler actually announced this week that they're doing one with BugCrowd. General Motors do one with HackerOne. Tesla do one with BugCrowd as well. And Elon Musk has even tweeted about people that have found stuff in the firmware of their cars. So he's actually quite on board with it. General Motors, not so much. If you read the terms and conditions, there's basically about a dozen ways they can sue you. Automotive security testing. A couple of companies are starting to do this. Pen Test Partners, IOActive are starting to do security testing. But there isn't a central body. There's no Euro NCAP. There's no Thatcham for car security testing. Probably should be at some point. Defensive security products. I saw one announced this week. Basically, it fingerprints the clocks on each control module and can detect if a message is either legitimate, or it's spoofed, or it's faked, or it's somehow interfering with the system. This is the first product that I've seen which actually is trying to stop this stuff being mucked about with. And again, huge growth area, because cars are only going to become more complicated, And we're going to get to a point fairly soon where you're installing antivirus and firewalls and stuff onto your car. Enabling remaps. So I'll go into what remaps are in a minute. Some car companies now, more and more, they want to stop you fiddling with the bits, the computers on the car, because they can make it unreliable. They can have problems about, well, if there's an insurance claim, or frankly, if you get more performance that you don't pay for. So when this car came along, the GTR, when it first was launched, just out the corner of my eye, the ECU was actually kind of uncrackable. And it was actually a good few months until somebody found a way to put a new engine map into it. And there was actually a monetary reason to be the first to do that. Some others, some can be flashed like this, so they can be, you can have new software loaded to them. Others, they have physical controls, so you've got to actually crack the ECU open and solder in a jump lead or take a link out or something to put it into a writable mode. But somebody's got to find that stuff out before it can then be productionized and sold. By the way, if you're wondering what an engine map actually is, so this is a representation of how much fuel and air goes into a car under different circumstances, so amount of throttle, amount of load the car's under, and so on. Except it's not this simple. Cars have multiple engine maps depending on if the engine's cold, if the engine's hot, if the fuel grade is low, if the fuel's very premium fuel, if the car develops a fault. Some of you might have heard or even experienced a limp home mode, where it puts it into a very, very safe engine map. Now, this is normally developed on a rolling road like this, and you'll notice this is rear-wheel drive, so you've got rear wheels spinning on a roller, front wheels are stationary. Now, if you were doing it with a front-wheel drive car, obviously you'd have it the other way around, so the front wheels would be moving, the back wheels would be stationary. The other thing that you would get on a rolling road with a front-wheel drive car is the steering wheel would always be facing forward. So if you know that front wheel's moving, the rear wheels are stationary, steering wheel's pointing forward, it must be on a rolling road, therefore it might be having an emissions test. And if, theoretically, you were to have the car drop into a particularly lean engine map, you would get great fuel economy figures in a test lab, and you'd get very low emissions. Now, I'm not saying that anybody has done this. Theoretically. And then, once you develop new maps, so with the GTR now, you can actually buy a device like this. Oh, come on. So you can buy a device that will plug into the onboard diagnostic port, and you can then upload new maps to it. That functionality has now been enabled, and you can now change maps on the fly to either have it very economical, very, very performance-driven, or anywhere in between. Now, I've lost my remaining slides. So, the future of connected cars. So, I've talked a lot about CAN. CAN as a physical medium is kind of on its last legs. It's been around since the 80s. What's replacing it is going to be Ethernet. So guess what? All the things that we know about, So all the things that we know about Ethernet security now can be applied to cars. You can have segmented networks, you can have VLANs, you can have authentication. You can now be sure that what's talking to each other is actually what's supposed to be talking to each other. You've got the implementation of, you're going to start seeing certificate authorities on cars, crypto being brought into cars to make sure that things haven't been altered. The only way that you'll be able to load a new, some new data or some new licenses effectively onto the car is through having a signed file that can only be signed by the manufacturer from their CA. And the reason this is important is because somewhere down the line, we won't be driving cars, well, actually, it's a Tesla. We're going to be moving towards autonomous cars. And the liability issues around if an autonomous car gets hacked or gets upgraded or gets tampered with suddenly becomes very real and very big for the manufacturers. So they need to be able to prove, if a car's been tampered with, that they're not actually liable for those issues. So suddenly, instead of having people like us tinkering in our garages, we're going to start seeing a lot of this stuff locked down until those keys start escaping from the manufacturers, and then we'll be going through a loop of cars being hacked again. And because cars are put in production for 5 or 10 years, we kind of won't be able to fix it if those keys get out. Lastly, the other thing that we're going to have is a load of cars on the road where the security on them is essentially obsolete. So think about all the websites that used to have SHA-1 certificates, now have SHA-2 certificates. Think of all the phone upgrades that happen that improve the security of those devices over time. A manufacturer's going to go back and retrofit those improvements onto older cars? No. Once those cars become vulnerable, they will continue to be vulnerable, and those exploits will become more widely known. And I think some of them will end up in the hands of enthusiasts and will be hacked in fantastic ways, and others will suddenly become very vulnerable for just cutting out, being stolen. And we're going to start seeing security as a selling point. And that is kind of a really frustrating way to be when you can't upgrade it. So the only way you can actually keep yourself secure on an ongoing basis is to keep buying new cars, which you kind of think the manufacturers might actually like. So I'll leave you on that thought. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much for attending. Before you dash off, one last piece of news. So Robin said we've got gift bags left over. If anybody wants an additional gift bag worth 20 quid-ish, go down where the registration tables were, go down, make a donation, and you can grab an additional bag. Thank you very much.